Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody, depending where you are in the world, and a very, very warm welcome indeed to the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye, final round, where a championship is to be decided. My name is Paul Jeffrey, and I'm delighted to welcome alongside me the man who's lived in most of Scotland over the course of the last week. It's the one and only David Christie.
Thanks very much, Paul. What a season finale we've got here. 8 hours at the Brickyard, 2023 season, all comes down to this. I often, get accused of overhyping things. There's no way we can possibly oversell today. This is going to be an incredible, incredible race here.
Yep, it really is a big day of racing ahead with two championships to decide. But unfortunately, before we start our proceedings, we have some sad news of the passing of one of our much loved and respected drivers in the world of SRO Esports and sim racing. So if we can take a few moments to pay respect to Christian, who we lost very recently. Christian, who lost his life very, very recently. Love, respect, and condolences go to all of his family, friends, teammates, and anybody who has his life has touched in a all too short time on this world. So to Christian there, from all of us at SRO Esports, sincere condolences to all concerned.
Yeah, I think we'll be watching with great interest the number 60 Lamborghini today of Dario Lamulo, Leonardo Porco and Francesco Fidelibus, teammates at that Ballas Esports machine. They're all racing for Christian today. A timely reminder, Paul, life is short. We all do this for fun, for enjoyment. We're all here taken united by the same love of sim racing, and that's what we're here to focus on today. And you better believe that that's what he would be wanting us to do.
Yes, absolutely. We've got a big day of racing, as we've said, and we're seeing the entry list on our screen at this moment in time. As always, we have got Pro classification and Silver classification. And David, I say this every single time we come into one of these endurance events, but it really does stand true. This is a field stacked with sim racing talent. This is very much the best of the best that are going out in competition in this race, isn't it?
It really is, and I made the mistake once and only once of trying to read out that entry list. It whizzes by so fast, but it's literally, you could throw a dart at a dartboard and pick any one of those top championship contending names as we go into the silver standings as well. The big point of today, though, Paul, as we said, so much to play for. Two teams essentially in the running for the silver championship, three teams in the gold championship, in the pro championship. It is really all to play for today.
Yep, it really is. As you say, you can see the standings up on your screen at this moment in time. Team Racing Point are the championship leader in silver. They have a 12-point advantage over Renwelton Esports Red, and a 17-point advantage over Yaz Heat, and a 29-point advantage and a 33 over West Competition Racing. We've got 35 points for the victory, an additional point for pole position in class. So mathematically in silver, there are four teams in contention for that championship. Moving over to the world of pro, it's the number 555 Mercedes AMG Teams William Esports that are the championship leaders. They have an 18-point advantage over the number 4 machine, with the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, car number 51, 30 points in arrears in third. Mathematically, they're the three teams, David, that are in championship contention. But the way the points work, as you rightly said at the top of the show, realistically, we've got two teams per class that are in the prime seats to take the championship away at the conclusion of a long day of racing ahead.
The thing is that it's such a cliche to say this, but it's never over until it's over. Yep. But realistically, as you said, you have to be thoughtful and mindful of what you're likely to achieve on that. If, things go your way, awesome, then you can cross that bridge when it comes to it. Give us 4 hours into this race and we will be so much closer to finding out exactly how this 2023 championship poll is going to be decided.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've seen this so many times, David, in this championship. Things don't get resolved quite literally until the checkered flag falls. So even if you're in the pound seat 3/4 of the way through the race, the opportunity to make a mistake, get wrapped up in an incident, drop the ball ever so slightly in a championship of this quality, you've got to be 110% at all times. You cannot afford to take your foot off the gas. So yes, mathematically, we've got 3 and 4 in Pro and Silver, realistically 2 apiece. I'd still feel relatively confident if I was the 71 or 896 in terms of can I still do 296, can I still do this championship? I think they possibly can. This is going to be a nail biter through to the flag.
Well, the thing is that they're in the final round, Paul, and there is still a chance to do it. And as long as you've got that chance, that's all that matters.
Yep.
You know, we've seen hell go to a handbasket in some of these races earlier on. How different could it have been? You know, Team Racing Point are championship leaders in silver. They didn't finish the first round. So, you know, it shows how quickly it can go wrong. The key thing for Yas Heat and Yas Heat Esports in that number 296 Ferrari is the fact they've then got to bank on, you know, downfall for the 71 and the 85 in front of them. That's not to say that won't happen, but again, when you're relying on a downfall of other cars in front of you, it takes things out of your control.
Yep, it makes it simple though. In another hand, it makes it simple for these teams. You've got one job. You go out there and win. Everything else will be what it will be. Go out there, do the best performance, push for the duration of the race. Every single driver in that car needs to be on point. They'll have been practicing, they'll have been testing, they will have been preparing for this, which potentially, for many of these drivers on the grid today, is going to be the biggest race that they've participated in their esports career, or one of the biggest races. So the pressure is immense, but make no mistake, each and every one of the 100+ drivers we've got taking part in this event today will have given everything they've got at this point to make sure they're as ready as they can possibly be when the green flag waves in a few moments' time.
And being ready is exactly the name of the game here, because for me, Indianapolis is one of those dark horses of a circuit. We don't get to see it as much as we often should. You know, we're familiar with GT3 racing at, say, Spa, at Brands Hatch, at, Silverstone, and all of the other places. That'd be wild if we got that sort of weather out there today. But Indianapolis, for me, you know, up there with a track that's not actually in the game, Daytona, for example, these tracks that are more known for their oval but have got these wonderful infield GT racing layouts. They're just such an excellent addition here. I love Indianapolis because you just never know what you're going to get here. It's got the perfect mix of, you know, a little bit of the oval layout. You've got the infield circuit as well, and these really tight, twisty corners, and almost 90-degree corners here. It just makes it an awesome spectacle, and you can always be guaranteed that you're going to have folk that are feeling brave and trying to fire it up the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a deceptively technical circuit, is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Grand Prix course. Created in 2014, of course, for the world of Formula One. It's not a traditional roval course. It's not one of these circuits that you often see in the United States where they've kind of bolted on a bit of a road course in the infield section. It is a bona fide, really nice racetrack in its own right. But importantly for us, in the world of GT3 racing, and in particular in this race, it's a circuit where you can overtake, you can go too wide, but it does have technical corners where you really need to keep the momentum going in the car. And any kind of mistake, we've got runoff area, you're not going to be punished by making contact with an immovable object particularly easily, but it's very easy, David, isn't it, to make a mistake, run off of the racing surface, start to come under threat of track limit penalties, but more importantly, lose that momentum and present a gift-wrapped opportunity for your rivals to find a way past, and you can muscle past a rival on this track, can't you?
You absolutely can, and staying in that leading pack is going to be so crucial for a lot of the front runners today. If you start going backwards, you are going to get devoured at a rate of knots. You're going to have very hungry GT3 cars that want to try and get past you very quickly indeed. And as you said, momentum, again, it feels like such a cliche. I've used it all the way through the season. With the level of performance that these drivers are at and the level of performance that these teams are at as well, you know, you cannot afford mistakes. mistakes. If you start making mistakes, that's when you're going to have a bad day at the office. You're going to overdrive the car, and bad things are really going to happen to you. The start-finish straight here that we're just seeing as the camera pans across the side of the circuit, I think is going to be one of the danger points here, Paul, because you're going to get cars going 2-3 wide. We've seen it in real life. We've seen it in the sim racing world as well. And again, it's about that discipline. How well can they hold on to the position while being respectful of the cars around them?
Yeah, and that is exactly right, David. It's respect. Respect amongst the drivers, making sure that people stay out of trouble. It's a long race. Nothing can be won or lost at the start of this race. So it's all about just consolidating your qualification and getting ready to go racing further into the event. And just a quick update for everybody watching at home as well, just to give you an idea of what to expect. There's a maximum stint time in this race of 65 minutes. There's 3 to 4 drivers per team, with a maximum driving time for teams with 3 drivers of 240 minutes, which is 4 hours. Teams with 4 drivers, the maximum driving time per driver is 180 minutes. That's 3 hours. So there's also a strategic element of when do you place certain drivers in certain positions of the race. And as you can see, we're 3 minutes away from the green flag. So let's have a look at the qualification. Tinko van der Velde is the man that put the number 1 car on pole position. Victor Nicolai is second. Car number 1 will start alongside him on the front row of the grid. Jordan Sherratt, one of these drivers that are in potential championship contention, car number 51, the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, is third on the grid. Alongside him is our championship leader in Pro, the 555 machine. Dominic Blyer is the man that will be behind the wheel of that Mercedes AMG GT3. In 5th position, we have got car number 85, the fastest of the Aston Martins. Amido Castorino is the man behind the wheel. And car number 6, position number 6, car number 4, Tobias Gronewold. He's another one of our drivers, David, in championship contention, and he'll be lining up 6th on the grid.
Yeah, it's going to be wild for sure. I'm just looking actually for our team racing point just now, our 85. That's certainly not within the top 20. That is going to be a significant thing there. In fact, I'm talking absolute nonsense there because you just mentioned Castorino. We'll pretend that didn't just happen. Silver class is what I've got my eye on, because Castorino in that second place there. You've then got Leon Berndt down there in 15th position overall. That's the second place in the championship, Renvelt and Esports Red there. And that is going to be a heck of a drive for them to be able to come up and make anything of this championship fight, though. But West Competition Racing, BMW Romania team, as you said, second place, and that is a heck of a turn up for the start of this race. But 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. You said it can be won or lost on the start of this race. I would have to agree with you, but with it being an 8-hour race here, Paul, you can certainly do a big amount of damage. You're certainly not going to win it, but you can put a big hole in your contention nice and early on.
Oh yes, could not agree with you more, and we've seen it so many times. Over enthusiasm down into T1 or on the opening couple of laps when the pack are at the most tightly bunched together can very much put a big dent in your aspirations. We're looking down the remainder of the grid. 36 cars line up on the grid for this race, so we've got a nice field. The last car on the grid is Ricardo Porco in the Honda, the number 121 machine that we'll be coming against in a few moments' time. Few big names then here in qualifying. Let's have a look in terms of the championship. In Pro, the 555 machine championship leader, Dominic Blyer, is starting in 4th position. Car number 4, the Mercedes AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love, second in the championship. They're going to be 6 on the grid. Number 51, Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, third in the championship standings. They're third on the grid. Jordan Sherratt behind the wheel. And the number 66, the last car, I tell a lie. The number 85, leader of the silver standings. They're currently 5th on the grid. Amado Castorino behind the wheel. Number 71, the Renwelton red car, second in the championship standings in silver, 15th on the grid. Leon Berndt is the man behind the wheel. The Yas Heat Esports 296 machine, they're third in silver. Valentin Barrier is the man that starts the car, 10th position on the grid. And finally, car number 1, the last car in championship contention in silver, the West Competition Racing BMW Romania team, car number 1, second on the grid. That's going to be interesting. Victor Nicolai is the man behind the wheel. So, David, I know it's an 8-hour race, so let's not get too wrapped up in the qualifying results, but That's a bit of a ding-dong, isn't it, to start this one?
It certainly is. The sparks are definitely going to be flying. I'll be honest with you, a little bit of me is also absolutely gutted. We're supposed to be completely impartial here in the commentary box, but we do get allowed to have little favourites. I was loving seeing the resurgence of the Honda/NSX coming back into things, but it looks like that's short-lived because the two of them are towards the back of the grid again, and it looks like that resurgence, the renaissance of the Honda was very much short-lived. However, it's all to play for right now. Obviously, you know, championships-wise, we have to kind of look at that front group just now. For me, though, the pro class, I think Williams are doing everything they need to do just now. They just need to score good points. They know that they're in a strong position. All they need is a firm finish today in that 555 car, and that's exactly what looks to be happening with Williams Esports Mercedes-AMG team.
Yep, a small percentage of the job has been completed in qualifying, but as we all know, the big points are paid out during the race, and absolutely anything can happen, and to quote Murray Walker, usually does in these events. So the 555 will be content with their 4th place on the grid, the back of the 2nd row of the grid. But we've still got 8 hours of racing, David. We've still got 30 plus cars, all very keen to find a way past that machine and those further afield. Don't go anywhere, folks at home, because this is the start to what's going to be a rather glorious 8 hours of racing, methinks, as Tinko van der Velde winds his way through the banking and will start to form up 2x2 to go racing.
Yeah, here we go then, the car's ready to get poised as they go back up onto that oval. It's then a quick juke into that right-hander, a left, and then a right again, and then they rejoin the oval, so they don't actually take anything of the oval circuit at all, apart from the straightaways for what would be essentially, because it runs the reverse way as well, it would be essentially turn 2 and then the start-finish straight. But here comes Tinko van der Velde then, Paul, leading us up to the line for the final race in this 2023 season.
Right then, here we go. 8 hours of Indianapolis here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. The championship decider, the final round. It all comes down to these next 8 hours of racing. Tinko van der Velde leads us away for the final time this season as 37 cars power their way down to the first corner for the last time this year. Van der Velde converts that pole position into an early race lead. Marco Jonkers looks a little bit deep into the corner. He keeps the car on the racetrack but concedes a position to Jordan Sherratt in the Ferrari. Everybody's winding their way through the first few corners. A couple of cars exit stage right. They're back on the racetrack without too much delay, but Tinko van der Velde has converted in fine style. Marco Jonkers drops to 3rd position and Jordan Sherratt sneaks up in the 51.
Now, was that the 296 that went backwards, the Yas Heat car of Valentin Barry? I believe it was. I might be massively wrong there, but it was at the turn 1 there, got clipped and turned round, so your championship protagonist in that 3rd place. Worst possible start. TSE Fuel Junkie Racing's 426 is facing backwards. Marc Leclerc at the back of the field. He'll be shown as P1, but obviously the time screen needs a little bit of time to adjust itself there. Tinko van der Velde in the lead of this race, but for me right now, that has almost certainly put Yas Heat out of the running for the Silver Championship in that one move.
We said it at the top of the show, you cannot win this race in the first corner, but you most certainly can lose it, and I think the 296 has unfortunately succumbed to that old adage in the world of motorsport, as Valentin Barry that we were riding on board with then had a little look, sniffed down the inside for the first braking zone into this final section of corners. He's back on the racetrack, 28th if the timing screen is to be believed. So fortunately in a way for the Yas Heat red car, back in contention, but there's a lot of work, David Christie, to do if Valentin Barrier and his team in the 296 have got any aspirations for fighting for this title come the checkered.
Yeah, after saying that, I'm immediately going to retract that statement. He's still in the tow, he's still in that main group there, so absolutely anything is possible. And given that we've got 2 fighters up ahead as well, the Renfeldt Esports Red Machine, the number 71, that's currently in 17th with Leon Berndt behind the wheel, as well as that number 85 up there as well. it could still be possible. However, I mean, it's going to take a hell of a drive over the next 8 hours here. But as we see, the fighting within this first 2 laps is absolutely incredible. You'd think that it was a 1-lap dash for the cars right here, Paul. Nothing given whatsoever.
Yeah, we've got an end-of-season feel for sure for many of these drivers. Last opportunity to make a name for yourself in the world of SRO Esports endurance racing competition. Let's not forget, this is not just a championship, as somebody's off onto the grass there, flashed past our screen, didn't catch the name or number on the side of the car. We'll catch that one a little bit later on, but this is not just a championship, David Christie, this is also making your reputation in the world of esports for opportunity. And Matheus Leito trying his hardest to find a way past a gaggle of cars ahead of him, but that has opened the door for the Aston Martin, not quite. Leito gets the car back in behind Moriera and the Ferrari ahead, but he's hungry in that Audi to find a way past.
Absolutely, a lot of these drivers, as you said, Paul, will be turning their eyes to the 2024 season now, maybe trying to lock in seats, lock in some standout performances, get themselves noticed by some different teams. Of course, it's not like real world racing where drivers can kind of transfer at any time as we go 3 wide into turn 1, because of course we do. Beautiful move there from the car on the inside there. I think that was the Aston Martin just up on the inside there. Beautiful move by Olivier. And again, it's all about getting yourself noticed. How many times have we seen what we thought was a shoe-in, a well-known name within an establishment or a team, and then suddenly they appear elsewhere because of a performance that they had. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, it really is fantastic stuff. But don't forget, these drivers are all absolutely at the pinnacle of the world of virtual motorsport here at ACC, both the pro drivers and the silver drivers as well. Massive quality throughout the grid. It's a big ask for each and every one of these to complete this race in the minimum time possible and get the best result they possibly can. Fabian Pithet that we're looking at now, 18th position in the 14.9 Ferrari. Very rare that you see a Ferrari in anything other than red. I must say it looks rather striking in that yellow and black livery, but currently they're in 18th position, chasing down Nicholas Huben in the number 5 Mercedes ahead, but trying to keep a very hungry pack of cars behind at bay. And this is the difficult part, David, now, isn't it? Indianapolis is one of those circuits where you can follow quite closely, you can race quite hard. To break away from those around you is incredibly difficult for these drivers. So this is almost a game of high-speed chess in these early stages, isn't it? Just trying to settle yourself into the race and get the strategy on course for the next 7 hours 54 minutes, as we're seeing now. A side-by-side. Pithet's the one on the outside line. He goes to the grass and the curb. Can he keep the car on the racetrack? Will that open the door for David Tinitza behind in the Lamborghini? Tinitza all the way around the outside. David Tinitza, can he get the deal done? He's on the sub-optimal line, but that will become the inside line for the next section of corners, if he can just hold on in that automobile Lamborghini car. Yes, he can, and I think that is Lamborghini plays Ferrari. Win 1 for Lamborghini.
Yeah, Fabian Pithet kind of got a taste of his own medicine there, trying to keep the foot in, going through 1 and 2. Didn't really get anything off it. Beautiful, beautiful opportunity taken there by David Tinitza. That was amazing, amazing stuff to see that happen there. And again, it's a driver, it's a team that, you know, we've said has been very, very unlucky with their performances through this season there, but that was some excellent driving there by Tinitza. Valentin Barrier here for Yazhi up to P25 just now, but again you're starting to see some gaps opening up in front of them, so any sort of advantage they had of staying in the tow of the cars in front started to eke away. Now, you mentioned about, you know, the closeness of the cars here, and for me it's a very unusual circuit here, Paul, because you do all of the work to try and get a gap on the infield part of the circuit, because if you've got a car behind you coming onto that start-finish straight, you are in for trouble. Look at this here, as cars proving the point, trying to break that toe. If you've got a car behind you, it is almost certainly going to try and make a move up into turn 1 there. As you see, Nicholas Huben trying to make a move on Marco Bischoff for the Porsche for P16 there.
And I think Huben managed to find his way through at the back of our shot. Yes, there we go. That is the Mercedes in front of the Porsches. We're looking at Dario Iamulo at this moment in time having a strong race. And Jordan Sherratt, remember Sherratt started in third position, got the deal done on the opening lap, and is starting to drop Marco Yonkers now. So Yonkers becoming a bit of a cork in the bottle in third position, leader of the silver class. And this is an opportunity for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. Jordan Sherratt behind the wheel, the South African driver. He's got no challenge from behind. This is rare in the world of SRO Esports. These two are breaking away. So Jordan Sherratt has a little bit of an opportunity to start to work his magic on Tinko van der Velde without threat of the cars behind. Can he do something about that Audi in front? And can he do it quick enough before Marco Yonkers gets swallowed up by the pack and releases Dominic Blyer, the 555 championship leader, in fourth place behind?
Well, the thing is as well is we'll see just coming on the start-finish straight here whether or not Jordan Sherratt wants to do anything about Tinko van der Velde in front, because what we've seen from many of the races before, we see the car in second place is markedly faster than the leading car, but it doesn't make a move. And I think from looking at it there, again, Jordan Sherratt didn't make a move on the start-finish straight. This is fuel saving, this is strategy that's going on right now, whereas for me, I'm also noting the fact of what we were talking about before the race here. For Jordan Sherratt and that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, they have one job and one job alone. That is to win this race. Everything else can happen behind them. They've got no control over what else happens. They've got control over whether they win this race. They're 30 points behind your championship leaders coming into this final round. There's 35 points on offer for the winning car. They'll not get the extra point because obviously that was the 66 car of Williams Esports that get that extra point for the pole position, but they've got 35 points, just 0.3 of a second ahead of them, but they've still got 7 hours and 3/4 left to go. They'll be happy with where they are right now, especially with that West Competition Racing BMW of Marco Yonkers in that third position, and effectively, as you said, acting as a bit of a bottle stop. But not that much, because that car is mighty quick in a straight line.
Yeah, it is. Yonkers doing an incredible job. And remember that the number one machine is in the silver class. How do we know this one, folks at home? I'll explain that to you. The timing screen, the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. If the number box is white, that denotes a pro classification car. If it is grey with a white number, that is the silver class. So you can see that Yonkers is third overall, but more importantly for him, is leading the silver classification. And there's a bit of a challenge going on here now. That BMW is really starting to get itself a bit of pressure from the two Mercedes behind. Dominic Blyer is the first one in that line in the Williams Esports Mercedes. Then that's the team Unicorns of Love car, as Tobias Pfeffer in the red and black machine as well, keeping a watching brief. So this is difficult for Yonkers, isn't it, David? He's leading his class, he's third overall, yippee for that one, but actually he's not racing the cars behind for the championship. And that becomes difficult as a driver to think, how hard do I fight these cars? Because they're not in my fight.
I get that to a certain extent, but the other thing to take in factor is the context of all of this. Also, Dominic Blyer and Tobias Pfeffer aren't particularly pushing to get past Marco Yonkers. They're pushing to make sure he stays on pace, but they're not firing it up the inside. I mean, if Blyer wants past, he'll be past at the start-finish line here. They're on strategy as well. The thing with this is the fact that, well, we were just about to see them make a move there. But the other thing is that 555 is doing everything it needs to do. All it needs to do is finish in the top 15, get a good points, possibly top 15, possibly top 10. But it knows it's doing everything it needs to right now, just to keep one hand on the championship. It doesn't need to fight for the lead of this race right now. That might be a little bit disappointing for some, but again, you don't win championships by going gung-ho every single race. You have to have a little measure of consistency and a little eye on strategy as well. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing there. Maybe not so much from Tobias Pfeffer behind, because they'll be wanting to get as much done as possible.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. You've got to play the championship game as well as the race that's in front of you, as we're looking now at a nice little battle in the lower reaches of the field. 32nd position is the 6, 7, 8 of Beresov, currently in the middle, the meat in the sandwich of a bit of a battle pack. By the way, incident between cars 938 and 71 on lap 1, a 10-second time penalty for car number 71. And I'm going to look down my list. Who is car number 71? It is the Renwelton Esports Red Machine. So that is a big disappointment for the 71. Because remember, David, they're second in the silver standings.
Yeah, and it's like you said, we're only 10 minutes into this race, and this is exactly where you can start blowing holes in your own race just now, as you're saying, Leon Bird, with obviously quite a lot to say on the old the voice chat just now. He'll be having a chat with his teammates, with some fellow drivers as well, and possibly getting some strategy updates on how he can minimise the damage on that. Now, while it is a 10-second penalty, that'll be taken when he serves his pit stop, so it's not as bad as it could be. And if anything, you want to get these penalties out of the way, because if it's a choice between having a penalty within the first quarter of the race and the last quarter of the race, the penalty that you take within the first quarter of the race, Paul, is going to have much less of an impact than it is, say, towards the end there, as Leon just moves to the side there, lets Nicholas Hoban go through. And again, I think that's strategy more than anything else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 10 seconds in an 8-hour race is not the end of the world at all. It's how you recover and plan and facilitate for that 10-second time penalty will have a big impact on your race. Of course, Leon Burnton's team will serve that one at their next mandatory pit stop. They don't need to come down pit lane to specially serve this. It's not a stop and go penalty, it's not a drive-through, it's just 10 seconds will be added to their pit stop time when they make the first of their scheduled stop around the 1 hour and change mark. We're looking at Felix Arndt now, 13th position, car number 7. There is the Aston Martin that flashes through our shot. He has got a bit of a challenge ahead of him, with 1 or 2 cars all squabbling for the same piece of tarmac. It's Romagnoli is the next man up the road to Aston Martin to 12th and 13th position. Good to see the British mark well within the top 20 at this moment in time, and I must say that's a very attractive looking car, that number 7 as well, as Felix Arndt looks like he's on his tippy toes now. This is an opportunity to find a way past. We're looking at Tobias Pfeffer also on his tippy toes as well, so Pfeffer now, he has seen the Mercedes of Dominic Blyer make his way past Marco Jonkers. He wants to go with his pro classification rival as well. He's towing the BMW down the start finish straight. This is one of the best overtaking opportunities here at the Indianapolis Grand Prix circuit. Does the Mercedes have enough of a run into the corner? Goes side by side, does Tobias Pfeffer, gets the job done. Jonkers runs out of racetrack, and now he's vulnerable from the 85 behind as well. Remember, that is for the silver class race lead. Jonkers has dropped 2 positions, but now under massive pressure for the overall silver standings.
Yeah, that was a big move there, as Castellino couldn't quite make that happen there into turn 1 there. Beautiful move there. And you've got to say that was it was allowed to happen by Marco Jonkers. He didn't particularly fight that move from Tobias Pfeffer too hard, and maybe got more eyes on this silver fight that we've got going on just now, as we're seeing Luke Whitehead in the Veloci Esports 912 McLaren onto the back of this as well. Look at how close this group of 5 cars are. That's a wonderful little exit from the corner there from Luke Whitehead, but not enough to make the advantage happen just now. He's going to be trying to get his way past on the start finish straight as well. Also, to bring your attention there, Paul, a massive penalty from the number 44 car in Visceral Esports Aztec Sim Sports Visceral Ferrari. 30-second penalty given to them, and you know, short of a drive-through or a stop-go penalty, that is probably one of the harshest ones that you can get from race control.
Yeah, that's a big penalty for the 44. We'll see where that one filters them out once the pit stop cycle begins, and around 45 minutes, 50 minutes or so time, we can see Whitehead in the pro classification car stuck behind 2 are the class leaders in silver, it has to be said, and we saw the concentration on Luke Whitehead's face in that picture-in-picture, fully focused on the job in hand in the 912, but he's got Artie Camera behind now, so Camera in the BMW, courtesy of the squabble that's been taking place a little bit further up, that's allowed the BMW 89 machine to close onto the back of this battle pack. So Whitehead now he's starting to become a little bit uncomfortable. He's faster than the Aston Martin ahead. He doesn't want to make any mistakes or get involved in any kind of dramas, but after camera, keeping the watching brief, ready to pounce should the opportunity present itself. And as a driver, it's very difficult, isn't it, David, to decide how much concentration you're giving through the windshield versus looking in the rearview mirrors and defending from the car behind.
Yeah, you're definitely asking the wrong person on that one, because of the ability that I've got is usually driving in the rear view mirrors, Paul. So yeah, it's not really the best.
You and I both, brother. You and I both on that one, absolutely. But Luke Whitehead, he's certainly, despite his young age, been around for quite a while now, and is always in and around the sharp end of the action. So the big question is, can he find a way past Castorino ahead, and can he do it cleanly, more importantly, with a minimal time loss possible? Car incident between 5, 7, 8 and 93 on lap 1. A 15-second time penalty has been applied to car number 93, which is the HPD Yaspro red machine, for causing a collision. So yet more penalties for all the dramas in the opening laps, as once again Michael Yonkers under pressure.
Yeah, it's really looking under severe pressure here from Castorino, and this is just fantastic to see. What we normally say, and again, it's like these old lines that we trot out every single race, but the first 15 minutes there is Valentin Barry has a little wiggle, has a little look on Garcia there, trying to force a mistake from that Lamborghini. We've got another penalty here, 678 and the 110 on lap 4. It's a 10-second time penalty to the 110 for causing a collision. So that 678, unfortunately, has been through the absolute wars right now. That's the second penalty involving that car, and that is Jakob Oosterman that was involved with that one, and Wipperman Racing with the Audi. So that we got asked on the YouTube channel what happened to Oosterman, and I'm going to presume that that is your answer right there, taken into to contact with the 678. So again, that Armentario car, the Ferrari 296, has been fairly battered about here, Paul, but we're watching Marco Yonkers here. A little bit of breathing room from Castorino, and possibly Luke Whitehead going to be looking to make a move here instead.
Yeah, they're obviously holding each other up in that little battle, as David Tinitza being held up, so to speak, by Nicholas Huben, but not for long. David Tinitza looks to the inside. That's not a place to overtake here in Indianapolis, so wisely the 63 drops back behind the number 5 Mercedes ahead. But David Tinitza in the early stages of this race is looking like he's keen on moving forward. A not ideal qualification outside, well, down in the lower reach of the top 20s. Once again, we see an Artie camera just having a little look at Luke Whitehead in the BMW, and this is mind games now, David, isn't it? You saw their camera, no intention of overtaking, but just showing his nose to Whitehead, giving the McLaren driver something to think about over and above, pedaling that car as quick as possible. And now everyone, all 4 of these drivers, are just looking to encourage the smallest mistake from those around them, to give them that opportunity to heave their car past and move up a position.
Mind games is such an important part of the modern sim racing driver. You know, you can only do what you can with the car. You've got a limited amount of talent and drive and performance in the car, but what if like magic you could do something else? What if you could affect the cars around you? What if you could make them magically make mistakes? Well, you can, simply by, you know, trying to make them think more of you than paying attention more to you than they are onto their own driving. They miss braking points, they miss turning markers. All those sorts of things can make them very vulnerable indeed, and that's exactly what you were mentioning there. So we most commonly see it on the start-finish straight there. We saw it from the BMW of Arthur Camara, just a little jink out to what is his right-hand side, and then that makes the car in front think, oh wait, hang on, is he making a move here? Of course he's not thinking about it, he's not actually going to make a move here, but this is what's happening here with Castorino. Gets it on, Paul, and this could be it.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for Castorino. Yonkers heavily defensive. That's going to hold both of those cars up, open an opportunity for Luke Whitehead to try and sneak his way past, but Castorino concentrates on corner exit, and that's a good run for Castorino. Has another chance to go inside Yonkers. Yonkers runs a little bit deep as he tries to give racing room to the Aston Martin behind, but Castorino now, he sees this as the big opportunity. He's set this one up 3-4 corners ago. Yonkers on the defensive is trying to recover the racing line. He just about gets it through the snake, and Castorino's challenge has been blunted slightly, but now look at Luke Whitehead behind. Whitehead curiously observed this little fight. He's reluctant, the body language of that car, David, of that McLaren, he's reluctant to put himself in the middle of this fight. Luke Whitehead's trying to wait for a good opportunity, not half an opportunity to find a way past. But Castorino, quite on the opposite end of the spectrum, is looking for any chance he possibly can to get away past that purple machine.
I tell you, Paul, the real winner is the number 27 of Juknevicius and Tiskovic in the 25 as well. They've now been brought into this battle for 5th position as well, and Yonkers now has lost all touch with Tobias Pfeffer and Don McBlyer up in front now. He is firmly driving in his mirrors, and you know he's more than entitled to do this, because this is now, it's not like it's a cross championship battle going on here. It's not like pro versus silver. This is now for all the marbles. This is a silver class battle that's going on as Castorino fires it to the inside, surely not going to get that stopped in time. Yonkers just lets him have the place.
Beautiful driving from both of those drivers. Castorino for doing the overtaking, for Yonkers for recognising the danger and giving him racing room. Yonkers now is on the outside line, so Luke Whitehead has an opportunity. This is the chance that Whitehead has been waiting for, while Yonkers is perturbed by being overtaken. Whitehead in the McLaren tries to find a way past, but he's been forced to the outside line, so Whitehead now does not need to be on the outside line. This is giving Arctic Camera a chance, but the way that the circuit is configured, that puts Camera now to the outside, but he gets a good run through the right-hander for the run down into the hairpin. Whitehead has the inside, he's on the defensive, but Arctic Camera, can he find a way past the McLaren? No, there is no BMW size gap for the number 89, and the Sting has gone out of the tail of that fight for a little while, and make no mistake, Luke Whitehead and Arctic Camera, they're ready to pounce.
Oh, they absolutely are. And look at how much that concertinaed up, because Tiskovic in that Audi was right into it. He fancied having a little go of that 25 Ferrari just in front of him there. They two have back off. But look at the gap now Castorino has already got over Yonkers and Whitehead as well. They're going backwards at a rate of knots right now as 2 warnings coming out. That's for the 72 car for causing a collision, and for the 51 as well. So Race Control just deciding that Red Velvet Esports Blue and the number 51 car of Scuderia Ferrari Esports team just worthy of a warning. Now that is important, because that I think means that Jordan Sherritt is on his kind of last chance here, and it's a big move up the inside there for Luke Whitehead up to the inside there, and the 89 of Arthur Camera didn't really have anywhere he could go here, but it just shows how quickly this is getting to boiling point, and we're barely 25 minutes into this 8-hour race here, Paul.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. It's like 8 one-hour races back to back. And Luke Whitehead, the concentration on his face once again is immense. Luke Whitehead is desperate to find a way past Marco Yonkers, desperate to hold off the challenge of Arthur Camera behind. Camera had a good go into T1 but couldn't quite find enough space, but look how quickly that BMW has immediately suckered itself back to the McLaren. So I would fairly confident to say Marco Yonkers is lacking pace compared to the cars behind him at this stage, and this is going to be frustrating Luke Whitehead. The longer he stays behind the back of that BMW, the more detached he's going to be. Now this is an opportunity. A mistake from Yonkers kicks up the dirt on the outside of the corner. This is onto the oval banking, then down into the difficult final section. Whitehead throws it down the inside in a place where cars do not pass. Luke Whitehead makes the move after Camera around the outside as well in the BMW. Can Camera follow his pro rival through? Yes, he can. Marco Yonkers, from one small mistake, loses 2 position and is in danger, David, of losing a 3rd.
Blood in the water. Marco Yonkers is a sitting duck at this point. Everybody is going to be aware of what's just happened. You've then got Juknevicius just behind in the number 27 with Tiskovic having a look, and that's a huge dive up the inside from Juknevicius. Gets it stopped. How? He's just taken Camera in the BMW as well. Are you kidding me? That is one of the moves of the season, I think, if he gets that build up, Paul. Well, regardless, that is, I mean, that's balls of steel right there.
Now, actually, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. That was ridiculously dangerous, and Arta Camera getting out of the way in fine style and then responding immediately. Camera's decided, don't like the look of that move, Sunshine, thank you very much, get out of my way. The BMW's still on a charge, and he manages to retake the position, and I think as well, is that Romagnoli that's brought into this fight all of a sudden from absolutely nowhere. The Audi is suddenly on a charge and is going for Arta Camera too. To the inside, Audi versus BMW, trading paints side by side, just about holding on is Arta Camera, and that is elbows out racing, Mr. David Christie, if ever I've seen it.
Oh, absolutely. And just to go back to your comment about that move into turn one, absolutely. It was wild, it was reckless, but god damn if it was entertaining nonetheless. Damn, I mean, what a move. I mean, I think it caught him off guard. I don't think he meant it. I think he just got caught off guard by how quickly that braking point came up on him. So he fired it up the inside there. And, well, we have got a proper wrestling match going on here. We've got now about 10-12 cars in some sort of battle royale, all knocking lumps out of each other here. I think Camera's going to be happy that he can kind of breathe a sigh of relief here. Tiskovic eases off a little bit here, but mark my words, one of these cars is going to end up in the wall in the next 2 laps because it's just way too aggressive for the first half hour of this race. But on the second hand, it's the last race of the last race of the season, so you know, maybe they're just wanting to put that exclamation mark down a little bit quicker than most.
Yeah, absolutely, and long may that continue. That's some great racing. I got it mistaken, by the way, in the heat of battle. It wasn't Romagnoli, because of course Romagnoli is in the 938 Aston Martin. It was, in fact, Mateusz Tiskovic in the Audi that got himself up into that fight with Arta Camera. This is Michael Romagnoli that we're looking at now, working hard at the steering wheel in that 938 machine, trying to keep it on the straight and narrow. That is Mateusz Tiskovic that we're looking at now, dropping back from Arta Camera, and in fact, if anything, he started to come under pressure from the 27 behind. So Mateusz Tiskovic made his way past, which is a good move for himself, up into 8th place, but now has a bit of work to do. There's a gap starting to form as that little squabble drops back, and Dominic Blyer in 3rd position all of a sudden has decided time to get the afterburners going, because I want to join in to this fight at the front of the field. And what was a 2-way scrap, David, is now very firmly 3 and potentially very soon 4 drivers looking to fight for the lead.
Love the fact that we haven't looked in at the pro drivers once in the past 10 minutes at all. We were so glued to that battle behind there with Mark Yonkers going backwards. But yeah, make no mistake, this is going to be a very difficult day at the office, because you're in between a Williams sandwich right now. Let's not forget that Tinko van der Velde up in front of the 66. All he has to do is just ease off a little bit and make sure that car in 3rd place can get past. But again, there's no need. None of these cars need to do anything more right now. Dominic Blyer is pushing as hard as he absolutely needs to make sure he's got this championship. Yes, a win would be nice. As Michael Romagnoli, you were just mentioning him there, I think gets into contact. Was at the number 60 at Lamborghini. We've got an Audi just recovering, or was it a Ferrari just in the background there? A very bruised and battered Ferrari there, the yellow and black one.
Yes, a little bit of drama further down the field. Romagnoli down into 21st position. Remember, he was into the high teens last time we checked in with the Italian driver, so some kind of drama has unfolded in the last few corners as Jordan Sherratt still in 2nd position. And this is yo-yoing, this is interesting. When we came straight back to these front row drivers, the 555 was really close to the back of that Ferrari, and it looks like there's a bit of a game being played, David, I think, at the front of the field. And I'll come back to that one though, because David Tinitza under massive pressure, arms around the outside. Tinitza has the inside line, there's not really too much room there. Tinitza gives him just about an Aston Martin's size gap, and then immediately elects to bail down pit lane. And David Christie, David Tinitza on pit lane with 30 minutes on the clock. This is not the strategy one would expect to see from the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team driver.
Yeah, that's a very bizarre move, unless he's wanting to shake things up strategy-wise. A very unusual timing on the pit stop there. Maybe he's got hardware failure or some sort of an issue there. We'll find out very shortly. He had plenty of time to abort that if he felt like he was being pushed down that road there. But again, he's in the pit lane. We'll wait and see what happens there as we're back with Chris Severe in the middle of a little fight. And I don't know how this happened, Paul, but look at this. It's like penalty, 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 penalty. 5 penalties in the top 30 just now. And yeah, that's going to cause some sort of havoc. But Tanitsa coming into the pit so early, it's definitely not a planned pit stop.
Although that may be a power move from the Italian driver, because it's an 8-hour race. Often you're going to go on and off strategy depending on weather conditions. There's a fair chance that rain will affect the running of this race at some stage during proceedings. So maybe if you're the likes of David Tanitsa, you're in a heavy battle, a risky battle in 13th place. Dive down a little bit early, get some clean air if you're confident in the pace of the car underneath you, and make the time up that way, because it'll all wash out at the end of an 8-hour race, I'm absolutely sure, and you can get yourself back on strategy again. That's a curious decision. Whether that was deliberate or accidental, I'd love to find out, but that could well be the move of the race for David Tanitsa. Let's keep a note on that one. 13th position he came in the pits from. Let's see how that unfolds over the hours to come.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how it works. Well, actually, look at this. We've got quite a few cars heading into pit lane just now as well. So maybe this is the thing. Maybe this is, well, it is just one actually. It's Romagnoli, and he was involved in that heavy incident earlier on. So again, what we don't know is, was there maybe contact that we couldn't see on that car? Was there maybe damage onto that car there? As we're still seeing Chris Rivera with Marco Macri just behind him. And just in front is Matteo Letto, but Jordan Sherritt back to this fight for the lead. And it's a bit deceiving, isn't it? Because they say it's a fight, but the cars basically are just going round in a procession, all 4 of them. They're not really interested in having a fight just now. And Paul, you can't blame them. They've still got a heck of a long way to go, and they know that they kind of just need to get through the next sort of 6 hours. Then they can think about fighting.
Yeah, it's a high-speed chess game. It's a lot like NASCAR in the United States, where the first 75% of the race is just lining your pieces up on the board, ready to charge. I'm saying that one, but Jordan Sherritt had a little stab to the inside of the Audi ahead, but elected to do nothing about it. 15-second time penalty for car number 7 for a lap 1 collision with the 296. Of course, car number 7 will serve that time penalty when they make their mandatory stop. That is Arndt in 13th position. But David, this is interesting. Look who that is at the front of this pack. I'm not talking about Tinko van der Velde. I'm talking about the yellow Lamborghini in front. That's David Tanitsa, almost a lap down. So if it was a strategic move, he needs to go like the clappers to stay in front of these cars, because drop a lap and all that strategic goodness is down the toilet.
Yeah, that's literally your race is done at that point if you go a lap down. It's so difficult to undo that amount of damage. I just want to draw your attention as well to that time penalty at the bottom there. Instant on lap 1, that is the Yaz Heat car, the 296 Ferrari of Valentin Barrier. It was collision there with the number 7, that's Felix Arndt, that gets a 15-second time penalty for that. So again, it's not really going to undo the damage there, but you have to say Valentin Barrier, that's a spirited recovery drive, doing everything he possibly can to try and bring that car back into contention.
And he's very much in contention. He's 18th overall, but where is he in class? 1, 2, oh, we've lost it now, so I'm not going to go back to that one. But he's certainly still in contention to score big points in the silver category if he continues his rate of progression. And as we've said many times in this race and in previous races in this championship and others, it is not over until it is over. I alluded to the weather conditions a few moments ago. At the start of the broadcast, we get a weather forecast. We don't know for sure what the weather's going to do, but we can have a forecast and an indication of what may or may not come. And rain is definitely suggested. It will play a part in this race. And David, you've done this gig many times before, as have I. When you get rain, things tend to be thrown upside down and on the head. So if you're the likes of Valentin Barrier, you're going to be doing a little rain dance in your cockpit, because the more variability that this race can throw at the drivers, the more opportunity you've got to recover that lost ground.
Yeah, you always want any chance of variability, so anything that could possibly change, you want that to happen. As we saw coming into the race weekend, there was a high chance of rain throughout this race here, and that's exactly what we may very well see happening. Again, we'll see it when it starts happening on the screen here, but for just now, all the drivers can do is concentrate on what's right in front of them. Certainly looks like a beautiful clear sky day here at the virtual Indianapolis so far, but as you mentioned, that can change very, very quickly indeed. But the Audi of Team van der Velde doing everything that he possibly can here. We'll look up the inside there, and that's contact! That is so... I mean, I don't understand, Paul, why? And chaos and carnage and Tobias Pepper facing the wrong way. That is almost certainly going to be, looked at from the stewards there, not going to put anything into their minds there. But John, why? Why would you do that on the final race? We're barely even an hour in.
Jordan Sherrill will be invited to write the foreword on Stupid Overtaking Moves, the latest book by professional racing drivers. That was not a wise move by the South African, the number 51 car. Not even realistically a bid to find a way past. That was more showing your nose. I think he got a little bit caught out by how slow the car ahead was travelling at that moment in time. Contact ensued, and Tobias Pfeffer is one of the big losers in that alongside Tinko van der Velde. Fourth position was seen on the timing tower. Let's see when that updates, if that remains accurate or if Tobias Pfeffer has lost yet more ground. Jordan Sherritt, the instigator in that bit of drama, is the man that's got away with that one the best. And Dominic Blyer, 555. And it's going your way, David, it's going your way. Blyer is now our new race leader.
Well, I don't normally make calls or predictions. Well, I do actually. I just keep them very hush-hush when I get them wrong, which is quite a lot, but I'm going to call it right now. That single move now has just decided the championship, the Pro Championship. Dominic Blyer in the lead of this right now. 7 hours 20, the way that they've been going this season. Third place, second place, third place. I can't see them finishing any lower than third place now from the lead of this race. Could happen, but why would you put yourself in that position? Yes, if it's a case of he's been caught out, as you said, by the car in front and he's locked up the brakes. That's not Jordan Sherritt though. We've seen him in umpteen different races and umpteen different championships. He doesn't make mistakes like that. He's been following the car around perfectly happy for the past 40 minutes there. So I just do not understand what on earth we just saw.
And it's interesting, David, that I was going to suggest that the Ferrari's looking a little bit more agitated behind the back of the Mercedes. We're seeing Nicholas Hoban now flash off the lights, looks to the inside, kind of get away past Marco Jonkers. Jonkers does not defend. These two cars are not racing in the same category. Marco Jonkers gives that position up into T1. But I was just going to say, David, before that incident took place, the Ferrari was looking a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more agitated than we'd seen at any point. And I was wondering, is Jordan Sherritt thinking now might be an opportunity to make a bid for the race lead, to pull away before we start to get into the opening pit window cycle? But all that thought process and all that potential has been taken away with the contact, and I definitely think that was a Jordan Sherritt mistake rather than a failed overtaking attempt. Hopefully we get to see that incident a little bit later on, but I'll say one thing for sure, our live stewards will be very busy over the next few minutes analysing that one.
Yeah, they've really not had a chance to get any rest whatsoever after that lap 1 incident. We've had contact and thrills and spills already through the first part of this race here. Just awesome stuff. And yeah, like I say, I've got my own personal feelings about how that's going to turn out. I think that's going to have single-handedly decided the championship, given the tall order that was on the cards for the number 4 car in second place in the championship. They were 18 points behind anyway, but with that Tetra 5 car going back to the lead of the race here, and potentially a penalty looking down the barrel of the gun for Jordan Sherritt and that Scuderia Ferrari, who were on an outside chance anyway. I mean, let's not forget they needed 30 points ahead of our championship leaders right now. Man, that is... wow. Well, you know, you certainly can't say that this SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Championship doesn't give you everything and then some.
Absolutely. And if anything, I know you're saying that that's handed the championship to the 555, and I can completely understand that point of view. it also conversely highlights how things can turn on their head in an absolute heartbeat. We've spent 40 minutes talking about how formation flying at the front of the field is the intelligent thing to do. The drivers were following the strip, and then all of a sudden, the click of a fingers, the blink of an eye, the flash of lightning, everything has changed at the front of the field. If the 555 finds itself in a similar such bit of drama within the next 7 hours and 18 minutes, and let's be honest, the odds are heavily stacked in the favour of that happening, all of a sudden a comfortable cruise to the championship could look very, very different indeed. So 1000% laser-like focus for that 555 team, who've still got to put drivers in that car that have not been on the racetrack yet. So don't forget, Dominic Wyer started this race. He's got teammates alongside him in the 555 that need to have their turn in the car, and those teammates are, as I look down here, Dennis Schoninger and Darren McCormack. Absolutely anything could happen, and it probably will do, as Artie Camera still trying to find a way past Luke Whitehead for 6th and 7th positions.
Yeah, that's the Wikipedia definition of optimism right there from the camera. Just looking up the inside of Luke Whitehead. Not really going to make a move on there though, but you can see penalty at the bottom of the screen. Instant between cars 938 and the number 7. The 938 is the absolute res tech by Aislith AMR, the Aston Martin, and Felix Arndt once again under the wary eye, shall we say, of the race control stewards there. Another 15-second penalty. That means that they're up to 30 seconds in the pit lane when they come in that number 7 car. So not the greatest start to the race for them. It was Fabien Pefet that we saw coming out of that incident about 10 minutes ago there. Seems to be losing a little bit of pace now. He's got Christopher and Andy Garcia just in front of him. Again, these Ferraris, a big gaggle of them outside the top 15 just now. And the Lamborghinis and the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris seem to be fairly evenly matched right now. But again, with 7 hours and 15 minutes left to go here, Paul, now I guess we have to start turning our attention to strategy, to pit stops, and where on earth this is all going to lead out, with so many of 10th to 30th position getting penalties. A 30-second time penalty for the number 72 car after contact with the number 60. So that is a huge penalty there. That's Renville Esports Blue. Now remember, they had a warning earlier on, and that's a VS Racing by Ballas Esports car that they caused a collision with. Currently Dario Lemulo behind the wheel of that one, racing for Christian this weekend.
Yeah, big challenge. Oh, big challenge here now. Artie Camera has found a way past Luke Whitehead. So remember, this is a battle that's been cooking for the last 30 minutes or so. Artie Camera eventually finds a way past in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. Luke Whitehead will not be happy about that one at all. Camera's been lurking at the back of that McLaren for several laps now. Can Whitehead dig deep and find a little bit more pace in the car to immediately respond to the BMW? Tiskovic behind is 2.5 seconds in arrears, so Tiskovic not quite in the conversation. He's got to fight all of his own with the 27 in the silver category further back, as Fabien Pefet that we're looking at now, he has an opportunity to find a way past Andy Garcia. Garcia runs wide, has the inside line in the Ferrari, but does not have the braking capacity to hold that position in the Jean Lacey Esport car. So Fabien Pefet finds a way past at the G League Esports 49 to 20th position.
Yeah, beautiful move there, and great respect there from Garcia to see that move wasn't, he wasn't going to be able to hold on to that, so he decided to just let that car go here, as we're back watching Jordan Sherritt in that second place there, as another position down for Alberto Garcia. You kind of thought that was going to happen there as that car starts to go further down as well. But Sherritt here, you get the feeling that he's got the sword of Damocles kind of hanging over his head right now after that earlier incident, and taking out that Williams Esports machine that's now down in 5th position, because that was, of course, our race leader. Again, just casting my mind back to that, and I'm sure we'll get a replay of that very, very shortly. There was almost nothing malicious about that move at all. It did look completely like, very similar actually to what we saw from Neufvicius in the 27 Ferrari about 20 minutes ago, where he just maybe overshot his braking marker, panicked and fired the car to the inside. Now thankfully he didn't hit anyone. But I think that's all that happened with Sherritt, and it shows just how quickly it can go wrong.
Absolutely, and that's also the danger, David. Remember when these cars were formation flying at the start of the race? You can fall into, when you're not pushing 110%, you can almost become a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too, your guard goes down a little bit compared to when you're on the absolute limit of what the car can do. And those sort of mistakes are very, very easy to walk into when, under normal circumstances, you would back yourself to never make that kind of error. And I dare say that's potentially what's happened with Jordan Sherritt. He's just running in a comfortable position, maintaining what's happening. The car ahead brakes a little bit harder, a little bit earlier than potentially you've seen him do in previous times. And to return on the racing brain so quickly, it's just not enough time to get that car slowed down and out of the way. And wham bam, thank you man, there comes the contact, and unfortunately all the shenanigans ensued. But I think you're absolutely right, our stewards will almost certainly have a little bit something to say about this one. And here's a commentator's nightmare. Two names most incredibly difficult to pronounce at speed is Tiskovic in 8th position and Junkevicius in 9th place, still squabbling away. Junkevicius in 2nd position in the silver category, so he's doing well for his class, but he fancies a way past that 25 Audi ahead.
It's a very, very determined and focused Tadas Junkevicius there in the number 27 West Competition Racing Machine. It just looks absolutely eyes on the prize. That was something that you said coming up onto the build-up here, Paul, for a lot of these drivers. They just have to be so focused, and that's exactly what we are seeing here from the youngster. The thing that I love about this championship as well, and sim racing as well, without going into our usual, what feels like a monthly nostalgia look to the past here, is the fact that it's really a championship for all ages here. Age is not a factor here. You've got, 15, 16, 17-year-olds that are able to take part in sim racing at the same level as 30, 40 and 50-year-olds, and all are equally as competitive as each other here. It's just great to see. And 7 hours and 10 minutes as a 40-year-old man, Paul, I'm happy for Tadas to be in the seat. He can have this one. I'd much rather be in the commentary seat right now.
Could not agree more. I would fold like wet paper if I was Tiskovic ahead. There's massive pressure. We saw the West Competition car for 27 running a little bit deep into T1, almost collecting the back of the Audi as you were making the statement of age is irrelevant. So a bit of experience maybe for Tiskovic there, just trying to encourage Junkevicius to make a mistake. But the 27 seems very quick at this moment in time. And David, we've got another 10-second time penalty on lap 23 for car number 51. That is Jordan Sherritt. So the stewards have assessed that mistake and elected to give a 10-second time penalty to the Scuderia Ferrari Esports driver. That is going to turn his race on its head. But if you ask me, that's borderline, a little bit fortunate. It's only 10 seconds for Sherritt.
Yeah, it could have been worse. Again, they penalised the it's they penalise the incident and not the outcome, which is always something that trips me up as well, because some incidents look a lot worse than others, and well, yeah, it's not a surprise, put it that way. There's zero surprise on that. Again, maybe the only surprise being that it was just a 10-second penalty, and you can see that news has just reached Jordan right now. A frustrated arm in the air there. I am wondering if Jordan's maybe a little bit cold there, because it looks like he's wearing his jumper on his bottom there just to keep himself a little bit warm there. Of course, if he is over there in South Africa, it's their winter right now, so yeah. When I say that,
than our summer.
I was so to say, having been over there in their winter, I can assure you it is still warmer than our summer's day over there.
Yeah, so Sherritt then with that 10-second time penalty, he'll serve that one at his next stop, which should be coming up between 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe away from this point in time. So that's not a deal breaker for Jordan Sherritt. Although there is the 10-second time penalty, that Ferrari is quick. The drivers within that Ferrari are very quick indeed. So they have got every opportunity to make that time up over the next 7 hours and 10 minutes of racing. So do not discount car number 51. I thoroughly expect to see that one in contention come the checkered flag as well, David. A light relief, frustration relief. A 10-second time penalty, by the way, as well for an incident between car 66 and 4 on lap 23. 10-second time penalty for car number 66 for failure to hold the brakes.
Oh, well, that is huge. That's Tinko van der Velde in the sister Williams Esports car, and that was Tobias Beckford there. So we saw that incident happen in real time. The car obviously rolling back onto the track there. Massive no-no in sim racing, especially with, you know, a lot of these drivers using the high force feedback wheels, direct drive wheels. Injuries can and have happened because of that. You kind of want to look out for your fellow racer, and race control obviously deeming that is not an appropriate thing to have happened. I wish, Paul, I wish that I shared your optimism and your hope. For me though, that Scuderia Ferrari, that day is done. That thing is toasted right now with that 10-second penalty, and here's why. They needed a win today for the championship. They needed to have a win to have any shot at this championship right now. With the way that car is driving right now, with the way the Ferrari, not just from him, but from the 25 as well, you said it yourself, the car looking very aggressive and twitchy. I just have the gut feeling that is not the last incident that we are going to see there, as an Audi tries to turn it in on the McLaren, and shock horror, the McLaren just can't disappear. Who would have known it? But the Audi just not able to do anything there, and it looks like Josh Staffen trying to make moves up on the inside. Well, that just happened. Josh Staffen, I think that's, shall we say, escorted that Audi to the inside line there. Josh Staffen might have to get some words there from race control there, but yeah, I think that Audi of Lateo is going backwards very quickly and is getting treated like a pinata, shall we say. Whatever happened to Josh Staffen and his disco ball and his party lights?
Oh, the disco ball is still very firmly in effect. I've seen that one rocking in various races. Whether he's using that one today or whether he's gone for a slightly cosier atmosphere, being as this one's a bit of a team race. Hopefully we'll see Staffen's onboard camera a little bit later on. By the way, David, this is someone to give a shout out to. Valentin Barrier decided not to give up. There is Josh Staffen, by the way. No disco ball this time. We're going to be racing into the night, so let's see what happens when darkness falls and is home in the HPD Yas Pro machine. But Valentin Barrier, 217th position in the 296, so that charge is continuing, and looking at the timing screens, he's lapping competitively as well. Last time around, a 36.1 is marginally faster than those cars around him, so Valentin Barrier not given this one up at all at this moment in time.
Well, what you have to factor in as well is that there's so many cars in that top 15 that have got time penalties as well. By the time that he comes into pit lane, that car will be in the top 10. Absolutely no question about it. That car will be in the top 10 after the first round of pit stops. That is a huge opportunity and a huge recovery drive for that 296. So again, looking at the championship standings, I was very quick to write that car off, but look at how quickly that has gone in that 296's favour. So again, I think this brings them right back into contention here as we see Josh Staffen a little bit creative there with the track limits there. I was going to say it's been a couple of rounds this season now from Josh where we've not seen the disco ball, we've not seen the party lights there, as Jordan Sherritt into pit lane to take that 10-second penalty then.
Yeah, so Jordan Sherritt a little bit earlier than the maximum stint time. Remember, 65 minutes is the maximum amount of time if you're going to completely max out your driving time in the car that drivers are eligible to. We've only been 55 minutes of racing, so Jordan Sherritt, the first of our front runners to jump down pit lane, served their first stop of the race, and of course the 10-second time penalty will be applied as well to the South African driver's car. That moves Valentin Barrier up into 16th position. He fancies 15th position, but there is one of his class rivals, the 72 of Noman, ahead. Very close is the Yas Heat SRO Pro machine as Barrier gets almost in to the back of the Aston Martin, just about avoids contact, lives to fight another day. But this is big now. Does this suggest to you, David, that Ferrari is not quite as efficient on fuel economy as some of the rivals around them at the front of the field?
I'm not sure, because looking at one, we can't make that decision because we've still got another like 10 of them in the field. So unless the rest of them pit this lap, I would be cautious to say that maybe they're going to a different strategy. Maybe they're trying to do the undercut. The undercut does work quite well here at Indianapolis, but again, we have to look at the rest of them. We have to look at like Sever, Lee, Murtasov, Unikovic, just up there in that 8th position as well. So the signs are in that favour. The car just looks a little bit more aggressive, it's a little bit more fighty. Maybe there's a little bit more in the top end that it has got access to at a circuit like this, but again, it's just too early to say at this stage in the race here. But Jordan Sherritt comes out of pit lane all the way down outside the top 30. Now again, that means nothing outside of the context because we need everybody else to come into the pits. But again, I'm trying to think of back to Davtinitsa, who came into the pits there, and how far back that car is now out of contention.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just goes to show, by the way, how close this field of drivers is. We've had nearly 1 hour's worth of running around the Indianapolis Grand Prix course, and a pit stop has dropped Jordan Sherritt from a comfortable second position, to 32nd in the field, almost to the very back of the grid. That's how close this race is, and that's why David and I are getting so excitable about these 10, 15, 30-second penalties. When you are running so close for so long, that has a big impact on your overall prospects. So Jordan Sherritt, of course, he will cycle back up the running order when everybody makes their stops in a few moments' time. But that's a really good visual way of indicating the closeness from front all the way to the back of these drivers.
Just also a quick shout out to Amadeo Castorino in the 85, second place overall, but first place in silver class, holding his own ahead of Tobias Pfeffer in that Intercontinental number 4. Great effort as we're coming up to the start of another hour.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been an hour already, so let's have a look at what happened right off the start. Tinko van der Velde in the Williams Esports machine and Dominic Blyer in the other Williams Esports machine. They were first and fourth on the grid. They looked to convert that one into an early race lead. Marco Jonkers was the early race leader of the silver category and doing good work in the BMW, although he got mugged off the start by Jordan Sherritt. There was contact further down the running order as well, involving several cars off to the side of the racetrack. At the front of the field, though, all was clean from our first 10, 15 cars. There's Romagnoli, heavy into the barriers in the Aston Martin, turn around on the braking zone. He quickly recovered, though, and there was the Ferrari of the Yaz Heat team. Early dramas. Valentin Barrier has work to do, but he's continuing to do that one as the race unfolds. At the front of the field, though, we had a great battle, little mistake there from one of the Hondas, the 121, off into the gravel. But the early stage of this race, we suggested, David, at the top of the show, that the drivers may want to apply an element of caution. On this occasion, caution went completely out of the window, and everybody's treating this one like a very hard and very fast touring car race.
Well, we say that because we're mature, respectable adults, but realistically we know exactly what's going to happen. We just know that these are racing drivers. They're going to put the foot down. They want to get that position ahead of the car in front. And yeah, it's always going to happen that way. But again, some very heavy penalties being dished out, and again you're starting to see the results of those penalties with a lot of these cars starting to head in. Now, your question was about that Ferrari, the lean Ferrari that we had up front there. Unikovic just into the pit lane now, but again, still a lot of Ferraris out there on track. So it might have just been that car up in front just pushing a little bit harder than those outside the top 15.
Does seem interesting, though, that Juknevicius, our second place man in silver, is down pit lane, also in a Ferrari. Chris Severt as well jumps down pit lane. So the first three, shall we say, regular pit stoppers have been Ferrari drivers. So that is curious. We'll keep our eye on that one as things unfold to see if that's going to have an impact, because, of course, it's important to see if you can run longer in your stint. You can minimise potentially having to make another pit stop further down the race, as well as Tiskovic, 7th position, holds on from Nicholas Huberman behind.
Yeah, certainly can. Let's have a look at what happened then with that Sherritt incident. So he fired the car up the inside. There was never any room there. You can see why the 66 got that penalty, although it was a split-second moment after that And I mean, it just shows you how quickly things can go wrong there. But for me, I don't understand it, because there was never any room, or there was never enough room to put that car up on the inside. It was always going to wash out because the curb just throws the car out anyway. And it was just a bit of a needless situation there, Paul.
It really was. I'd love to see that replay again, but from on board Jordan Sherritt's Ferrari from a little bit earlier on in the incident, to see if that was indeed, as we surmised during the live incident, more a reactive staying out of trouble, being caught out, or was it a pre-planned but went wrong overtaking manoeuvre as Jack Olivier that we're looking at in 12th position. He's another car coming out of pit lane, so several drivers down pit lane now, mostly in the silver category, but Dominic Blyer is still our race leader. Castorino is still the leader of the silver category, so the two championship leaders lead their respective classes as we just passed the 1 hour mark. Tobias Pfeffer, that we saw facing the wrong direction a little bit earlier on, he's in for third position in car number 4, and Tinko van der Velde still to serve that 10-second time penalty, holds on to 4th, but expect to see that car plummet once the pit stop cycle has worked its way through this first round.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly where Tinko van der Velde is going to end up once he does serve that 10-second penalty, because Houben and Junkers are going to be the cars that are roughly about that extra 10 seconds behind there. So we'll wait and see here. But the likes of Felix Arndt getting a 30-second penalty, that's going to put them out the top 20. George Staffin's going to drop all the way out here. So yet again, staying to that point, I think that 296 car is going to make huge gains up here, possibly even up into 7th, 8th position as Tobias Pfeffer in the pit lane.
Right there, Tobias Pfeffer in pit lane, Nicholas Houben down pit road as well, and we see Jonkers and Michael Jonkers from 2nd position in the silver category come down pit lane. There is Jonkers in the bright purple BMW, there is Nicholas Houben in the bright pink AMG Mercedes. That allows Artie Camera up into 3rd position. He continues to hound Tinko van der Velde, although Camera will be well aware that van der Velde will be serving that 10-second time penalty, so that car will disappear from contention, in effect, the track position for Artie Camera once the pit window is over and done with. Luke Whitehead, he seems a little bit further back than I would have expected at this juncture as well, in 5th position. Remember, Whitehead and Camera were as one for much of the opening portion of this race, but Camera has more pace at this moment in time. Michael Bischkoff, that we're looking in the Porsche, not many Porsches in the sharp end of the grid. He's up to 8th position, armed with 1 million time-second penalties to serve. Is the car just in front, and Olivier in 9th place just behind. And there's that man, Valentin Barrier, 10th position now. Yes, it's artificial, David, because the car's stopped, but goodness me, that is a very fine recovery drive from the Frenchman so far.
It certainly is, and there's not all that much artificial about that just now, because the cars in front of him all have to stop as well, so they're going to go further back. Yes, he might lose 1 or 2 positions, but look at that in front. Olivier has got a 10-second penalty, Arndt has got 30 seconds, and Tinko van der Velde into the pits as well. So this is it now. Of course, timer stint is running out. Everyone's going to have to be in this lap here. Almost contact out the pit lane there.
Yeah, close as you like between our two cars there, and as you say, the pit stop time at 65 minutes, maximum stint time. That will be exactly when the clock hits 6 hours and 55 minutes remaining, so everybody jumping down, trying to maximise the amount of time that they're in the car, minimise the amount of time they're in pit lane. And Jordan Sherritt, who was the first of our race leaders, so to speak, to make their stop. Remember, they made their stop with 7 hours and 5 minutes left on the clock. So the number 51 car has had some clean air. He's had an opportunity to try and push and get some lap time out of his Ferrari. Let's see how well that has worked for the South African driver as he's charging through the final section of corners. Now, tricky little section here at the Indianapolis Grand Prix course. The Ferrari, no problem whatsoever, hard on the accelerator. There is the race-leading 555 car coming out of pit lane now. Darren McCormack behind the wheel. Will Jordan Sherritt inherit the race lead? I think he will, quite comfortably indeed, in fact, as we now charge. This is going to be a race off pit lane. Sherritt on the racetrack, McCormack in the pit lane. They rejoin, does the 555. Where is the Ferrari? There it is. Darren McCormack retains the race lead. That early stop, David, has not worked for Jordan Sherratt.
Yeah, it really, really has. I don't know what to say, because it was such a tight sort of gap that was going to happen there, and it just did not happen there for that Ferrari. And Jordan Sherratt there, you can see, just really, really struggling to hold on to that one. 3 seconds back though, it's not the end of the world, but certainly, I mean, the plus side of it is what a hell of a drive they have done trying to get that undercut in. They've avoided all the traffic around them. They've minimised what was a 10-second penalty. I mean, God knows how they've done that. That is just awesome stuff. But the question has to be, have they, taken a compromise on strategy? Have they taken on less fuel? Have they taken on, did they take on less tyres or whatever to make up for that gap? I think they're going to have here, but either way, they're still within contention here. Just.
Yeah. If I was the crew of the number 51 car, considering the fact that they've taken that 10-second time penalty, they've lost probably 2 seconds compared to when the pit window, well, it's not a pit window, but you know what I mean, the pit cycle. Before the pit cycle, they were painted to the back of the 555. Now they're 2.7 seconds away, and they've served 10-second time penalty. And the penalty, in effect, has been that they've lost about 10 minutes. They've stopped 10 minutes earlier than they would have liked to have done. I'd be very satisfied indeed if I was the 51 car with that one. Castorino, third position, still leading class in silver as well, but he's got Tobias Dronovold fighting tooth and nail for that track position. So Castorino has a little bit of thinking to do. Nils Naujoks jumps behind the wheel of the 89, so Camera gets a well-earned break after a very good opening stint for the 89 machine. They're fifth overall, and Grantis Caracas jumps in behind the wheel of the 912. Luca Lozio takes over the 63 in 7th position. That's a good recovery for the 63, David, as well. Good to see those bit of 7th place.
Yeah, and also noticing that I was maybe a little bit over-optimistic on Walsingham and the 296 Yas Heat machine on their recovery drive. Not quite able to get into the top 10 just yet, but certainly making huge headway just now. And in that silver class car, down in 15th position, but in that 6th position in silver class. So Tobias Grunwald there in the number 4s who we're watching just now, just behind Amadeo Castorino. Again, that silver class car, that 85, really impressed me with the job that it's doing just now. But 6 hours 50 left to go in this race, and now, this is where we start to roll the dice yet again. We start looking skywards. What is the weather going to do in this race? Still looks very clear, not too much of a cloud in the sky.
No, so far so good in terms of weather here in the virtual Indianapolis Grand Prix circuit for the very final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. Round 5 of 5 here at Indianapolis in the United States. We've got a championship to decide in the pro classification. We've got another championship to decide in the silver standings as well. And let's not forget, David, just as important as the overall champions, there are an incredibly tight spread of points from 1st all the way down to 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th positions. So you've got lots and lots of teams squabbling to get the best championship finish they can. And for them, the higher up in the order you finish, the more cash money you'll take home at the end of the season. So there are lots and lots of stories that still need to play out over the course of this race.
Yeah, and again, it just proves how important these finishes are, even on this final round of the championship. So very crucial to get the best possible performance for yourself and for your team as well. We were talking about the individual drivers earlier on there, Paul, and some of them will be wanting to try and make a name for themselves to make sure they've got a seat for 2024. But for the team as well, there's still, as you said, there's maybe say 20-30 points between 15 teams in this championship, and that is way too close. That is literally the case for just putting the foot in and just making sure you get the best possible finish that you can in this championship. What we sometimes see through other championships as well, Paul, and I know we were talking about it off air beforehand, is that through some leagues and championships, inevitably you see fall off from the drivers and from the teams taking part in the championship, whether or not they turn their attention elsewhere or they just don't have the drivers to be able to compete in these championships, but still, again, showing how seriously all of these teams are taking this championship.
Yeah, big. I mean, we'll say this properly at the end of this broadcast, being the season finale, but you make a good point that I want to try to elaborate on a little bit now. Is it just a massive congratulations to everyone that's taken part in this series. I've either commentated on or followed closely all the way through the year the level of driving, the commitment of the teams and the drivers, the dedication that everybody on track and behind the scenes, of course, as well, has shown towards putting this championship together and delivering what I think I'm not being unfair to say has been some sensational racing. Really is absolutely fabulous. And while I'm saying all that, one Tinko van der Velde still wants to give a bit of entertainment in the 66. He's trying to find a way past Anka and Pavlovsky ahead, as well as Luca Lazio in the mix as well. So the fighting continues, but to go back to my point, David, it really has been absolutely sensational so far to see really, really talented drivers and teams at the absolute top of their game, putting on racing that you could argue has been as good, if not slightly better, than its real-world equivalent.
Absolutely, and any time that you can even remotely suggest that is a great place for sim racing to be.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to rack my brains around this one, because YouTube chat had thought that we forgot about the penalty for Jordan Sherritt. I assure you, we fully remembered about his 10-second penalty. Now, Tinko van der Velde, though, got a penalty as well, and look at him, he is in the middle of hell right now, behind Luca Lozio, Nicholas Anka and Pavlovsky as well. So again, for me, that just underlines what a hell of a strategy play Jordan Sherritt has just done by pulling it in the undercut and coming in early. And also, Mr. Porsche T on YouTube pointing this out here, the pace of Jordan Sherritt right now is sensational. He's been taking about 0.2 of a second off of Dara McCormack since he came out. That gap was 3 seconds when he came out of pit lane. It's now 2.4 seconds. That 51 car is absolutely gunning for the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's been very intelligent driving from Sherritt and the Ferrari team. Recognise they've got a problem, looked at what they can do to mitigate or minimise, at the very least, the penalisation they've been awarded, and coming down pit lane early, buying themselves some fresh air on the racetrack, and confidence as well in your ability to be able to extract those lap times. Because let's not forget, being fast is impressive, of course it is, and the pace that Jordan Sherritt's showing is impressive. But for me, what's even more impressive is the ability to reel off lap after lap after lap. I always say this to people that are new to sim racing, that ask me questions about how to be competitive in racing. It's fine being quick. If you're a second faster than everybody else every lap, but every fourth lap you make a 6-second mistake, then that's useless. You've got to have power and control, and Jordan Sherritt has been delivering very well indeed as Tinko van der Velde looks to the outside. The Lamborghini of Luca Lozio does not like that one iota. Van der Velde does well to keep the car on the grey stuff, now looks to the inside line in the Audi, doesn't have enough room to get past the Italian Audi, and then continues to charge onwards. But that's a good bit of driving from those two drivers, and I've got a feeling this one's going to squabble on, as the formerly Marco Yonkers machine, now Victor Nicolai car, is also very firmly on the tail of this one. A new set of tyres, some fuel in the car, a fresh driver behind the wheel, and that BMW has dug around and found itself some more speed.
Oh, let's go. Somebody is going to end up crying to race control after this one. I absolutely guarantee it. Is up the inside. Beautiful move there from Tinko van der Velde. Takes the position with absolutely no question whatsoever, as Luca Lozio forced down into that 10th position there. Great move there. You get the question though, is Luca Lozio going to be able to hold on from the likes of Lars Kisser and Victor Nicolai right now? As up the inside goes Lars Kisser there for Unicorns of, I was going to say Unicorns of Love there in the Team HRT, because of course that is just synonymous with that livery. But the 4 and 5 team, they've just been doing absolutely brilliantly, and Team HRT by Unicorns of Love, to give its proper title there, they have just been doing the absolute business this season, Paul.
Yeah, really, really good. And here we go again now. Arlozio down the inside. The grunt and go of the Mercedes overcomes the Lamborghini. Let's remember, Lozio, in the hands of David Tenitzer at the start of this race, pitted significantly earlier than the rest of the field. So the tyres now are starting to go away from that 63 machine. Yes, it's lighter in fuel, but the rubber on the road is not quite as alive as some of those cars. And I think that Lamborghini is starting to drop back. It's worked in the short term, but long term, that strategy is not quite working out as they drop outside the top 10 and Lars Kisser begins to pull away in the pink Mercedes in pursuit of Tinko van der Velde. Remember, van der Velde started in pole position. He's had his fair share of dramas, including time penalties, but ninth position is a solid recovery at this juncture of the race for the number 66 machine. Still very firmly in contention to be on the podium come the checkered flag. We'll be right on board with Victor Nicolai, West Competition Racing, car number 1 for the BMW. They're currently 4th position in silver, 13th overall, and there is Nicholas Anker, the podium for the silver category, as there is Luca Lozio, goes and becomes the most expensive lawnmower in the world, and that is an easy overtake for Nicolai and Anker ahead.
Oh man, you hate to say it, but that car looking very, very unstable there. The BMW as well always catches my eye for like the first 15 minutes of the stint, where it looks absolutely amazing, until it no longer looks amazing and it starts going backwards very, very quickly. But that Porsche of Nicholas Anke really just struggling to the straight line speed of that BMW. But again, what we'll see is either the tyres get overdriven, or the car just loses the pace that it has, and then suddenly it starts going backwards very, very quickly indeed. But with just, you know, an hour and 15 minutes gone, I keep having to say that, Paul, because it feels like we've done about 4 hours already with the amount of drama and action and chaos that we've had already. It's only been just over an hour that we've had here. If this is anything to go by, we are going to need a dark room and an energy drink at the end of this race.
Yeah, it's been another absolute cracker, and just like every single time I step into the box for the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye, I'll look at the schedule before, say, okay, I'm on for a couple of hours here and an hour there and a couple of hours there. That's good, I've got plenty of daytime to do the boring chores that I have to do over a weekend. And every single time I'm in the box, I look and go, I've only got half an hour left. I could stay for the duration because this has been fantastic. This is not a slow burning race like you see in general endurance racing. The drivers, the big difference between sim and real, one of the big differences, we haven't got to worry about mechanical failures unless you do stupid things going down the gearbox, which none of these drivers will make that mistake. So you can push this car to 100, you have to push this car to 110% every single second of the race. This strategy, there's different drivers getting up to speed and bringing themselves to speed in the race when they jump behind the wheel. It's got everything you could wish to want in a real or virtual motor race. And just like you said at the start of the show, David, I'm exactly the same. I'm often getting a bit more hyped than is necessary because I just love what we do. But this doesn't need any additional hype. It is sensational, and frankly, David, I am devastated it's the last one of the year.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic, fantastic season. We've always had, every time we do this Intercontinental GT Championship, it's just been stellar. It's the only word I can use for it. The level of fighting, the level of camaraderie, the level of drama, as we see Jonas Fox having a little look up the inside of Mazur. Can he get the car broke in time? He does, but the Audi's just going to keep that inside line in that 114 just now. It's had everything you want to do. And again, it comes down to the fact that we are very, very old people in the sim racing world here, Paul.
Experience, sir.
Yes, experience. That's the word I meant to use there. We've seen so much. So when you see this happen and you see proper, like, what we could have only dreamed of seeing 10, 15 years ago in terms of battles, championships, competition, publicity, it's just had everything that we could want to see from a real-life championship, except with a bonus that it's a sim racing championship. And as you said there, I'll come back to that in a second, Pavlovsky, have a little bit of mind games up the inside there of Zahir Essa. It makes me as a commentator so proud to be part of this. Not just part of the championship, but to, like, take part in what these drivers are doing. You know, you kind of follow along like everybody else at home, with how the season is going, and watching these drivers develop, and watching the championship develop as well. There's an insane amount of pride and happiness at being part of this incredible season.
Beautiful words, David Christie, that I agree with 100%.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was lovely. I can't add to that in any way. I desperately would like to add to it, because I strongly feel the same, but I don't think I could say anything better than what you just said there. Completely agree. It's a fabulous time to be involved in the world of virtual motorsports, either as a broadcaster or a commentator or as a driver. And remember, this is the SRO Esports Endurance Championship. This is for the absolute pinnacle, the best of the best. But there is so much motor racing out there in a virtual world that anybody at any skill or experience level can get involved with. Yes, they won't be as grand in stature as the SRO Esports competitions are, because this is the top of the tree, so to speak. But if you love what you're seeing on YouTube, if you're watching on the GT World YouTube channel, fire up the game, get involved in this yourself, and hopefully next year or in the near future be able to see you on the track with these guys and girls and performing at this kind of level, because it really is an inclusive for all sport, and that's why I absolutely adore sim racing. You don't need millions to go racing. You can pick up on a very, very modest budget indeed and participate in championships of all different levels, community organised or professionally organised, and it's a really beautiful industry. As Kamil Pawlowski in the ITB Sandflock Racing number 25 seems to be falling away a little bit from the back of the 27 Ferrari. Remember, Essa is now second in the silver category, so the 27 making a bid for a strong points haul so far in this race, but 6 hours 37 minutes 42 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of racing to go.
There absolutely is, and again, I think now centre heads have prevailed through a lot of the fields here. We're seeing a lot of larger gaps starting to open up, and little pockets of drivers all coming into each other here, as Jonas Fox there has another little look up the inside of with the red velvet Esports blue machine of Missouri in that 114, gets moved on, and again it was a couple of laps overdue on that one, but the Aston Martin does make its way past the Audi there as well. And again, you know, just going back to the point there about the cars starting to spread out a little bit, this is now where the drivers are focusing on their own race. Some of the cars have swapped over drivers, so you've got your second drivers into the car. Some of them have still got their original starting drivers still behind the wheel of that one. As we're seeing Jonas Fox getting a little bit of a breather here. And I cannot overemphasise how important it is that these drivers, when they go along that back straight there, you know, you'll see them almost kind of doing a sanity check. They'll maybe have a chat with their teammates, maybe just take a very quick opportunity to kind of stretch out as much as they can as well, and kind of take note of what exactly is going on with the car and with the race in general. They have to be able to take that stock and kind of breathe out a little bit as well. We're seeing Luca Bert here for Rocket Sim Sport. Now, interesting story actually from behind the scenes with Rocket Sim Sport. I believe they're on a recovery drive as well here, and that car actually ended up having to go back to pit lane because it started the race for some reason on wet tyres. So they had to quickly get that car back. I believe they took it in on the formation lap back in to dry tyres, but again they start from the back of the grid. It's been a bit of a recovery drive for that number 22 Ferrari.
Yeah, and obviously you'll lose a lot of time as well in pit lane when everybody else is going flat chat down into T1 and starting their race proper. You're still trundling down at the 60 kilometres an hour pit lane speed limit. So not only do you lose the real estate on the racetrack, you also lose the time gap as well to the cars ahead. So Luca Bert now behind the wheel of that Rocket Sim Sport machine. He's charging back up through the field, 32nd at this moment in time, but there's plenty of time to try and recover. Maybe not necessarily are you going to be at the absolute sharp end of the grid, but you go for as big a recovery drive as you possibly can as the Hiesa continues to lead this little squabble, South African versus the Polish driver of Kamil Pawlowski behind. Pawlowski having a quiet stint so far, trapped behind the back, of that West competition racing Ferrari. You feel that the Audi maybe has a little bit more pace if he can find a way past the Ferrari, but overtaking is slightly difficult when two cars are very similarly paced, as we see Caracas and who's that? That's one of the Hondas, I think it is, further afield, having a bit of a squabble as well. So Essa is now under pressure. They've got slower cars. There we go. The Porsche gets well out of the way. Blue flags from the virtual marshals are waving, but this is the best opportunity yet for Karol Pawlowski to try and find a way past that number 27.
Yeah, that's the 121 Honda just in front. That's our last cab company. That is Jorge Lopez behind the wheel of the 121. So he'll be wanting to get himself out of harm's way as quickly as he possibly can. Just a little note as well, we were watching with quite a lot of anticipation on Jordan Sherritt as he came out of the pit lane after serving that penalty, and the fantastic pace that he had. That does seem to have eased off a little bit now. He's losing about a tenth of a second to Darren McCormack in the lead of this race now. The gap up to 2.6. If you remember, it was coming all the way down to about 2.1, so it does look like that gap is starting to eke out the other way now. And I do wonder if that car will be able to catch up to the race leader. But again, you know, we're going to start seeing, believe it or not, we're going to start seeing some pit stops from those early outliers again in the next 10 minutes, I think, here.
Yeah, the Lamborghini in particular, currently driven by Luca Lazio, will be the prime candidate for getting down pit lane, the first of everybody. He came in exceptionally early at the start of this race, and Jordan Sherritt, as you say, starting to lose a bit of pace, but remember, he's got 10 more minutes on those tyres than the cars around him. So now the Ferrari's back in contention. Now he's back in the same postcode of the race leaders. It's time to apply the strategy again, try and eke out the longevity of the car to start reducing over. You're not going to do it all in one stint, but over the course of the next few hours, if you can just eke out another few tenths of a second in terms of your pit window strategy and close down that 10-minute deficit as much as possible over the next few hours, that's exactly what Jordan Sherritt and the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team will be looking to achieve. And David, this brings me on to another interesting aspect of this race that we've not spoken about too much, and that's the army of people behind the scenes at these teams, the engineers, the strategists, all looking at the data, all coaching the drivers on what they need to do. As Jonas Vokes uses a knife-like manoeuvre down the inside to get the position, taking away the 72, very incisive there, throws that Aston Martin down, and that forward progression continues in the Renwelton Esports Blue machine.
Plain, calm and clinical there from Jonas Vokes for Renwelton Esports Blue, scything up the inside of Louis Rotors there, and the Audi had absolutely nothing to answer with as well. Again, seeing the raw pace and power here of the Renwelton Esports Blue machine. And again, we're not just talking about the cars, as you just pointed out there is a wealth of talent behind the scenes involved in these races, not just the drivers. So if you imagine, say there's 4 drivers or 3 drivers taking part in this race, on top of that you will have at least 2 to 3 personnel per driver involved behind the scenes, whether that's involved in making setups for the cars, whether that's involved in sitting, watching the race with Google Sheet or Microsoft Excel open or whatever, some sort of spreadsheet, and just manually taking down lap times and working down on a spreadsheet when they're roughly going to be coming in, what options they've got strategy-wise, all that sort of stuff. Some of the more professional teams, some of the more established teams have even got things like nutritionists and dietitians at standby for these drivers. A fun little aside is the fact that the likes of Jaroslav Honzik, he's exploring doing diets just now as well, and the impact that it's having on his real life racing and sim racing as well. It's a very, very wide range of people that are involved behind the scenes, and it's definitely a far cry from, even like the old days of real life motor racing, where you could have drivers who would be out on a Sunday and you'd see them in the papers, out partying, drinking and smoking. Yeah, we don't have those days anymore, and we don't tend to have much of those days with sim racing. You might still get away with it a little bit as well, but there's certainly, the point being, there's a heck of a lot of people involved behind the scenes, not just the drivers now.
Yeah, absolutely. You're trying to find, you're always exploring opportunities to find those few tenths of a second, and you need those tenths of a second when the field is so close. Look at Tom Docker now in the number 7 Aston Martin, back behind the wheel car, number 24, new driver installed in the cockpit. Pirella is the driver that he's trying to find a way past. The silver category, racing for position, racing for class position, running down into T1 now. Gorka shows the car to the inside, not close enough to make a move, just trying to unsettle the 938 ahead. Keeping very close attention behind as well is the 17 Ferrari, the Nicola behind the wheel, keeping a watching brief on these two. Any kind of interaction in a negative way between these two cars, that will open the door for that Ferrari behind. That's exactly what he hopes to achieve, but it's for my money the number 7 Aston Martin looks the quickest of this trio of cars. And David, the age-old problem that we've seen all race long, you can be as quick as you want to be, trying to find a way past, trying to force your rival into a mistake is not the work of a moment for these drivers.
No, it absolutely isn't. It takes like 2-3 laps basically to get a move done, because you're usually eyeing up your prey, you're eyeing up the car in front and where you can get past, where they're weak, where you're stronger, where you get the draft, and where you can safely make that move and make it stick. And I feel like I've said this every single race this season, but yet again we've seen it so many times through this opening hour and a half here. You can look fast all you like, but if you're going to make a move, you better be damn sure you make it stick, because you're going to have at least 1, 2, 3 cars behind you that are chomping at the bit and will absolutely scoop up any mistake that you make or you force the car in front into making as well. And that is exactly what we're seeing here from Gorka. He's all over the back of that fellow Aston Martin or Correa, but he's also got that number 17 of the Nicola in the Ferrari, just waiting very patiently.
Once again, shows the nose to the inside for the run down into T1. That's not an overtaking manoeuvre, that's trying to pressure the Aston Martin ahead into making a mistake. Concentrate on corner exit, keep the car turned a little bit tighter. The nose, once again, just having a little sniff to the inside of that white and black machine in front. Gorka does not have enough of an overlap at this moment in time. He's completely reliant on a mistake for Pirella at the front of this little pack. They're currently in 23rd, 24th and 25th position overall, but remember, these are silver category drivers. Every position you can gain give you potentially more championship points, will potentially move you further up the championship order, and will pay out more cash money at the end of the season. You cannot afford to leave anything on the table. The Get Closer Racing IGTC number 7 machine is currently on its tippy toes. Can he find a way past Tom Gorka? Looking one way and then the other, following in the wheel tracks, the same car, the same philosophy, the same advantages and disadvantages on this Indianapolis racetrack. It's all down to the drivers behind the wheel, and at this moment in time, Michele Pirella seems to have an answer for that silver car behind.
Yeah, for me, with it being an hour and a half into the race, this is now where the fight starts to die down. The embers just kind of burn on softly in the background here, because this is where autopilot has to kick in. You just get on with it. You need the next 5 hours to go by as quickly as you possibly can. You're certainly going to scoop up whatever places that you can do, but you're not wanting to put yourself in any real issue whatsoever. Also, you know, as we said earlier on, we're watching on with great interest to see how Dario Lamula does. The rest of the team at VS Racing by Ballas Esports, of course, racing for Christian in the memory of Christian Colagrosso, who was so cruelly taken away from us over the past week here, and obviously we'll be rooting for them to get the best possible result here as well. But I just want to bring to your attention, Paul, look at the way that Dario is driving that car right now, how much, you know, correction he's having to put into the wheel mid-corner here, and you imagine every single driver along there, such as the level of detail, such as the level of feedback that these drivers able to get now from these simulations here. They're able to make those micro corrections in real time, and you know, it just shows how much control of the car they're actually got.
Yeah, absolutely, dancing the car over the tarmac almost. It is a massively hard work behind the wheel. You've got the forces, you've got the pressure of the race itself, and you've got to be so precise. You've got to be so aggressive to get the lap time out of these cars. And somebody who's not afraid of being a little bit aggressive when the needs arise is this man, Nils Naujoks. He's been relatively quiet so far in this stint. BMW M Team BS Plus competition car, the number 89 machine of Nils Naujoks now is very firmly having Tobias Groenewald in his sights ahead. The number 4 Team Unicorns of Love machine under pressure now. Naujoks seems to have a little bit more pace in that BMW. We've seen the car strongly move through the order in the hands of Artie Camera in the opening stint, but Naujoks now is taking his turn behind the wheel, and it looks to me, David, like he may be thinking this is starting to get into the window where an overtake needs to be thought about, as we're around 20 minutes or so away from seeing the first of our second round of pit stops take place, as Kamil Pawlowski continues to follow in the wheel tracks of Essa in 7th and 8th position. So Pawlowski not quite able to get in contention with that Ferrari ahead either.
Absolutely, and again, strategy is going to be the real order of the day here. You're going to have to think about whether or not you can actually make moves happen, as Luca Lozio for Lamborghini Esports team into pit lane. The other thing I wanted to point out here is that yes, you always have a lot of penalties on the first lap coming out, but I haven't seen a single penalty handed out in the second hour of the race here, and I wonder if that is a sign that everyone has just kind of eased off a little bit here, or maybe learned the lesson that you kind of don't want to overstep the mark, and it's better to just back off a little bit than push things that little bit too far here, Paul.
Yeah, now it's a case of exporting the strategy that you pre-planned behind the scenes out onto the racetrack. As we've seen, Tom Gorka has found a way past the Aston Martin, so we didn't see that on camera, but Gorka moves himself up into 22nd position. Pirella is still very, very firmly in the fight, but he's under pressure now from the Nicola behind. So this is an opportunity for the number 7 to show what, if any, pace is in that Get Closer Racing IGTC machine and gap this pack behind. We're also seeing Shunin Gong has managed to buy into this fight as well, so the McLaren making that a fight of 4 further down the running order. And the fight is hard at the front, David, but it's all the way down the field, isn't it? Even in the I say even, and I mean no disrespect, but in the likes of the 21st, 22nd, 23rd positions, we're racing just as hard, if not harder, than at the front of the field.
It really is, and again, this just goes back into something you were saying about 10 minutes ago here, Paul, is the fact that all of these teams are still fighting for the remainder of those positions in the championship. We're obviously, got a firm focus on the winners of the championship, but for these teams, every single position in this championship matters. It doesn't matter whether you're going to finish in 12th or 25th. It matters where you finish in terms of the prizes that are on offer, in terms of the ability to promote your team next season. You can say that we finished in the top 15 in one of the biggest esports championships in sim racing. It matters massively for these teams here. So it's a big thing here, and that is exactly why they're pushing so hard through the remainder of this race. And also, let's not forget, they are racing drivers. They may be sim racing drivers, but they are still got the same instincts. You want to get past that car that's in front.
Yeah, absolutely. With 6 hours, 21 minutes left on the clock, every second that you can gain now, you have absolutely no idea how valuable that may be when we get into the night and we get closer and closer to that checkered flag. It may open up more strategic possibilities. It may give you track position. It may allow you to grab a position that at this moment in time doesn't quite feel as realistic as it may do in a few hours down the road. Lars Kisser, 10th position at this moment in time in the number 5 machine. He's got Tinko van der Velde. Van der Velde not moving forward after the opening cycle of pit stops and the time penalty and the dramas that the number 66 pole sitting car was subjected to earlier in the race, but currently well inside the top 10 and still within striking distance of those cars ahead. Nils Naujoks that we're looking at there in a very curious webcam position that we're seeing, but Nils Naujoks focusing away, and he's still trying to find a way past that number 4 car in front. While they're fighting Grantas Caracas, he's still a further few seconds back, so no threat from behind for now, Yox. It's all about finding a way past. With traffic ahead of us, David, this is as good as opportunity as any to leverage that traffic and see if now Yox can use all of that experience, all of that speed to try and put one over the Tobias Gronewold car in front. So now Yox continues on his way. 5th position, 4th position is car number 4, one of, let's remember, the championship contenders, 2nd in the pro classification standings at this moment in time. Can now Yox find a way past? Will the number 89 car fade as the stint progresses? And we've seen this before, you mentioned it, David, yourself, that the BMW seems to drop off a little bit as the race progresses. Will it happen this time? Looks like it's a bit stronger in the hands of now Yox.
Yeah, it seems to be great until it's not. That's the easiest way of saying it. As Manisha, sorry, that was Louis Rotors that tried to make a move there and got caught all sorts of sideways, and now having a fight there with Manisha for that 27th and 28th position respectively, loses out there as we're watching Mikhail Mazur for Race Esports team. Yeah, look, the BMW is a bit of a wild card right now because it's... I really liked BMW when the M4 GT3 came out because it was such a stable car. It was a great, easy car to pick up. It was neutral, but it just... It's a strange one because it has the power in a straight line, but it seems to fall apart when it comes to the infield section. Now, again, that might be exaggerated by whatever setup they've got on that car just now, whether it's tyre wear or whatever, but it just seems to be 15-20 minutes, they're absolutely going great guns, and then it just starts to go back very softly, and then it just goes back very, very quickly at a rate of knots. But again, coming up to the pit stops now, coming up 15 minutes away here, this is where we have to kind of open our eyes here and start thinking, what on earth is actually going to actually occur here? I don't think we're going to see the same massive changes that we saw in that first hour, but I think now drivers starting to settle down, teams starting to settle down as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The majority of our drivers are on what would consider to be a standard pit stop strategy. The Jordan Sherritt Ferrari, of course, 2nd position at this moment in time. They stopped a little bit earlier than everybody else at the first round of stops. By very virtue of that fact, no doubt we will see a similar kind of behaviour in this 2nd round as well. So Sherritt slightly off strategy in the 51, but still very firmly in contention as we've got 6 hours, 17 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock. Darren McCormack in the 555 machine is our race leader by 2.7 seconds from Jordan Sherritt in the 51 Ferrari. The 85 Aston Martin of Amado Castrino is the leader of the silver class and 3rd overall. Car number 4, position number 4, Tobias Gronewold. And Nils Naujoks, the battle that we're looking at on screen at this moment in time, currently holds 5th place in the number 89 machine. Grantas Caracas, car number 912. Not seen much of the McLaren in this race, but they're doing steady work. 63 laps into the race, 6th position overall just ahead as Zahir Esser in the Ferrari, number 27, 7th position. Kamil Pawlowski for the last 20 minutes or so has desperately been trying to find a way past that number 27 machine. The ITV Sanctelot driver is 8th place, just ahead of our pole sitter, car number 66, the Williams Esports of Tinko van der Velde. 9th place on the recovery drive. He's had to overcome contact and overcome penalties. 9th position so far for the number 66, just ahead of car number 5, Lars Kisser in 10th place from the first of the Porsches, Nicholas Anker in position number 11. And David Christie, now we've got heavy traffic. Now, if Nils Naujoks has any intention of finding a way past, this is surely the opportunity he's been waiting for.
Yeah, this is on a silver plate right now. I was getting really excited thinking Casarino was making a move there, but it was on the lap car, the 22 Rocket Sim Sport machine, and that is getting devoured very, very quickly. Tobias Gronewold's going to be all over the back. That going a little bit wide there, Nils Naujoks. Now, this is actually another interesting point because you were bringing up the fact of that BMW, the number 1 West Competition Racing BMW. Now, that's had a wild time just now. but Niles Neuhaus and Nils has been doing a grand job in that number 89. I was trying to remember who was in the first play. It was Arthur Kammerer that was behind the wheel there. So we're saying that the BMW is great and then it's not so great, but the 89 car, that's been much more consistent in its stints there. So surely that then has to lead you on to the thought that maybe it's a setup issue for the West Competition racing car, because that's all the way down in 12th position. Obviously you've had penalties and all the sorts on that as well, but the 89 is doing a grand job of doing a very consistent run through its stints. And granted, we're only in the second stint here, so maybe that's how the BMW should be judged rather than the number 1 car.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason that car is up in 5th position is a sterling opening stint from Arthur Kammerer. Aggressive where he needed to be, intelligent where he needed to be as well. Remember, at the early stage of the race, had to bail out of a potential contact when he was attacked from the Ferrari behind. So Kammerer, fantastic opening stint to the race, handed the car over to the much more experienced Nils Neuhaus, who we know is one of the best racers in the world of virtual motorsport. Neuhaus extracting good pace in that 89, and as you say, David, what's been particularly interesting is consistent pace over the duration of the stint. So that car is very, very much fighting tooth and nail to get itself in contention for not necessarily just a podium, but potentially even in that conversation for the overall race victory. Yes, we have a lot of racing still to go, but Neuhaus and Arthur Kammerer, so far so good for the number 89. And don't forget as well, we're still to see the third driver behind the wheel. That's Gregor Schill, another driver, very experienced, very strong behind the wheel. So that story has still got plenty of juice left in it for the 89. Keep your eye on that one. That's going to slowly but surely be moving its way through the field as Niklas Anker finds himself a bit of clean air in the Porsche in 11th position. And David, a question for you. You're Niklas Anker, you're 11th place, you're not really under pressure from behind, you're not really trying to find a way past in front. How do you maintain your composure when you look at the clock that tells you you've got 6 hours and 13 minutes still to go?
I pop on the radio and just to treat it like a Sunday drive. If I'm within my level of ability, I'm not really having to push to catch up. There's no one really within catching distance in front of me. There's no one threatening me from behind. Then I just, you keep pushing. From my experience, and again, I'm the least qualified answer to a question like that, but I find when I'm in no man's land, where I've not got any cars anywhere near me, that's when I'm my most vulnerable. I prefer having, if I've got a car in front of me, I kind of tend to go on autopilot a lot easier. I can follow that car, braking points and the likes there, not necessarily making an attack or trying to get in front of it. But then when I've got a car behind me, you're constantly on the ball, you're constantly having to think about your braking points, you're constantly having to think about getting the very, very best out of the car and out of yourself as well. Whereas I find myself able to lapse into mistakes when I'm not really being pushed. However, it's completely different for these drivers because they're so used to putting so many laps around these tracks here. It's autopilot very, very quickly for them. So if you're Niklas Anker, I think you just continue to do what you're doing. You just rack on the lap times, go for your deltas, go for your lap times that you're able to do on a clear day anyway, and just push like hell.
And I think this goes back to what we said at the top of the show about the training and the preparation and the testing that these drivers have done coming into this race and coming into the entirety of the season, in fact. You kind of, like you say, you revert back to your known quantity, don't you? You just think, this is a test day, deliver the delta lap time that my engineer's giving me, stay as close to that perfect lap time that I need to do, and then let the race unfold as time flows. And that's the difference between a truly elite esport driver and somebody who's maybe a little bit rougher around the edges. You can go to the likes of Darren McCormack and say, right, Darren, your last lap was a 1:36.132. I want you to stay within 2/10 of that lap for the next 10. And poof, he'll just lap time after lap time after lap time deliver what the engineer says. And I think that's such an incredible and massively underrated skill set for these drivers.
Yeah, consistency is absolutely massive. It's one of the biggest tools in these drivers' toolkit that they're able to do. And it also brings up another point that I thought about, when you were asking that about the drivers and their consistency. And one of the things that we often do is we'll interview the drivers afterwards. And Paul, you'll know this yourself. It's so frustrating when they walk up to the interview and they're like, yeah, we did like 2 hours practice on this. And you're like, how can you be so fast? And then it just clicked at me, yeah, but how many thousands of laps have you done over the course of like 6 months in practicing with this car, with this track? It's like an iceberg. It's all that stuff that you don't see behind the scenes that leads to a result like this. That's the stuff that counts, and that's it's that whole thing of feeling at one with the car and feeling at one with the track, and that's why these drivers are able to turn their hands at almost anything they think of. I mean, we see Darren McCormack turning his hand at other stints throughout the weeks as well, every so often as well, and they can go from, say, a Assetto Corsa Competizione to any of the other GT3 sims that are out there or about to be out there, as well as Fabien Jean-Blanc. That was, again, I think, a Wikipedia definition of optimistic, trying to make a move there on Alexander Herbeneur there in 127 Lamborghini. But again, it all comes down to the amount of practice, the amount of preparation that these drivers have put in to this season.
Yeah, you're not going to scare the Jean Alesi Esports driver off the line. And Jean Blanc now under pressure from Matteo behind, has the inside line and turns that defence into an attack. Gets side by side with the Jean Alesi Esports car, runs out of racing room though, both drivers off onto the grass, and thank you very much indeed. The following pack will circle their way through the 2 compromised cars. In fact, as we're seeing that one, Chris Savert in the Ferrari has to go wide to try and give enough racing room, gets the car squirrely over the line, but Jean Blanc doesn't have enough of an answer to come back, and if anything, Savert turns that one into an opportunity. 2 wide, the 2 drivers go now. Chris Savert on the outside line, a little bit of a hip and shoulder onto the grass. Good driving by the American to keep the car pointing in the straight line. That could have been a massive accident as Fabien Jean-Blanc recovers back a further position. So 1 position lost. And David, we've said this so many times, we've seen this so many times. If you are not 1000% correct in your overtaking manoeuvre, you become so vulnerable to the cars around you.
Yeah, if you're not the hunter, you're the prey at a circuit like this very, very quickly. I love the fact that Andrea Miato for Raton Racing Esports is like, yeah, cheers guys, I'm just going to skip past you, you do you, I'm going to do my own thing. He's now got 18th place and is now a 1.5 seconds to the better of whatever just happened there. That was wild stuff. Miato also was, is so close to actually making that move stick going into the first corner there, and then thankfully thought better of it, and then left them all to trip up over themselves and just drove right round the outside there. But again, we've said it so many times how quickly it shows you it can go from 0 to 0 in the blink of an eye. Now, here's another thing to watch out for, and it's really annoying me because we're on the verge of handing things over to Luke Crane and Jesse Lee here, and look at the gap between Jordan Sherritt and Darren McCormack now, under 2 seconds, back to 1.6 seconds. Sherritt on an absolute charge right now. We're watching Tobias Grunwald on the back of Amadeo Castorino here. It always is. It's sod's law, isn't it, Paul, that we get a bit of downtime, and then 5 minutes before we're due to hand over, it all just sets us up very, very nicely indeed.
Absolutely, we've got some real battles at the front of the field now. As you say, Jordan Sherritt between 3 and 5 tenths of a second per lap quicker over the last couple of laps between himself and Darren McCormack, and then no need to look at lap times for this fight in 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Castorino, car number 85, is the leader of our silver category and currently sits on the bottom step of the overall podium. But slowly but surely, that Aston Martin has been losing time to the cars behind, and now Nils Naujoks has decided it is not a good time to attack the back of the Mercedes. So he's holding on, allowing himself and Tobias Grunwald to close up on the back of this Aston Martin. This has become a 3-way fight for the bottom step of the podium, and I dare say Castorino is going to begin to think about the silver classification. He's got a comfortable gap between himself and Zaria Esser, 7th overall, 2nd in class. do you want to be getting involved and getting the elbows out with these cars? I'm not entirely sure. If I was Castorino, I would want to be doing that one, but Tobias Grunwald has got to get close enough to attack to make that a decision point for the Aston Martin.
I think the air of caution is more on Tobias Grunwald than Niles Neuox right now. Castorino, it's not like he's massively slower than the rest of the field around him. He has absolutely earned his place in that third place overall. The thing with Grunwald and Neuox here, they will be taking all the benefits from staying behind that car right now. Think of the fuel saving, think of the marginal tyre saving that they're doing just now. Grunwald and Neuox, they are, you know, established horses around this paddock. They know exactly how to play this game, and they're playing it very, very well indeed. 6 seconds off of the lead fight just now. They're fighting for best of the rest at the moment, but they're also very, very aware that they've got 6 hours left to go, and in the grand scheme of things, 6 seconds means absolutely nothing right now. What I am noticing as well is Aidan Walsingham in that 296 Yas heat machine up to P13 just now, as we are on the verge of yet more pit stops here.
Yeah, that's a good recovery for the 296, but now we're seeing the Aston Martin in a little bit of trouble. I think it's fair to say Tinko van der Velde in more than his fair share of trouble as well. He's going side by side with Karel Pawlowski, the two Audi cars side by side. Van der Velde has the outside line, Pawlowski has the inside. A little bit of a hip and shoulder, Pawlowski loses the car, manages to get it back again in a straight line. That opens the door for Van der Velde. That opens the door as well for the Lamborghini to get himself involved in this one too. Has everybody made it through the final section? Everywhere you look, David, people are rubbing paint together and finding overtaking opportunities where previously it was not thought possible.
We all thought it was all fun and games, that it was all nice and gentle, but this is proper fisticuffs now coming out here. Tinko van der Velde really having to aggressively hold on to his position, but have a look at this as Pawlowski trying to have a little look there, just up the inside there, and again can't quite make it happen here. The problem with this is the fact that these cars are all slowing themselves down here, and those two Audis really evenly matched, but Lars Kisser trying to make the best of a bad situation there and get sent to the back of that little pack there. But yeah, it's not quite working out the way that we thought it was going to do there, and that is in fact a lapped car that's actually getting involved there all the way down. That's the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team of Luca Lozio that's caught up in that little battle there. So I'm a little bit confused as to why, given that they're essentially a lap down at this point.
Remember, Lozio is on a counter strategy to everybody else, so that car came in very, very early, so he's got brand spanking new tyres on that Lamborghini and will be desperately keen to find a way past these cars and try and make use of that extra grip. But of course, as you say, on a completely different lap, so he's got to be pinpoint precise, as Luca Lozio cannot afford to get wrapped up in contact with cars on a different lap than him, otherwise the stewards will be all over him like a cheap suit. But Lozio in a difficult position at this moment in time. He knows he's got lap time in the car. He knows the strategy dictates that he has got to absolutely drive the door handles off that thing to keep himself in the long-term contention of this race. But Tinko van der Velde will have absolutely no concerns about that whatsoever, as the Williams Esports driver, car number 66, holds on to that 8th position, and while that Lamborghini is there, that gives him a buffer to Kamil Pawlowski. That's exactly what he needs at this stage. Is again another lap car. That's one of the few Bentley Continentals that we've got in this race. Is again looking for faster cars to find a way past it. He'll peel off hopefully in the next few corners and allow Tinko van der Velde and crew to find their way past.
Paul, hello to Jordan Sherritt in P2 right now. That gap has gone from 1.5 seconds down to 0.7 of a second. He's going to be right onto the back bumper of Darren McCormack very, very shortly. And remember, pit stops are just a couple of laps away. What a sensational turn of events here. And you better believe that there's some unfinished business between these two here. This is the championship protagonists fighting it out with 6 hours left to go here. And Jordan Sherritt on an absolute charge. Of course, McCormack doesn't have to do anything. He could quite happily let Sherritt just go by and still be quite comfortable knowing that he's done everything that he needs to for this championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Sherritt, remember, came in 55 minutes on the clock, and there we go, dives down pit lane once again. So good work from the Ferrari driver. He's made 5 minutes back up again over the course of this stint, so he's only in effect 5 minutes out of sync with the rest of the field. And remember, they've had that 10-second time penalty for good measure, so that's an outstanding couple of stints for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports driver. 5 minutes out, will soon make that one back up again over the course of the rest of this race as Sherritt trundles down pit lane. That feels like walking pace when you've been absolutely flat chat. Darren McCormack, though, has plenty of fresh air now between himself and Nils Naujoks in a second position. So Naujoks has found a way past the number 4 machine and has found a way past Castrino as well. So the BMW starting to come alive at the end of this stint as Darren McCormack used a bit of drift skills there to get round. But there is Nils Naujoks now in second position.
Certainly is. What an opening stint to this race, Paul. It's been absolutely fantastic, and as I said a couple of minutes ago, I'm absolutely devastated, Paul, that we're going to have to hand things over in the next couple of seconds to Luke Crane and Jesse Lee, but we're going to be back on towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it's been an incredible opening start to the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye final round. And David Christie, as always, working alongside you, sir. It's an absolute pleasure, but you rightly say it's time to hand over. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls at home, I'd like to introduce you to none other than Jesse Lee and Mr. Luke Crane.
Thank you very much, lads. Very much appreciated. Really enjoyed the first couple of hours, and to everybody who had the subtitles on for the first couple of hours and it's taken up a bit of your screen, you can now turn that off. Jesse, how you doing, mate? Welcome back. My partner in crime. We got 3 hours together in this incredible race. Yeah, how you been since the last time we saw each other?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. It's great to be back here for the finale, of course, of the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge, of course. And we have inherited something of a present, a fight going on for the overall lead. And who can say at the end of these final 6 hours of the championship and the race, of course, what that will mean. As David Christie put it right before we came on, it wouldn't be enough for Scuderia Ferrari to make the pass on the Williams. They will take some extra sort of incidents for the 555 to lose the championship, but the 51 trending in the right direction, penalty at all, hasn't phased them.
Yeah, they look really quick, but they've had that 10-second penalty, which, you know, ultimately is rendered them in second position, right? It's as simple as that. I think they would be leading in terms of raw pace if they didn't have that 10-second penalty earlier on. But Mercedes, AMG team, Williams Esports, they're just doing what they've been doing the whole season so far, being consistent. They actually haven't won a race so far this season. They've had a P7, a P3, a P2 at Spa, and a P3 at Suzuka. Right now they do hold the lead of this race, but they know they don't need to go out there and win this race to win this championship. They came into today with an 18-point advantage, no pole position for them, or indeed Ferrari or Mercedes AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love. So right now it is in Williams Esports' hands. In terms of the Silver Championship, well, Team Racing Point had a bit of a disappointing one at Suzuka. They still managed to get 18 points, but right now they are the dominant force. Not only are they leading the way in the silver class, but they are also 4th overall in this race. So the 2 championship leaders of each one, they are doing sensationally well as it stands.
Yeah, they sure are. And 2 Team Racing Point's they obviously had a really bad round out of Bathurst, didn't actually score any points there. Suzuka, I think they did the best with what they had in that race just about a month ago, but the middle of this season with Kyalami and Spa, as you said, partner, they were absolutely on fire. They were lighting it up, and nobody was their rival or equal. And I just remember remarking during the Spa 24 just how good Racing Point was and how good of a setup they were in the championship. And of course, came back a little bit, got some spots back at Suzuka that they otherwise could have lost, and now they find themselves in the prime position. You always, I think I'm speaking for everybody here when I say this, if you are the championship leader going into the final week, what you really want to do is win and remove all doubt. So both our championship leaders doing that as of right now. We are in the middle of a cycle of pit stops here, just after the 6-hour mark. And a couple of cars, we were told, have pitted a little bit off sequence. A couple of them have made that time back. We talked about the 51, able to gain some of that time back a little bit this time. everybody else now on the regular cycle. A couple of cars, the Mobileye Lamborghini car, of course, out of sequence as well. But most of the cars coming in right about now.
Yeah, Ferrari came out in P32 in the previous stint after their early pit stop. This time around they came out in P15, so you can see the progression and how well they are indeed tracking through the field. They didn't have a 10-second penalty to deal with as well, which is always pretty helpful. On board with Lars Kitter in behind Kamil Pavlovsky. These two have been battling for, well, I'll tell you what, overextending the track there. You want to be careful not to hit the grass onto the long start-finish straight. You will lose a lot of time. But yeah, these two were battling with the Lamborghini up ahead, and they were also battling with the Audi up ahead as well. So yeah, it looks like they just dropped that a little bit, maybe running a little bit side by side and costing each other a little bit of time as well. But IMS, this is home for you, isn't it, Jesse? We're in America. I love this place. I actually was very fortunate enough to go there in 2019 for the Indy 500. The most special place I've ever been for motorsport. You just feel how special the circuit is. I know it sounds very, very crazy, but I was there at 5 a.m. I think on race day. Nobody there, and just walking in, this track has this kind of aura. It's a very special place for these drivers to be racing in.
Oh, it's certainly the case. You know, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, one of the oldest racing circuits that still exist in the world. And of course, you come through that tunnel under the turn and you're in the infield. It's a whole nother thing, and you can feel it. You can feel the history, and I know that's a cliche, but it's absolutely true here. You come into the infield, or even if you come from the stands, you walk across the track, you come through Gasoline Alley, which is you know, just shy of the Art of Briggs, and it's just such a different atmosphere. They got a museum on the premise. There's golfing facilities, if you're into that as well, that take up permanent residence in the infield as well. We've got this road course that is sort of been reborn in the 2010s, and now is being enjoyed by world-class motorsport all over. It used to be just a few series would come here, and now it seems like everybody takes their turn on the road course, and why not? It produces some fantastic racing. You're seeing that here today with how close it's been all throughout this field after a couple of hours. Most racetracks, you'd get a little bit strung out at this point. Hasn't really happened here. That's not the characteristic of Indy road course.
Yeah, perfectly timed change there. And it's half a second then between Harteveld and Dennis Schuniger, who's in that number 555 Mercedes. So these two separated by absolutely nothing. I think raw pace-wise, the Ferrari may just have a little bit more than what the Mercedes outfit have today. Again, they had a 10-second penalty. The fact that they're battling for the lead just showcases how much pace that Ferrari has today. But, you know, the Mercedes team, Williams Esports, they've done the hard work, Jesse, haven't they? They've had those 4 consistent results. So today is not the be-all and end-all. And for me, right now, just don't get involved. Do not get involved in anything too crazy. The perfect scenario for that Ferrari Esports team is that there is a big, big ding-dong, and a mistake happens, it drops you down the field. So if it does get, you know, if the pressure does ramp up, it's almost a case of off you go, you crack on, you go win the race. We're here to win the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm Mercedes-Williams Esports right now, I'm thinking to myself, well, there's a million ways I can lose this championship, but there's only one way to win it, and that's by driving safe. Obviously, Dennis and the entire team, they will have had a conversation prior to even setting foot on the track today. They probably had it in the lead up in the weeks to this event, talking about what they should expect, what they should be able to do. And of course, their strategists right now are saying, if Harteveld gets there, don't make it particularly difficult. We stand to lose more than to gain from it. We're talking about a net of 1 position that is nowhere near enough to lose the 555 Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports team this championship today. All credit to Scuderia Ferrari, though. They're doing everything in their power to put the pressure back on the 555, but just this simple pass is not going to be enough. I suspect if Chris Harteveld gets there, I don't think Schuniger will put up too much of a fight here. I don't think he'll lay over either. I just don't think he'll put up an ultimate fight here with a little under 6 hours to go.
The ex-Unicorns of Love driver Dennis Schuniger was, you know, brought into Williams for this reason, a championship drive to win the big titles. He actually raced in the Rennsport ESLR1 at the start of the year. It didn't quite go so well, so, you know, a championship win with his team, his first real major championship with a team, would be a massive confidence boost for him. He's an exceptionally talented young man, and as you can see here, the pressure may be starting to tell. There's a bit of a mistake actually running into the final couple of corners. and there was a little bit of a mistake there running into turn number 2. So Hartevelt absolutely piling on that pressure, and will be looking to make that move as soon as he possibly can. As Castorino, the lead car of the silver class, you can see coming down, the number 85 for Racing Point, brings the car into the pits, and another sensational day for that team.
Certainly is. They've just got to keep it up, and that's probably the hardest part. It doesn't matter what team you are or what class you're in. One of the hardest things are if you're in a really good position, say a podium spot, maybe even a top 5 at a racetrack like this near the end of the season, you want to end the season on a high note regardless. But what you're really thinking of is, how do I not mess this up for the next 6 hours? I'm in the proper position, and you just, everything starts to creep into the back of your mind. How is the car feeling? How's it doing? What's the weather going to do? Which is a huge question mark here today. We've been bathed in sunlight, though I have just noticed it has gone slightly cloudy here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Just a little bit, just enough that the clouds are covering up the sun a bit. But all these things go through your head of what could go wrong, what potentially everyone else is doing out there in this as well. Who's fast? Who's slowing up? Who's got better longevity on the tires? Who can go that little bit longer and a little bit harder in their stint as well? It's just an unfortunate part of racing, endurance racing anyway. A lot of time to think about what could go wrong.
Yeah, not so much time for Tobias Pfeffer to think about things here, because he is side by side with Gregor Schill through turn number 1. I love watching these two battle. We are going to see it time and time again.
Oh, he's not thinking it, he's doing it.
Yeah, he's absolutely going for it there. Gregor Schill perfectly defending that space. Tobias Pfeffer's been here a million times before, decides to back that nose out. The race is longer than 20 minutes and actually runs off into the grass there, but he's going to continue to pile this pressure on. But yeah, BMW power versus Mercedes power. It's nice.
Yeah, it's an interesting fight here. Two very different cars, though the engine's in the same place, but that's about all these two cars have in common, I can assure you. But the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorns, a love car, piloted by Tobias Pfeffer, trying their best to outwit and outplay Gregor Schill in the BS Plus competition BMW, and he hasn't been able to do it. Schill, as always, cool as a cucumber, not putting a foot wrong. You can see Pfeffer driving as hard as they possibly can off of some of these corners, including dropping the left rear tire, and only the left rear tire, off the backside of these stepped curbs, trying to get every sort of bit of angle they can, arc, if you will, into some of these corners, and trying to just put their car, that Mercedes, in a position that the BMW isn't.
Yeah, I love the backdrop that Tobias has got as well. A couple of nice versions of the car he's been driving in the championship. Also, we've got the full look of Radeon, half of Eau Rouge on screen as well. It's a really nice backdrop there, and Unicorns love to do their branding very, very well. As you can see, they've got that bright pink car, which we always tend to mention during the broadcast. Down towards turn number 1, Gregor Schill was under a bit more pressure last time round. Tobias Pfeffer not able to be side by side here. As you can see, mid-corner, that BMW pretty much just gets completely stuck. Can't gain any momentum. And the Mercedes, though, no room to really manoeuvre, no opportunity to make the overtake. And, well, as it stands, normal service resumed. Gregor Schill still holding on to what is P3 now. Tobias Pfeffer in 4th. It's actually Pertolay in at number 85, the first of the Silvers. They've dropped a position on this pit stop phase.
They certainly have. They were running a couple of positions higher, now back into 5th place. They're still 5.7 seconds in front of Tull in the 27 Ferrari. That's 1st and 2nd in the silver class, and that gap, unfortunately, I've just noticed it has been coming down ever so slightly. Don't know if maybe Bertolet taking a moment to get used to the car. It's always difficult your first stint to get in there, especially a car leading their class. You're fighting other classes as well, and that also is a part of it as well, just getting very comfortable in the race car. This man, Gregor Schill, looking out the back windscreen of the car, looking very calm, cool, and collected right now. The fight was off for just about a lap, as Tobias Pfeffer was unable to get to the back of Gregor Schill's BMW, but now the battle very much back on at the end of this one. It tends to be like that with how close these cars run, just in general, on time per lap. If you make a move and it doesn't come off, you tend to lose more time, obviously, because you went for a move, you've taken the suboptimal line, and it takes you the better part of an entire lap to get back to the bumper of the car in front of you.
Certainly does, yeah. It is. That is the case. They are built for endurance racing. Most overtakes happen during the the strategy of the race, making sure your pit stops are quicker, or taking less fuel, or shortening stints, making sure you're on better tires near the end of a stint. Like, it's more strategy based, so it's very difficult to make an overtake. They're so similarly paced as well that normally you're going to lose a fair chunk of time being side by side with another car around these race circuits. And right now, as you can see, Tobias Fefo isn't really pushing to do anything too crazy. Maybe feels like his car's going to be a little bit better later on in the stint, will make it a little bit easier. But as I say that, runs deep then on the exit of the back straight, and that would have hurt him ever so slightly. It's early in the stint. You overheat the tyres now, it puts you in massive trouble later on.
Yeah, it certainly does. And these drivers, they have an entire season under their belts. They know exactly what this tire's going to do. There was a time in this championship where it wasn't explicitly written of what was going to happen. You had to go out and find out yourself. Incident between cars 127 and car 49 on lap 69. That deemed a racing incident by race control. Thank you very much, Luke. Cars 5 and 63 on lap 72, not quite as nice. Still no further action. So a couple of minor contacts, but no issue there. But here is an incident between cars 55 and the 121 on lap 73. 10-second time penalty to car 121 for causing a collision.
Yeah, to be fair, we've not had a penalty for a while, so we were due one. The first hour was absolute pandemonium. It was just ridiculous. Everybody was making mistakes there. It was like the Oprah Winfrey show. Everyone wanted a penalty, and they duly received it. We had some 30-second penalties given out. Here's the first look at the mackerel livery, as I call it. They're the Ren Welton Esports Group. Nauman in the car. P26 as it stands for them. Maybe not the best day in the world for them, unfortunately. Currently 8th in the championship, actually, with 60 points. I want to give a shout out to Team 1FF. Again, they are currently in 3rd spot overall. Or is it 2nd? It might even be 2nd. So are they 3rd? Yeah, they're 3rd overall. So the 144 car, 10th in the race. So it's 10th overall, 3rd in their class. Very impressive from them, because they've not really had the best of championships. They scored 0 points in week 1. In round 2, they got 13 points. In Spa, it was double points and they only scored 8, so effectively 4 per race. And then last time out, they scored 9 points. But as it stands, they're currently in P3. And in terms of a points haul, that would be 25 points. And that would more than double what they have currently, which is 22. So very, very good showing from them today. And he's also got his biggest fan watching him there as well.
You took it right out of my mouth. What I was going to say, though, that is not Benjamin Lang's biggest fan there. But, it has been a weird season for Team 1FF. We got so used to them over the last couple of years competing on quite a different level. I'm used to seeing them a bit further up, but this is more like it. Top 10 overall, podium in their class. This is exactly what I expect from Team 1FF. That 144 going quite well here on this weekend. And again, it's the last race of the season. You can take this all the way through the off season, regroup for the next season. And I am confident that is not Lang's biggest fan.
Yeah, Paul Jeffrey was mentioning it earlier, you kind of got to be looking towards next season. And what he means by that could be completely different to what I mean by this now. But I'll explain, this may sound horrible, but you might be looking to move to a different team. Maybe your team hasn't performed as well as you wanted them to. Maybe you feel like you've been the best driver in your team. And again, I'm not speaking specifically about any team here in particular, but this is a shop window. This is an opportunity to go, right, I want to be part of the, maybe a bigger team or a team that's performing better. Maybe they've got a driver that's not quite pulling their weight and you feel like there's a vacant spot there. So, not only are you trying to gain the maximum points and maybe earn a bit more cash for yourself and your team, but there is the potential there for you to move to another team after this season. Of course, it's very similar to any sport. There is like a transfer window where people will be moving squads, moving teams. So yeah, showcasing your skill set right now is a huge opportunity for you to maybe get a better drive for 2024.
Yeah, it's like owning a shop. You come in and everything is for sale. Just name the price. Drivers are the same way. All these teams take stock in how everyone performs in every race. They have the data and they know who beats them, who's doing well, who's outperforming the car that they're in, who the best performers on the teams are. And you look at that in the offseason and go, hey, how nice would it be if we had X driver over here at our team? We just talked about Dennis Schoeniger earlier about swapping race teams, and look what's happened to that team and him for this 2023 campaign. And he's absolutely not an outlier. It is the way it is. And you put yourself on display each time you go out there. It's like a rehearsal, and it's also like an audition.
Yeah, 100%. There's also drivers who are already in big teams that are under a lot of pressure. So again, it's another opportunity to showcase to their bosses that they are still good enough to be representing these teams. And so it works both ways. Talking of weather, we were mentioning it a bit later. It's definitely darkened up, that's for sure. We're starting to see the lights reflect in the tarmac below them. So that's a telltale sign of it darkening up here. I think we're going to see rain over the next couple of hours. Jesse, I think in our stint it's going to happen. I know we've mentioned it for every single week. Oh, I've only been with you, actually. You've been my co-commentator during this, the whole championship, actually. And we mention it every time, and it's not happened yet. I think this is the time it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's completely normal, in case anyone was wondering. This part of the world, this time of year, pop-up thunderstorms, pop-up showers, especially in the afternoon around this time. Completely normal. We were expecting it. I think we came in with a 70+% chance of precipitation at some point during the 8 hours here today. It hasn't happened yet. It's likely to happen at some point, and dare I say the clouds are building, and it's looking like it could potentially be rain, though we do not have official word on that. We are not meteorologists, so we will refrain from doing that until we're given word. But I'm with you, partner. I'm pretty sure we have a rain shower on the way, or if not now, at least some point in the next several hours.
But the weather here, the humidity, well, to see a potential move here. Samuel Villa looking to make a move. The number 17, a little bit of contact there between them and the 110, and nothing doing there, so they are going to resume normally. But yeah, to put in perspective the weather here, the humidity, we'll dry this track up very, very quickly. We actually had an event with Joseph Newgarden and Max Papis when I was there in 2019, and we thought, because it started raining badly, as you see it, a dive at the inside, very difficult to make a move stick through there, and it's not quite going to work out. There's a Villa looking for an opportunity, and that corner specifically, if you go side by side, you lose so much time, and yeah, as it stands, it's still very much the same. Although Villa gets a very good exit around that final corner, he's going to run up side by side, and Petrochenko is, well, actually, he decides against it. I thought Villa was going to make a move there. Looks like the Audi might be a little bit faster in a straight line, heading up towards turn number 1. Petrochenko is going to go defensive. Villa's going to have to go the long way round if he wants to make this stick, and I'll tell you what, he absolutely does that, and more. Gains the position, no problem. They've, again, lost a load of time, but that was a really nice move, very well worked.
That was well done by Samuel Villa there. Petrochenko did a weird thing there, had position on Villa. Villa didn't even pull out. Petrochenko made the first move, went defensive down into turn 1, gave the outside to Villa. Villa did not hesitate, tried to outbrake the Ferrari, did exactly that for Kessel Glitch, and is able to take that position quite easily, I might add, and now driving away. That's the best possible scenario. Villa must have thought it was Christmas Day when Petrochenko just gave him the outside. The nature of the turn 1, turn 2 complex here, you don't really want to give anybody the outside, because if they can hang even a fender on you in turn number 1, they're going to get by you in turn 2.
Yeah, 100%. Monsieur for Race Esport is also now involved here in that number 114 Audi. So yeah, back to the weather. We thought we were going to have a load of extra time with Max Papis and Joseph Newgarden. It's like, oh, then, you know, we've got a set amount of time with them, because it started hammering down. And these raindrops were like bucket drops. It was ridiculous. And you know what? Within 10 minutes, you would have had no idea it rained at all. It just disappeared, and the ground dried up like it was nothing. A ridiculous place to work. So you think Spa's crazy for weather? The Midwest is even more ridiculous.
It is like that, rather unfortunately. It can leave you soaking wet 1 second, and the next second it's completely dry, and it's humid, and it's hot, and it's uncomfortable again. But I will tell you, those 10 minutes after it stops raining and before it dries up, the air, and it just feels like you're in air conditioning, even though you're outside. But it only lasts for 10 minutes, in case you're coming to this part of the world at any point. Cooling down this time of year, but that is kind of the issue with the thunderstorms and the showers that we expect to have. Today is, it's the atmosphere cooling down Gets hot during the day, though. It cools back down. Thunderstorm, I'm pretty sure how meteorology goes. But I want to talk about something I actually know about. Let's talk about pit stops and who is quickest in the pit lane. Everybody hazard your guess in the chat right now who's been the quickest in and off of pit lane. You might think it's Scuderia Ferrari. It is not. It is Veloce McLaren. They are the quickest on aggregate of all of the stops. 45/100ths of a second behind them, though, is the BMW InPower BS Plus competition BMW, and Automobile Lamborghini is actually the third quickest on and off of pit lane. You've got to go back to fourth place before you get the leader of our race, the 555 Williams Mercedes AMG car. Those are your top five. They're all within a second of one another, just about, Luke Crane. It just goes to show you how quickly they're going. I mean, they're going quickly on the racetrack. They're fighting out in the pits. You're trying not to lose time in either. Some of the cars doing a really good job of that.
Yeah, quite normal. The cars that are a little bit further behind are the cars that are quicker in the pits because they're trying to gain something, right? They're trying to find something that maybe they don't have in terms of race pace. You see it, we've seen it a lot in Formula One. Of course, Red Bull are exceptional with their pit stops, but Williams have been one of the best teams for pit stops over the years, and they've been one of the slower cars in terms of the racing. So yeah, you've got to try and gain something where maybe you're not able to do it on the race circuit. Lamborghini, I remember round one, wasn't it? They were absolutely exceptional at Bathurst. They were streets ahead of everybody in terms of pit stop and gained so much time there. As we see Porco making a move up the inside of Tinitza, racing for Christian, and as you can see coming around the final corner, there's an overtake. Two Lamborghinis giving it hell for leather, and that is a P14 for Porco.
Sure is making that position up, and I wouldn't have called that from Tunisia and the 63 crew, and they're not having this. They're still going to chase them down the pit straight here and go around the outside. If he can hang it here, he might not be quite enough far along, but he is. A little bit of contact there on entry. Is there contact on exit? I didn't detect any, but they are stalled out side by side, and the tie is going to go to the car to the inside. And Porsche will take that position back away, but it's not done just yet. Tunisia looking back to the inside. He's going to fade to the outside. He's going to make it stick. Late braking around the outside, and that's going to bring Bernd in the 71 Ferrari into this fight. And if they're not too careful here, that is the Bentley in the background who will be waiting in the wings off the back, of course, of the lap that they are on now. Bernd looking down to the inside, nothing doing, falls back in line, and they are line astern for the time being. But a couple of good fights there. Porsche able to get that for the time being for Versus Racing, Papalas Esports, and they've outdone Automobile Lamborghini. But quite nice that we've had a Lamborghini fight for position inside the top 15.
Yeah, nature of the first few corners around this circuit is you can run side by side because it's left, then right, so ultimately, you're gaining advantage, losing that advantage, gaining an advantage, then losing it once again. So you could just, as you see, lose so much time because of that. We want to see it, we want to see the battling, but ideally you need to get the move done, ideally through the first corner or before you even get to the braking zone for turn number one. So if you are side by side, it just basically hemorrhages time. And right now, it's Luca Bernd the biggest winner in that scenario. Porco and Tunitza, who are racing in the Pro Championship. And as it stands, well, they're 5th, 9th. This is for a top 10, actually. So Porco currently in 10th, and Tunitza just dropped out of that top 10.
Sure did, and it's an interesting fight, and it's an interesting point you make there. I think everyone at home hears, well, when you're running side by side, you lose time. And I think everyone rolls their eyes like, well, yeah, of course you do, because you're not running the optimal line. Some tracks, though, are a lot worse at that than others. This one is just about the worst place to be stranded side by side, because there is a right and a wrong line around most of these corners. And if you're running side by side, you obviously have to augment your line, and you're not running the quickest line. Neither car is, because of the nature of the left, right of this track on most of the corners. So what ends up happening is you're not only losing time, you're running about 10 kilometers an hour, probably more even, slower through the corner. And that's whoever is on the optimum line just gains all that time. And that's exactly what you saw right there with Bernd. Bernd was able just to drive up to the back of those cars. They were only side by side for about 3 corners, but that is literally all it took for him to catch up. Some tracks are worse than others. Some you can almost get away with it. Here, absolutely not the case. You've got to be single file here.
Yeah, the irony of this circuit is it's an oval, and you know you've got the Indy 500 here, and the banking in each corner ultimately helps drivers go side by side and not lose time. But the infield, it's such a flat infield that if you are on the outside of a corner, you lose so much time because there's no grip. You know, like to Spa, for instance, you can run side by side with another car there and lose minimal time because of the amount of camber that helps you both, you know, be able to maintain your speed. But here, it's a completely flat circuit on the infield, so you just lose so much time being out there because you're just sliding.
I will admit that irony was completely lost on me until you mentioned that. I had not even considered that. What's weird for me as an American is I disassociate the Indianapolis road course with the oval. Yeah, it's such a different thing, but of course we run on a portion of the oval here, or actually two portions of the oval here on the road course as well. But it's quite funny that I hadn't put that together. And you can't even use the oval portion to make a pass here, or at least not under usual circumstances, because exactly what I and Luke explained earlier. There is one line around this racetrack, even coming off the final turn onto the pit straight. You can't go wide. You go wide, you're into a little patch of grass, and you're not set up to take that corner. You can end up in the wall. We saw that last year around this race course, and I saw that a few weeks ago for the Mobileye GT World Challenge America race here. A couple of cars got into the wall all by themselves trying to make up time, so you can't even use the oval part here. It races, even when you use the oval, it races like a flat track, like you said.
And we're also going the wrong way around the track. So the start-finish straight, we're going the wrong way up here, aren't we? We're coming back towards turn number 4, which is what the oval is, whereas we would go down in towards the final turn for us here today is turn 1 for IndyCar. So it's a very unique place. It's a very strange place because you've got two completely different circuits.
Yeah, what's interesting about the oval here, Luke, too, is that you could realistically, this is one of the few ovals that if you wanted to, you could actually run this back to front on the oval as well, because of the way the pit lane is and the way it's all set up. It actually doesn't matter. It's so symmetrical. Most racetracks, you can't actually, or most oval tracks, you can't actually run them backwards because of how they're set up. It would be too weird. But if you flip the setups on the cars, you could technically run a reverse 500.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is the exact wording they use as to why most circuits can't do it, because it's too weird, as you put it there, Jesse.
Technical term.
Of course. Battle for the podium then. Podium spots for the silver class. Valentin Barrier. Yes, he had a sizable penalty earlier on in this race, but their recovery, the order has been actually very, very good indeed, and looking to maybe make up an extra position a little bit further up the track. You can see the Ferrari there of Cole in P6, and then Pertile, who is in number 85. The championship leaders, the leaders of the class, they are off into the distance barrier. They're not quite close enough to make a move. Got to be patient at this stage of the race. 5 hours 30 minutes ago. You don't want to really be giving yourself any extra pit stops via damage or anything like that. You just realistically now want to make sure that you're on the optimum strategy and you can react to any potential weather. It does look like it's dark here, although it's lightened up a touch, I would say, as a back marker there gets out of the way of this group of cars. This is a battle right now for P3. But yeah, you just want to make sure now that you are ready for anything, because with 5 hours 30 minutes to go, anything can happen. And I, again, genuinely think today will be that day.
Certainly will be. And I think certain parts of the racetrack we're on, it is lighter than others. I feel like it got dark again by the time we got to turn 13, right around this area right here again, but definitely on the back straight there, it definitely felt like it was a bit lighter at the time. We had it confirmed by our meteorologist, Michael Hamlet, that it was clouding over quite badly earlier on, but this doesn't look too bad here on the pit straight, to be fair. So we'll see, and we'll keep you updated on that. Keep in mind, a 70+% chance of rain at some point. We don't expect the rain to stick around for very long. We expect them to be brief showers and or downpours that will then let way back to potential sunshine, as is the way of the world here at Indianapolis. So we haven't had that yet today. We expect it at some point. It might not be right now. Chris Hartefeld is gaining time on Dennis Schoeniger up in front. It was the better part of 2 seconds. He's gained a 10th in the last sector alone, 1.79. The gap first to second place. You saw this happen earlier before Luke and I came on air. and I feel like it's going to be a broken record for the majority of the day. The question will be, though, Scuderia Ferrari catching the leader. Will they eventually be able to make the pass, and how quickly will they want to do that? And if and when it is afforded the opportunity. The 51, of course, has been the quickest car on average lap time. They're averaging a 35.736. That is better than the 555 AMG by 71/100ths of a second. That is quite close indeed. It's 2/10 back to the 89 car, the BMW mPower BS Plus competition car, of course. But right now, I'm being told the quickest car on the racetrack is Fiala in the 66.
Yeah, absolutely flying through there in the Audi. So expect Fiala to be making some moves. We've actually seen him lead a couple of these races actually this season. As we finally see Valentin Barrier look to make that move on Langer. And again, it's just not a corner to make an overtake through. It's got to be absolutely perfect if you're going to make it stick through there. You just lose too much time, as we saw from there. On board with Alberto Garcia then for John Alesi Esports team. And actually just being overtaken there by the number 55. So Miato actually making up a position on the pro team car there, silver car, the number 55. And now Alberto Garcia losing a spot. So a bit of maths then, maths with Luke. We love this, see if this works out. So right now, as it stands, Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports are going to be winning this race. But I think Ferrari are now going to jump the Mercedes AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love. The gap between them is 12 points. Actually, no, not quite. So right now they will be earning 30, and actually it will be for P4, which is the Unicorns of Love, they'll be getting 21. So actually they still win by 2 points as it stands. But if the Ferrari Esports team were to get up to the lead of this race, I think then they would be 3 points clear and get second in this championship. So the battle for the winning of this championship, as it stands, you know, no mistakes happening for Williams Esports. They're golden. They're going to win this championship, but it is very much on for that second spot.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that the Mercedes AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love car, actually you might be rooting for Williams Esports Mercedes AMG team right about now, because it is money, isn't it? At the end of the day, you finish higher, you get more, and that is kind of what it's about, especially today. And all these teams, these top teams, will know that. They will know what's at stake here. They will have somebody independently running the numbers and crunching the numbers as well. That'll become more important as we get closer to the end of this race, and that'll be very interesting to see how this all plays out. But yeah, in a weird way, if the Unicorns of Love Mercedes AMG team can't win this race, they almost cheer for the 555 Williams car so that they can keep second.
Yeah, well, if they make an overtake at P3, then they're guaranteed second in the championship. So it is in their hands. Just get ahead of Gregor Schill. I say that as if it's really easy. It's still very tough to get ahead of Gregor Schill. But yeah, if they get P3, then they are going to get it by 1 point. If they were to tie, which is very unlikely the way the point system works, because there's no pole position for either team. Williams Esports, the Audi actually got pole position today. Then it would go and count back, and obviously Scuderia Ferrari Esports team have managed to get themselves 2 P2s, but Unicorns of Love have managed to get a race win, so it would go to them. But the tie is very, very unlikely actually. They don't think it's possible the way it is unless they both drop back significantly. So yeah, as it stands right now, Unicorns of Love, the darker pink, the number 4, they need to get into P3 to guarantee themselves that P2 in the championship, even if Ferrari go ahead and win this race.
Again, something they're probably aware of too, and there's no panic. That's
if I'm aware, Jesse, they're aware for sure.
yeah, but there's no panic is the important thing. Chris Hartefeld, not panicked. That whole team, not panicked. And neither is Team Unicorns of Love for Mercedes AMG Esports. They are not worried about this. They typically, when you have a pro drivers, you sort of let them alone. You don't really update them too much over the course of the stint. You only really debrief once they get out of the race car. So Tobias Pfeffer in the car doing their absolute level best and trying to outfox Gregor Schill, which is a tall order to begin with. But the most important thing is don't tell your driver they got to go out there and make a pass. Don't make them or bait them into a move that might not be the move definitively, and that's what you're seeing out there. You're seeing that from Chris Hartevelde in second place whenever the 51 caught the 555 earlier on. You're seeing that with the 89 and the 4 right now. They followed each other for the entirety of this stint. No real move has been made. They're quite comfortable to run nose to tail. I always said this in racing in general. If you can see the guy in front of you, that's good enough. He's not getting away from you. He's not getting smaller. You don't need to force the move, and that's exactly what you're seeing out of both of those drivers. No defensive driving from Schill to be seen. No offensive or aggressive driving for Pfeffer to be seen. It's just a stalemate right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I think what's been really cool about this championship, because as it stands, it'll be 5 different winners for the Pro Series. We know the Racing Point have been pretty dominant, albeit they've got 0 points at Bathurst. They've won, I like to call it 3 races. So they won Kyle Army and they won both races at Spa. I know Spa 24 is a 24-hour race, but it's kind of split into 2. So whoever's leading after 12 hours gets a race win points worth effectively, and then whoever wins after 24 hours also receives another race win, and they were leading both. So they managed to get effectively 2 race wins for me, then 18 points to Suzuka. But in the Pro Series, McLaren Veloce were the winners at Bathurst, an incredible performance there. Then Williams Esports, the Audi, they took P1 at Kyle Army. Then Mercedes AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love took P1 at Spa. And then at Suzuka, it was Williams Esports again. So actually, no, I'm wrong. Williams Esports Audi have taken 2 wins. So it's the biggest stat is that the championship leaders haven't won a race so far this season. They've just been super consistent.
I am quite curious, and I don't actually know this off the top of my head. I love statistics like this. I don't think we've ever had a Mobileye Intercontinental GT championship where the championship winner didn't win a single round of the series. I could be very wrong about that, but I can't remember in the past 3 years that ever happening. So I'm not 100% confident to say that is the case, but it doesn't feel likely that that's happened. Of course, they're in the lead right now, so if they were to win this race, that still wouldn't occur, but a lot of race here left to go. But that is incredible. It goes to show you, Luke, doesn't it, how much consistency matters. Yeah,
100%. You look at Williams Esports, the Audi. If they didn't have a P13 at Bathurst, how high up the championship are they going to be? They had a P1, a P8, and a P1. That's not, great 2 wins, but it's not consistent. The P8's hurt them. The difference between a race win and a P8 is 24 points. That's massive. A difference between P13 and a race win is 32 points. So, yeah, huge losses there by just not being super consistent. And with the Williams Esports AMG, they've got a P7, a P3, a P2, a P3. So they've always been in and amongst it. So we're going to look at a replay here. Looks like we're about to see that battle for P3 in the silver class overall. Valentin Barrier then in the Ferrari, swinging it around the outside in that Yaz Heat machine. The 144, well, not leaving the perfect amount of room there, but Valentin Barrier making sure that it was, by the end, a perfect amount of room. You've got the West Competition BMW by Romania a little bit further behind. Still side by side then as we come through the 3rd corner. The Porsche making this very difficult for the Ferrari. Does the Ferrari keep the overlap into turn number 4? Doesn't quite work out. Nope. But yeah, I think you'll find that was a lap ago now. The Porsche does just about hold on to what will be a 3rd position in the silver class, but really nice racing from both teams involved there. And then you've got Apostle in behind the number 1 car going, yeah, you can do that a few more times, please. Burn your tyres. That make it a little bit easier later in this stint for me to pick you both up.
That's the other thing too. We talk about burning the tires off. That is huge in 2023. You do not want to do that to these Pirelli P0 tires because they don't rebound quite like they used to. This tire will punish you for making mistakes. It will punish you for stepping out of line and being a little bit too aggressive with it. Not under normal load or wear, but actually drifting the car a little bit, getting a little bit sideways, that sort of thing. The tire will not respond to that. It will make the rest of your stint completely miserable, and you're not going to be in a competitive state. As long as you don't do that to the tire, abuse it, I think you are pretty much good throughout the entire stint. Not a lot of things to complain about. Valentin Barrier took a look down the inside of Lang, down into turn number 1. Didn't quite have the overlap. Lang able to just about get back in front. And you'll notice something there They were side by side for 2 or 3 turns. It's what we touched on earlier. And you saw Apostle drive right up to the back of them. They ended up for the second half of that lap being single file, and look what happened. A gap formed again. Apostle dropped off a couple of tenths just in the final 2 sectors. And right now, again, they were just about side by side through one. That caused them both to run a different line, and Apostle caught up a little bit. Incident between cars 25 and 22 on lap 89. Warning to car 25 for aggressive driving.
Yeah, don't be aggressive. You get a warning. I don't really know what that means. Jonathan Smith in the chat, he's like, is this a video game? It's like, people are winding me up here. No, this is a video game. I know it's realistic these days. It's a little bit different to the Amiga back when I was younger, that's for sure. But yeah, it is a video game. It looks pretty much identical. The sounds are all good as well. It's a crazy world we live in, but they're getting better and better and better. Back on to the...
Did you just yourself? Did you mean to do that?
No. Valentin Barrier, let's move swiftly on, please, Jesse. Valentin Barrier then still battling for that P3 a little bit further back. I think the really interesting battle right now is the 85, but now caught up to the back of the number 4 and the number 89. So they're battling for 3rd overall in this race. Pertolate in the number 85 is, in championship leader car. So the number 85 then is very much getting involved.
Certainly is. This battle continues on as we watch it, and this battle that isn't necessarily a battle might have a new player. Remember, Pertil, after the pit stop for Racing Point, they dropped a few spots and they were off the back of this fight, but now being drawn back in is the silver leader and championship leader as well. So we asked it earlier. I heard Christy talk about this earlier as well. What do you do in this situation if you're Pertil, if you are Racing Point, you're coming up on the battle for the bronze position in the pro class? You don't get anything by being involved here. What would be your message to your driver if you were leading not only your class, but your championship in the final race, and this happened to you?
My message would be, go in there, go fight, go on, show them who's got... No, I'll be telling them to stay well clear. Get nowhere near that in front. Very similar story to Dennis Schoeniger when, if there's an opportunity for Chris Hartfeld to make an overtake on Dennis, who's leading this race, I think if you're Dennis, you just move out of the way. Number 555 car doesn't need to get involved. And very similar here to Pertolate. He just doesn't need to push and get involved with these two. And right now, for my liking, he's actually a little bit too close, because if they do have an incident, he won't be able to avoid it. They've got a pretty big gap in the championship. They started out the day 12 points clear of Renwelton Esports Red. Renwelton Esports Red, the number 71 car, are down in P6. So realistically, let's say Pertolate has an incident with these drivers and it renders him out of this race. It would be a case of P6 is only 15 points. They would gain 1 position going up onto 18 points, but the likelihood is if you get yourself a nice top 5 here, you're going to be champion. So just don't get involved. Don't do anything too crazy and you're good to go. G League Esports, Fabian Pivot in the number 49, currently in 17th position, trying to make a move up towards the 977 Porsche. Everybody watching at home right now, I see the chat starting to get a little bit talkative. Where are we watching from? Which team are you supporting? And are you enjoying yourselves? I guess is the real question.
There's a couple of people in there wondering what an Amiga even is, if I'm completely honest, Luke. But Fabian Piffett trying to make a move here on Eder for 16th place. And, of course, a decent points place in their class as well. The G League Esports car, one of the more aggressive ones we've seen recently. We just got done preaching about how a lot of the teams and a lot of the drivers that we had been seeing, there's just no pressure and they're not aggressive at all. Well, those are all drivers and teams inside the top 10. This is the difference. This is the middle part of the race. It's the middle part of the pack, and it never settles down. There is no settle in and ride. There is one gear here, and it's go, and it's get positions where you can, be aggressive, force a mistake. That's what driving in the middle of this field is like all season long. There is no rest for the weary. And if you're going to be in the middle, you can guarantee you're going to be scrapping the entire way. And that's what you see out of a couple of these battles.
Yeah, like I said earlier, this is a shop window. This is the final day of school. You want to put yourself in a position to be scouted by another team and go, oh, I'm going to be racing for Unicorns of Love or Williams Esports in the future. That's the goal for the mid-pack. These drivers, some of them, might not even be on contracts. So I can tell you now, they aren't on contracts. Whereas the big teams, they are all under contract. So that's what you're aiming towards. You want to turn your hobby into a job, ultimately, and this is an opportunity to do that. So you're going to see the mid-packs specifically absolutely fighting for everything, because they're not worried about the championship. It's gone. The championship's done, right? There's only 2 teams who can win it in the pros, realistically, and there's only 3 teams who can win it in the silvers. And the longer this race goes on, it's more than likely going to be 1 team that really have that chance. It's just, Team Racing Point doing such a good job. So yeah, everybody else is just fighting for their future. 2024, they want to be, racing for the bigger teams, try and win this championship. That's got to be their aspirations. So they're absolutely not going to be slowing down. They are not going to be taking it easy. And I'm all for it, because it makes our job as commentators a lot easier.
Makes it quite interesting for racing as well, and we all love to see it. We love to see drivers come up, and we love to see drivers progress in the sport. And over the last several years, we've been fortunate enough to see a lot of that happen. We've already talked about a couple of instances of that happening just this year as well. But that's what you expect in the mid-pack. You expect to be fighting and racing and clawing your way through every position that you possibly can get. And that's why you see that there's a difference between the don't make a mistake up front, run your race, and in the middle, it's completely different. Now, we have been told, as you may recall, the Automobile Lamborghini, the 63, is off sequence by around half of a stint. They're 30 minutes earlier than anyone else, so they're completely off sequence. They did come in and do their routine stop, as far as we're aware, except that it wasn't routine at all. It was quite long, longer than it would take to pack the Lamborghini full of fuel and put 4 new Pirellis and a new driver in the car. So our resident pit lane reporter, Michael Hamlet, has been down in the pit lane, and so is our broadcast producer, Mike Yao, as well. They've sussed it out. They figured out that the 63 Lamborghini has decided to change their brake pads on the car. Now that's interesting, because the 63 Luke was one of the only cars during the 24 Spa that did not change their brake pads. They were quite confident they could go the entire 24 on the brake pads. So why today, in an 8-hour race, have they had to change their brake pads?
Well, first of all, Mike Yao and Michael Hamlet giving any information is to be taken with a massive fistful of salt to start off with. And second of all, I have no idea, mate. There's a reason why we talk about the racing and we're not involved. So I have no idea. If you're not taking it over 24 hours, then you're absolutely not taking it over an 8-hour race. So that makes 0 sense to me. But they must have, they had the wrong pads on. So again, that information came from Mike Yao. So again, take it with a pinch of salt. But that's the most likely reason they put the wrong pads on and they've had to change.
That is quite interesting to have the wrong pads on. Now, for those that are uninitiated for how ACC works, it works just like real life. They have brake pad options. They have qualifying brakes, which for most cars is pad 1. They have pad 2, which lasts an hour or several hours or something like that. Then they have endurance pads, and they also have a brake pad, I'm pretty sure, called brake pad 4, that is supposed to be used in mixed weather conditions. Now, I don't know if maybe they had qualifying brake pads on that only last a few laps, which that doesn't make sense because we've already ran about 3 hours now since they've stopped. So maybe they had brake pads 2 on, but they meant to have the endurance pads on, or maybe they had the mixed weather pads on that not a lot of people that I'm aware of, or at least that would tell me their strategy, actually use. Maybe they had that on expecting more weather than there actually was, and they've swapped over to the normal endurance brake pads. I have no idea exactly what that is, but it's a huge blow here as they were making a little bit of progress, was Automobile Lamborghini, and that has set them back quite heavily, and I don't think anybody else is going to be voluntarily changing brake pads today.
Yeah, maybe, in 5 hours time, we're going to be all going, as we see him dive up the inside, and Dennis Schoeninger makes the right decision, gets out of the way. Chris Harperveld just absolutely sent it, and at this level, with the how fast these drivers are at the front end of the grid, you've got to be surprising your opponent to make an overtake. To do it in an obvious position, it's obviously going to be defended very comfortably. But yeah, Hartevelt has put his Ferrari into the lead of this race for the first time, and with no penalties in the pit stop phase, we know how quick they're going to be once they next change their tyres and add some fuel to the car. So yeah, really nice bit of driving there from Chris Hartevelt. So new leader to this race. As much as I'm throwing shade on our directors, guys, I'm only having a bit of fun. We actually do have Emmanuel Viola who says, thank you to the director of this live stream with a love heart. So yeah, you're very much loved, Mike. Don't worry about it.
Certainly couldn't do it without him. Love the ham stats from Michael Hamlin and our broadcast producer Mike Yell, keeping us on topic and making us look smarter than we actually are. Of course, certainly the case. Chris Hartevelt,
you nailed it.
Chris Hartevelt takes the lead of the race, but for me, Dennis Schoedinger has the save of the race. Didn't expect Hartevelt to come up the inside the way he did, especially right there. That is technically a passing point, but it's so sketchy when you do it. And Schoedinger was able to realize, oh, the 51's he's actually gonna try this. And the only thing that Dennis could do was just get out of the way. And that's exactly what the Mercedes AMG Williams car did right about there. And Schoedinger saved the race, potentially the championship as well, because you get into an incident there, that's gonna be significant damage. You're gonna be spun around in the grass. You're gonna lose tons and tons of time. But Hartevelt saw his opportunity up the inside, and he did not squander it. He had one shot, one opportunity, he took it.
Yeah, 100%. I tell you what, I think Dennis has probably stopped Ferrari from getting a penalty by avoiding action. I think it was quite an aggressive move. We will see it again, so I've only seen it once. But ultimately, yeah, there won't be any penalty for it. The job is done, and the gap now is 0.6 of a second with the front drivers. Pfeffer still trying to make a move here with Gregor Schill. They're all on very similar strategies as well. So right now, it's all about trying to get yourself ahead so you have a clear run into the pit lane. That way you gain a bit more time. If you're right up behind someone, you've got to react to them slowing down. So maybe they take the pit entry a little bit differently. So we see a dive up the inside then from the Unicorn of Love AMG team. The BMW, just squeezed out wide there. There is contact between the two of them. You've got Pertolay in there in the background going, I don't really want to get involved with you two. There's some big contact then in the end. And the BMW is sent off packing. And now trying to make a move on the Aston Martin. Pertolay is just going to be told by his manager right now, get out of this battle, slow down, you've got plenty of room behind you, do not get involved with these two unless they're both facing the wrong way. I think that went over the limit a little bit there between the Unicorns of Love and indeed the team BMW, BS competition, but if you're going to make a move, it has to be very aggressive. Pertolay looking to try and take advantage. It doesn't look too flustered over Pfeffer, but he moved up into the top three, finally got it done.
Just a little bit too aggressive for me between the 4 and the 89, and if I'm Pertolay's team, I'm probably, when we get on the pit straight, I'm going to ask why? Why'd you try to go up the inside whenever they were fighting each other like that? Just, that's not the message you would actually convey. What you would actually hear on the radio to your driver is, all right, we're just gonna calm down a little bit. And that's all you really need to, or should need to have to say. But scary moment for all involved there. But Schill was not having it. Got right to the back bumper of Pfeffer, but was unable to close the gap any further. And now, dare I say, Team Unicorns of Love out in front of that, up into P3 overall. And they are ever so slightly, even on that just half a lap they were in front, driving away just a little bit. And also, Team Racing Point looks a little bit quicker than the BMW InPower BS competition car right now.
Yeah, they certainly do, but again, it's not really worthwhile getting involved. Very clever from Toll here. Gets out of the way of Boothby. They're battling for position in the overall race, but not getting involved with each other because it doesn't make a difference to, like Toll has let Boothby go. They're not going to lose any points because of it. So that's clever from them. We haven't really seen that much this season. They've all raced each other as if they're all in the same championship. But yeah, Boothby's going to be very happy with that. Little do you all know that the faster the Boothby goes, the more of his arm tattoo you will see during this race. Just go, the t-shirt will go higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's the more muscle that is required, right? So you gotta unleash the guns there a little bit. But that, you're absolutely right. You're spot on with that, Luke. And I hadn't considered that until you just said that. How many times this season? The answer is all of it, by the way, for those of you watching at home. We have not seen any silver driver this season realistically back down to the pros, and nor should they. If they're on the same lap, you're allowed to race each other. That's all fair. But we are used to, at least Luke and I, are more used to seeing silver drivers do exactly what Toll just did right there. didn't really lose time, gave him the inside. It was a clean, easy job. Toll doesn't lose anything. That's the smart, more reserved driving that we're used to seeing. Haven't seen that at all this year. We got to see it right there, and I am 100% in agreement. That was the right move by Toll.
Yeah, 100%. It's clever driving. We haven't seen enough of it, but you know that's up to them. In all fairness, you can see this is a battle now as Pertolay sort of fakes a move there. Gregor Shield dropping off pace significantly to Pfeffer now, by the way. As soon as Pfeffer's got ahead, he's got a nice 1.4 second gap, and Boothby is actually now the next car behind these. He's 8.4 seconds behind, but along the start-finish straight, he's on the same bit of track, so now he's got that big carrot to look forward to. Boothby currently in the top 5 will be looking to try and get up towards those podium spots. I think it's very difficult for anyone to catch up to the number 555 and the 51, the front 2 cars of this race, and indeed, as it stands, it would be the, well, no, it wouldn't be the championship, but Pfeffer's now made it up to P3. That's all they have to do is be P3, regardless of whether Hartevelt wins the race. But yeah, the front 2 seem to be away, but that battle for P3 is starting to really spice up.
Certainly is. And remember earlier when I said that maybe Pfeffer and the entire Mercedes-AMG team Unicorns of Love, maybe they were Williams Esports Mercedes-AMG fans. Now they don't care. They've got P3. They're secure in their position. They don't care anything about that. What they would like to do, and we'll see if this maybe comes to fruition at some point over the next 5 hours, if the Ford can get up there and take the fight to the 555, that's just bonus at that point, and that would also make the Scuderia Ferrari team a little bit of a fan of the Unicorns of Love team if they took another position and made the championship a little bit closer in the end as well. But then again, if the Ford did get in front of the 555, that would hurt the 51's case. It'd be close at that point, not quite close enough, but it would be very close. It is very nice. We've got the top 3 in the championship running 1, 2, 3, but not in the order they appear on the standings, of course. It's been like this all season. Different teams trading punches back and forth. Why should the finale be any different?
Yeah, 100%. And I got something that's very interesting. Let's look at the balance of performance here. The Audi, plus 40 kilograms. Lamborghini's got plus 30. Mercedes-AMG's got plus 10. Aston Martin, minus 10. BMW, minus 10. We've got the Honda with minus 15. Ferrari, minus 40. And the Bentley, which is a little bit irrelevant, is minus 40. But Ferrari seem to be quicker at the end of the stint. They are not hurting their tyres as much as what the Mercedes are, who had that extra balance on, and the Audis. The Audis look rapid, but at the end of the stint, they just are absolutely nowhere in terms of pace. And very similarly with the Lamborghinis at the start of their stints are very, very quick. So that extra weight is having a huge effect now on their pace at the end of each stint.
Yeah, I've been able to talk to some of the drivers and teams that run the Audi car religiously, not necessarily ones in this race, but they've all said the same thing to me, and that's near the end of the stint, the rear of the Audi gets a bit wayward. Now, I'm unsure exactly with the balance of performance that we run a custom BOP, of course. I'm not sure how that affects it. I don't think it changes the rear dynamic of the car enough, but you're absolutely spot on with that. Why is the Ferrari better at the end of the stint? I can't agree more. It's just not abusing its tires like some of the other cars that have added weight.
Yeah, I think it's simple as that, isn't it? More weight pushing down on those tires is going to cause a pretty negative effect. So we're on board then with Mateusz Tajskowicz, then currently in P10 in number 25, the ITB team. Right now, that is what that overall a P8. It is a top 8, isn't it? As it stands, they're now moving up into 9th position as Toll in that Ferrari, who very kindly got out of the way of Boothby, has brought the car into the pits. Langer in the number 144 Porsche. Keep an eye out for them. For me, drive of the day so far, considering they were 17th in the Silver Championship overall. The Team 1 FF outfit, and they are genuinely battling for a top 3 today, and that would double their point score, more than double their point score of what they had so far this season. In terms of the gaps then, Hartevelt, the Ferrari Esports team, has managed to get into the lead ahead of the number 555, the championship leaders, and they would be the champions if they finish in 2nd position in this race. 1.6 seconds, as I said, between the two. Tobias Pfeffer in third position, who's just made a move on the BS competition team about 4 laps ago. They're currently 2 seconds clear, as we see now Essa into the West competition racing car, currently 16th. Once the pits cycle through, that they will drop down the order. So yeah, that is your front 3 as it stands. In terms of the Silver Championship, Team Racing Point, who lead, they came into this with a 12-point buffer. They are currently leading the way in the silvers as well, so they're looking nice to go out there and pick up the Silver Championship. On board though with the number 678, Igor Murdasov for Armentario, in 17th position as it stands.
Certainly is, and this is the sort of the meat of the sandwich, if you will, for the race, and some space. You don't normally see that. How many times have we shown you images of one car sort of running unto itself today? It just doesn't really happen that much. The Bentley in the background on a different lap, of course, so no real concern for Murdasov here or the Armentario team, as they found a little bit of space and they're out there doing their own thing, just working their own numbers in the middle part of this race. Well, we talked about the weather. We will continue to talk about the weather, and well, it has improved ever so slightly in the past 45 minutes or so. It clouded up quite nicely, didn't it? Now it's sort of leveled off just a little bit, right as the pit cycle is just heating up. Fabian Piffet for G League Esports just in front of the Armentario car, a little bit up the road into the pit lane for their scheduled stop.
Yeah, and they're doing pretty well today. They're battling for a top 5 in G League Esports. Their best result so far this season was 12 points at Spa. But again, you split that in half. Effectively, it's 6 per half race. So yeah, the best position they've finished in is around about between P10 and P11. P10 and a half has been their best point score if we're going to be official. So yeah, top 5 here would be 18 points, and they would more than double their score as well. So G League doing pretty well, and race leaders are into the pit centre. So it is Chris Hartevelt who comes in. They got the fastest lap of the race. I wonder if they might change driver here as well. Dennis Schoeniger has now taken the lead. He's got some backmark traffic. This is going to hurt them even more, isn't it, actually? Yeah. So yeah, Hartevelt is going to miss this traffic, whereas this is going to cost a lot of time, a significant amount of time to Schoeniger. He was 2 seconds behind once the Ferrari came into the pits. I think that gap might be a little bit bigger once they come out.
Yeah, and even though the Bentley didn't do anything wrong, just to be clear, they definitely got out of the way. But even still, you don't know that. If you're Dennis Schoeniger, you don't know that. You don't know how that car's going to react. You kind of have an idea of what you expect them to do and what you would like them to do, but you don't know 100% what they're going to do. So you change your line a little bit. You're a little hesitant on the throttle. You're trying to set up a move. You're trying to think, 4D chess. You're trying to think, okay, if he does this, I'm going to do this kind of move. And that does mess with you a little bit. That does lose you a little bit of time. And it's certainly not helping him now. He's got the 110, who clearly has pitted on a brand new set of Pirelli P0 tires and is hounding the back of him here to get a lap back. That's not helping either, because now you're distracted. You're looking into the mirror. We saw on the right-hand side of the screen the Ferrari coming out of the pit lane, and no pit stop this time for Dennis Schoeniger.
No, Andrea Capoccia, new driver into the Ferrari Esports car, number 51, out on circuit with a bit of clear track to work with. And well, this is just not ideal right now for that number 555 car. That car is unlapping themselves, if you like. So this is just don't get involved. You don't need to. The fight really isn't with Ferrari today. It's just a fight amongst yourselves. Make sure you get into that top 5 and take that championship home. Just don't get involved in something that can chuck you out of this race and give the likes of Ferrari Esports a chance. Like, they are, as it stands, 30 points behind. So a win here, they get 35 points. And if Williams were to finish anywhere from P12 downwards, they would lose the championship. So don't get yourself involved in something that's going to throw you out of this race. You've got it under control as it stands. You don't need to be worried about Ferrari Esports. But I will say one thing: how would we be talking about Ferrari Esports? And I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus here, but how would we be talking about them today after their incredible performance to get P2 at Suzuka if they didn't have a DNF and they didn't receive all the penalties they've received so far this season? Because they have been the standout team in terms of receiving those +5, +10s, +30s, drive-throughs, etc. I think raw pace-wise, they've probably been the fastest car this season.
Yep, Schoninger does bring the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports car down to pit lane to the attention of the team. And yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, I go back to Kyle Lamy, scored a big goose egg in that race. Absolute 0 points, nil. And had they scored something, didn't even have to be a lot, just something, this would be a completely different championship. And if I'm part of that Scuderia Ferrari team, I'm going to look back no matter what happens today. You win the race, you kind of make your point, but you still, you're going to look back in a couple of days and go, man, if we just wouldn't have not scored anything, if we just wouldn't have had that horrible race in South Africa, what might have been? We would have probably been the champions. Of course, wondering what if is by the by, it doesn't really matter, but as a race team, you do think about that. You do also worry about that. If you're any team, you worry about that. Is today the day we have a apocalyptic collapse where we score no points? It could happen to them. It could happen to absolutely anybody. But unfortunately, it did happen to this team earlier on this season. And right now, the reason we're having this exact conversation is because they've been brilliant everywhere else, but they've had some penalties, and they didn't score points in South Africa.
Here we go, we're about to see the merge then between the front two. Ferrari had a fair chunk of change to work with. Back up to speed we are going to be getting. There's the Williams car behind, and the gap is even bigger. So those back mark traffic has cost them. They will have 2 lap fresher tyres. That's not a big difference, you know. That's the difference between them right now. Might be 6 seconds by the time we get the timing being cut. Might be a little bit less than that, but 2 laps fresher tyres in this stint are not going to make up that time. So Ferrari Esports have finally got a grip of this race, and now they're looking to try and take it away from everybody here.
Yep, they're in control of the race, this Scuderia Ferrari, and now they just need to run their race, not get into trouble with backmarker traffic, and hopefully not be run down by Gregor Schill. Keep in mind, just about to the start to the midpoint of the stint, for my money, there's a couple of cars that might be better than the Ferrari, of course, so we'll see if that is indeed the case. But of course, Dominic Blyer now in the 555 and still dealing with that issue, still dealing with traffic, which has not helped them. It didn't help them. They stayed out 2 laps longer when they were mired in traffic, and now they come back out still mired in traffic. That is not what you wanted to have. What you really wanted was 5 good clean laps to start the stint, get the gap down, but I don't think that's going to happen with cars in front of them like this.
No, the 977 is very late in their stint as well, so they're going to be very, very sluggish. I'm not sure we're going to see the same kind of courteousness as what we saw from Toll earlier, letting Boothby go through as we head up then towards turn number 1. One solace that Blyer can take is he can just get on the brakes a lot later than the Porsche. Tyre's going to be in better shape, and it should be a freebie, and it is. A little bit of a loss of time, but the bigger picture here, Jesse, is not winning this race. It's winning the championship. The hard work's been done. The foundations have been laid. You're effectively just putting the number on the door for the house. You've built the house, you've built everything. Just putting the number on the door, getting your address is the last step for this championship. They've done all of the hard graft. So just don't make a mistake from here on out, and you are golden.
Yeah, you got to get racing drivers to believe in that. You've got to get them to be on your side and say, we're not going to win, or potentially we're not in a position to win here. We don't have the quickest car, but that's okay, because that doesn't matter. And you've got to sometimes be a therapist for your racing driver. I say that, I think, every week about racing drivers. If you are a team manager, if you're a strategist, whomever is in contact with the driver, whoever is setting the strategy for the team, some days you are a psychiatrist, and today is one of those days for everybody that drives that 555. You've got to know there are bigger fish to fry. Finishing P2 here is not a big deal. Take the big check and run. Don't get short-sighted here right at the finish line of this championship.
Dara will be that voice, to be honest. Dara will be that voice. He's the youngest, but he will be that voice. He won't be, flapping. He's been in big races. Pretty much every race he's ever done has been a big race. As to the talent he has, he just always makes finals. He's always, testing his talent against the very best. So he won't be flapping here. He'll be making very, very good decisions. I'm absolutely sure of it. The gap between the front two, by the way, is only 0.4 of a second. As We see Scuderia then for the TSE Fuel Junkie Racing team come into the pits from P32 4 to 6. But the front two, that's the gap we need to see here. They are very, very close to each other. And actually, as I say that, the leaders have come in. So Gregor Schill, who was, once they had overtaken or been overtaken, they were under some severe pressure from that Aston Martin that currently leads the Silver Championship. They didn't lose their position, but how much time did they lose? Again, we'll see the merge between the BS competition and indeed the AMG very, very shortly, as we see an absolute send up the inside. And this is, who is this? This is Fiala, and they are battling with a Porsche that is a lap down, right? This is not even fourth position.
I believe that was Fleischer, yeah.
How are they falling a lap down? The 144, well, they were battling for P3 overall in the championship. So what's happened to them? They're battling for P3 overall in this race for the Silvers, and now they find themselves completely out of it. Like, they were battling with Arndt and Edda. They were ahead of Arndt and Edda. They were actually battling with Valentin Barriere at one point. So what has happened to them? I guess that maybe the pit sequence has come out and affected them there. I'm not too sure, but not looking good. I guess Fiala's yet to come into the pits. So that makes sense. I think they might have hit a little bit earlier. So they're unlapping themselves, but they're not a full lap behind.
Yeah, something quite unusual here today is there is so many small variances in the pit strategy. It is sort of difficult to get it all straight, of course, as some cars, especially the silver cars, and I think we'll see Fleischer go back to just about where they were, because many of the silver cars, as you just said, they are coming in now, washing them now, the 296, and I saw a couple of other cars in that class in, including Pertil in the Racing Point 85 down the pit lane. George Boothby brings the Veloce McLaren down pit lane as well as we near the end of the stop. All these teams here pitting now, they have been maximizing every stint thus far. You can't say that every team has been doing that today, and that is the odd thing. Normally in these endurance races this year, we've seen teams maximize as much as possible, at least to the halfway point, and then they sort of run the race backwards, or they formulate their strategy based on that. Today it's not been the case. They've been all over the place trying to outwit each other in the pit lane, and to their credit, in some cases it's absolutely worked, as Felix Arndt here trying to make a pass on Eder. I thought they were going to try it around the outside of that complex, they haven't done, and now they're going to chase each other into the pit lane.
Yeah, Michael Hamlet's especially saying that it's they're just off sequence, and that's why the cars are there. And, I tell you what, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant there from Arndt. He tried, he's nearly done a Sebastian Vettel there. He's not quite gained the position, but has he now boxed himself out? So if his pit box is after the Porsche, that's a beautiful bit of driving in his. Okay, so he might have gained here. I really want to keep an eye on this and see as to whether Arndt has just gained a position on the entry to the pit lane. And I love an overtake, a normal overtake, and we always gas it up. That's one of the best overtakes we've ever seen. That potentially could be one of the better overtakes of the season if he's managed to get that done. An opportunistic move. It will be interesting to see how close they are once they come out. We've actually got on the other side of our screen, we've got Yazhi and ITB battling for position as well. But yeah, it's tough for us, Jesse, isn't it? This, especially like the halfway point of an 8-hour race. Like, everybody's off sequence. You're kind of not sure who's battling with who, and then you suddenly see two cars that were complete opposite sides of the track, 5 minutes ago battling with each other, and you're kind of trying to figure out what everybody's strategy is. There's 700 cars on track as well, so it's very difficult for us. But I'll tell you what, he's got it quite easily as well. Pops into the car, and yeah, it was very easy.
That was fantastic. Some series, it is actually illegal to be side-by-side entering pit lane. You have to be single file for safety reasons. This isn't one of those series. You can race people up to the line and obviously onto the limiter, and I just think Eder was a little bit more conservative getting into the pit lane than the Get Close Racing car was. They were able to maybe blip the throttle a little bit, get a little bit closer, and able to take that position quite easily. I'm confident that they would have taken that position regardless of how close they were. Just an excellent stop from Get Closer Racing there.
Yeah, Marco Bischoff now in the car of the 977 as well. Marco Bischoff, the time now just completely changed then. Where did Marco Bischoff, so he's 6 seconds, they've got 6 seconds to pop there in that pit stop. So yeah, they didn't really need to push it, but they did. It was fun to watch. and now we're on board with Statsenko, who was actually in the chat earlier on over on YouTube. I think he's actually also streaming his point of view, so you can go check out how he's getting on. Loads of drivers are streaming their point of view, so if you're on Twitch or on YouTube, make sure you, I don't know, search the team name or the driver name. You might come across some broadcasts there where you can actually get some insight from the drivers and hear people talking about stuff they know what they're talking about. Or you can stay here with me and Jesse and watch me kind of sort of wing my way through this.
That's the best way, in my opinion. But Statsenko into the car and doing everything they can just inside the top 10. And the pit stop sequence continuing for cars that are slightly off sequence here as they get in and out of the pit lane. Woodrow for Rocket SimSport in the 22, safely in and off of pit lane. And that's not a given here, folks. This is not the easiest pit lane. I would probably rank it as one of the more difficult ones to get on and off of in sim racing in general, to be fair. Pit entry it does you no favors. You drive up a lane that twists to the left, and then the pit road wall starts, and then it goes back to the right. It's hard to sight where the actual 50-kilometer pit limiter board actually is because it's blind. You got two gigantic walls on either sides, and then obviously at that point the pit lane opens up quite a bit. I've seen several cars unfortunately have contact in there, and they crash themselves into pit lane. Speeding is a big thing, especially at this level when you're pushing really hard to get to the line. Maybe you've misjudged it. I've seen them nudge and put the cars in the walls as well, trying to get everything, and then realizing they overcooked it just a bit. And pit out is no picnic either. It is a 90-degree right-hand turn. You can see there is a line, and it's a sharp 90-degree line and a box that you have to exit through turn number 1. It spits you out on the outside of turn number 2. Actually, just before that, in fact. It's a difficult pit lane. And despite that, today, we have not seen, at least in our stint anyway, a single penalty for speeding or violating pit road limits here today. And that's more than I can say for 95% of the races I've called here.
Yeah, and now you said that, we're going to see plenty, as you know, so that's just how it works. We've got Olivier just in behind the TX3 car. We've got Kolosov, who's racing in the Arma Mentario number 678 machine, and the number 555, which is now being driven by Dominic Blyer, I believe. Yeah, he is. He had to negotiate these two as they were battling for position, so yeah, he lost a little bit more time to that Ferrari Esports car, but like I said, they've done the hard work. They don't need to be flustered by that. Just make sure that you finish this race in a handy position. Doesn't even need to be a podium position. Top 5 and you're good to go. You win the championship. 4 hours 30 minutes away from being crowned our 2023 champions. So yeah, just keep yourself on the tarmac and you're good to go. But yeah, nice little battle here though. Kolosov holding firm. Olivier trying to find any kind of gap here. We're on board now with Luke Whitehead, who is racing for the McLaren Veloce car. He has got past Camera and looking towards that top 3. Whitehead putting an unbelievable stint and ultimately made a mistake with the track limits and got a penalty actually at Suzuka, but has shown signs of being on a different level to many of the drivers in this championship. So Whitehead on the charge, looking to try and get up to that top 3.
McLaren Veloce on an absolute tear a little while ago. I'm quite curious to see where the quickest cars are. I think the 51 is a shoe-in for probably the quickest car, but I want to know where the Veloce McLaren actually ends up being on that list. What I can tell you is the Scuderia Ferrari car is still the quickest in and off of pit lane. Actually, no. This is average lap times I'm looking at right now. The average lap time for the quickest car, which is the Scuderia Ferrari car, the 51, is a 35.818, and a quarter of a second back is the 66 Williams Audi, and then it's the 50 or the 555 Mercedes AMG Williams car as well. These are all quite close, as these two cars are getting quite close as well.
Yeah, this is typical America, getting the fireworks out. Yeehaw! We're seeing Kolosov then in the Armamentaria car, losing position. The job is done. Olivier comes through, says thank you very much, but the Ferrari is very much fighting back, heading onto that back straight. is there a potential opportunity? And actually, no, there isn't. Aston Martin gets really nice drive out of there, and the TX3 team have made their way up into what would be P24.
They've done the move, and they've done it cleanly enough that there is no sort of comeback for Kolosov and Armamentario, as unfortunately they're going to have to watch the 333 just sort of drive off into the distance just a little bit. Maybe pick something up, two different cars, but you never know what you can learn. They always say if you want to get better at racing, you need to follow somebody that's a little bit better than you. And even if you're in different cars, maybe just pick up something. Oh, they're beating me into this corner because they're doing this. Of course, some things you can't change, braking distances and how that works and all that stuff. So don't get too cute with it. Of course, I've certainly tried to outbrake certain cars in ACC and realize, oh no, I'm in a different car, I can't do that, and then it's hello wall.
Yeah, there's different talent levels, which I'm very much at the bottom of. There's very different cars. Some good cars are good under braking. Some cars are very good mid-corner. Some cars are good in a straight line. Yeah, so it's all about picking the car that suits your driving style the best, really. I like a car that's nice and easy to drive, and maybe not the quickest in a straight line or quickest through corners, but it's not going to try and chuck me in a wall every 5 seconds. So in terms of GT3, I will always go with a BMW. It's the safest car for me. But that's about me. Aidan Walsingham, who gave us an incredible couple of stints actually out in Suzuka the last time out. A couple of mistakes as well, a couple of penalties as well. But in terms of raw pace, really showcased his skill set, trying to move then up, as they are P3 currently in this race for the Silvers, trying to get involved with the number 25. So we're seeing completely different driving styles from some of our Silvers. We saw Toll in the Ferrari earlier on, kind of, waving the white flag almost to the Veloce team, saying, yeah, you come on by, we're not going to race with you, we're not in the same class. And now you've got the 296 of the Yaz Heat team who are like, nope, we're going to fight with everybody. We want every position possible. We want to try and catch up to Essa and Latasia currently in second and first, respectively.
I love this Cam from Walsingham. I love seeing his eyes. He's also, when he gets on a little bit of a straight, sometimes he's saying something, maybe a word or two to the team. I don't know, maybe he's just talking to himself. But I love the forward-facing cams that some of these drivers have. You really get to, you look at their eyes and you can kind of figure out what they're looking at. He has either multiple monitors, or he's got one very big curved monitor one way or another. He keeps looking on the left side of the screen, and I don't know if he has his timing over there or if he's looking into the wing mirror of the car. He's doing something, because every time he gets on a straight, he's looking over to the left, but his head doesn't change. You just saw him do it right there as well. He's not moving his head, he's just glancing at something out of the corner of his eye. It's something that he's monitoring that isn't Statsenko, who is directly in front of him. I don't know if he's concerned about Fleischer behind him or if he's more concerned about his time delta, whatever it may be. He keeps glancing at something ever so slightly. He just did it there again. Now he's looking up at the mirror there, and he keeps doing it the whole way down the front straight. He's looking at different things. He's checking the situation of the car. He's checking his position. That's what it takes. You do that about 100 times a lap. Incident between cars 5 and 1 on lap 116. Warning to car 1 for causing a collision.
Yeah, warning, that's fine. You move on. If you do it again, you're going to be in some big trouble. We've got a nice cluster of cars here then. We've got the HRT Unicorns of Love at the back of this little pack here. And then at the front, I believe that's the Williams with Fiala behind the wheel. Currently P8, as we see a potential send here. We've got 3 Audis all going for it. The 114 then Collot loses out. That's a lap being put on them actually by the AMG. The AMG looking to put a lap on this other Audi as well. And the lead car of it, the Williams, is on the same lap. So that's for P8, I believe. So the Williams car ahead of this, the HRT Unicorns of Love Pink, they're battling for P8.
Certainly are. It always complicates it when you have cars. Whenever you're being blue flagged, and you've got to sort of be aware of that and not block the advance of faster cars. But you're also in a battle of your own. In a race like this, in endurance racing especially, you try to use that offensively. You try to make it so it's, if you're the car trailing, you try to make it as easy as possible for that car that you're being blue flagged by to get by you. What you're hoping, though, is that it puts whomever you're racing in an unadvantageous position where you stand to benefit from that car making their way through. We already talked about how difficult it is to race side by side. It's actually quite easy to race side by side here, but how much time you lose doing that versus a lot of other racetracks is one of the worst ones. So all you're hoping, you make it easy on that car that's blue flagging you to get by, and you're just hoping it puts them in a bad spot, maybe opens the door a little bit, gives you a little bit of a heads up. But in that case, that didn't happen. The net result was nil, and they just reset, and they'll continue to race those two Audis as more cars coming up behind them. Always a distraction in these races.
Yeah, 100%. You got the number 426, the TSE Racing Fuel Junkie. They're currently 28th in the Silver Championship. They scored 0 points so far this season. I'm not sure they're in the top 15 right now either, to be honest. So I'm not sure they're going to score points today, but having their best performance of the season so far. The battle we were actually looking at was between Whipperman Racing and also Race Esports team number 114. And what a different kind of race that Whipperman Racing have. Last time out, they were pole position. They're the only team who've had 2 pole positions this season as well. And yeah, they have just not really had much fun. They've got Osterman in the car, who is absolutely lightningly fast. But Kolot, he doesn't really care who's in the car in front. He's just trying to gain some extra positions, sweating as he does so. Wipes the sweat from his brow there, very hot conditions. But yeah, Whipperman Racing, 28th overall in this race. Not been a good day in the office. In terms of their, they've had 2 DNS this season. They've had a P4 and a pole position in Kyle Army, and a Suzuka a P8 and a pole position for Suzuka. So they've got the outright race, the outright raw pace, but in terms of race pace and getting to the finish or the checkered flag, it's just not really worked out for them. First time we've seen this livery today, Drive Just Boys. This is maybe the funkiest livery on track. Orange and purple, it works well together. I love to see it. It's really nice.
Well, as commentators, we love liveries that we can pick out from a mile away, and the Drive Just Boys car is definitely one of those. The very distinct purple and orange on the McLaren, very easy to see, very easy to pick up. Just looking for distinct patterns and everything. Kesselglitch has a similar thing where, yes, it is a Ferrari, but it's a very distinctive Ferrari. It kind of sticks out the red and white checkered pattern on that car as well. Everybody trying to do their level best here. A couple of cars finding quite a bit of space as well in the middle part of the race. Just about halfway home in this one. And you know, after a nice long season where you have races of all length, 24, 12, 9, you get to this 8-hour finale. And I'm telling you, for us in the booth, it feels like it's flying by. I bet for the teams, it's the same situation. It feels like this race just started. They look up at the clock, half of it's gone. You've only got 4 hours left in the season.
Yeah, but there's one team that it will be going pretty slow for, and that'll be the Williams AMG. They will. This race would have felt like it's been going on for a couple of days, because they just need to get to the finish in the position they're in, and they are champions of the series. So it's going to be taking a while for them there. Maybe even Ferrari as well, who are leading this race. But yeah, for most teams, mid-pack, this race will be flying by. And every single one of them has, to be honest. For me, the endurance races are long. That's the whole point of them, their endurance. But they have flown by. The racing action's been really good from start to finish in this series, especially in the mid-pack. At the front, it tends to be pretty close, but the mid-pack is just ridiculous. As we see Olivier trying to catch up to Herbino in that number 127. Number 127 well out of position. 23rd overall in this race. They are one of the pro cars. Olivier, who's just made a move on Kolosov. Kolosov dropped a bit further back there. You can see in that red and blue Ferrari right at the end of the start-finish straight. But yeah, Olivier trying to catch up to this Lamborghini and make a free overtake into 23rd.
Certainly is. Of course, Olivier doesn't necessarily want to have to make this a thing. Would appreciate if Herbino would just sort of let them have it, knowing it's 2 different classes. I doubt that is going to be the case, as in the mid-pack, as we've stated before, you race for everything, even if it's not for a positioning class that pays you extra points. So I wouldn't bet on that. If I was Olivier, I would probably come expecting some resistance from Herbino, and I would recognize exactly what's going to happen. A little bit of resistance happening just in front of them. You got Macri and Bischoff fighting over 21st place and points in their category. The Kramer Racing Esports car driving real deep into that corner and shallow as well. just trying to get a better run off the next corner isn't going to happen. Macri had that covered. The Lamborghini just out in front of the two of them. We're going to figure out who has the best brakes here, and it looked to be about the Porsche. Had a little bit better, but the rotation and center off was definitely worse for the 55 Lamborghini, and it's been even worse through 13 and 14. Bischoff got beside him, the inside goat to Macri, and he's done it again. Just a worse corner off than Bischoff's was. The 977 of Kramer Racing down the inside. Who's got the grunt down the straight? Normally it's not the Porsche, but he's been able to maintain it, look, and he's just going to give it up, is Macri. Not fighting down into turn one. Marco Bischoff up a spot in the 977.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Marco Bischoff. But I'll tell you what about the leaders? I think Williams have caught up to the front here. I think Ferrari have made a mistake somewhere, because I'm pretty sure that just behind these two is the battle for the lead of this race. So I think there's only a couple of tenths between them as it stands. But yeah, Marco Bischoff, a really nice move there. It was very aggressive from both of them, but yeah, perfectly executed. We've got to look at the lead here of the front two. I think that the AMG was going to make a move there. We go in the background there. That is the Ferrari, right? That is the Ferrari and the Williams team.
I'm not wearing my glasses. That is an Ferrari. It might be the Ferrari. Not quite sure there, but we mentioned earlier that it was potentially possible you pit a couple of laps later. Remember, the 555 had 2 laps of 2 laps later into the pit lane was the 555, and we didn't expect that to be a big issue, but maybe it has been. And also, we covered earlier that the Ferrari was the best in the second half of the stint, but for my money, that Mercedes wasn't a slouch in the first part of the stint. It ended up about even, and it wouldn't surprise me if they have caught up. Incident between cars 89 and the 426 on lap 121. No further action. And an incident between cars 60 and 22 on lap 119. A warning given to car 22 for pit lane infringement. I accidentally did will that into existence, apparently.
Yeah, you certainly did. Colot here then behind Osterman. This battle has been going on for a fair few laps now, as it stands very close between the two Audis. We know that their pace significantly drops off near the end of the stint. We're going to get a replay then here. This is David Tanitza in the Lamborghini Esports car. And I'll tell you what, the Bentley has just given them, I would say a love tap, but I'm not sure that there's any hearts or kisses or cuddles being given out there from the Lamborghini team. The number 63 then ending up facing the wrong way, and they've recovered. So they lost maybe 5 to 6 seconds, but they also will be damaged to that car, and I would imagine that they will have to get that fixture in a pit stop, so that's going to cost them even more time there. Bischoff now in behind Forks, battling for 20th position.
Yeah, and we didn't report on this. You saw it on the screen, but just to clarify, remember earlier when the 89 and the 4 were racing each other quite hard, the BS Plus competition and the 4 Unicorns of Love car. Remember when they were racing each other quite hard and they got together in turn number 3? We did see Race Control say that there was no further action from that. They deemed that was all fair in love and war. A couple of taps between the two of them, and they let that go, which is exactly what I think we all wanted to see.
There it is then. So it is 4/10 of a second between the front two. I was right, they have closed up. And as you can see here, Capocci is defending. I'm not sure Blyer really wants to attack too much here, but he has caught up. So there must have been something gone awry there for the Ferrari Esports team, because 3 seconds at this level is so difficult to catch up. Or Capocci just had a pretty poor stint. That's really the only 2 explanations of the stand. You can see lots of rubber there on the rear wing of that Ferrari. But Dominic Blyer, leaders of the championship, yet to win a race in a team. What decision do you make? As we can see, by the way, the clouds have definitely subsided. It is a blue sky out there. It doesn't look like we're going to have any rain for the foreseeable future. But yeah, Dominic Blyer is in a really nice position. You can see the race leader doesn't really want to get involved too much here. I think the only way for Ferrari to win this championship is for the Williams Esports AMG to have a big issue. You just stay behind, surely. You don't want to get too close.
It wasn't a particularly good lap for Capoccia the last time through. It was a 36 and a mid-36 at that. The average lap time for that car leading up to this stint is a 35.8, so just about around a second slower that lap, and you could argue maybe Dominic Blyer applying the pressure, rattling the cage, getting into the head of Capoccia, or maybe just something up with the car, and I think that's what it is. Maybe the driver a little unsettled, not quite in the racetrack, that car, like it was earlier on. Could also be a little bit too, remember when that car was fast, that Ferrari, it was cloudy indeed, and now the sun's back out, it's baking the racetrack a little bit. Could that benefit the Williams a little bit more than the Scuderia Ferrari car? But I disagree with you, Luke, on this case. I think Dominic Blyer is going to go for it, and I think he has to, because you cannot leave anything to chance. If you have the race win right in front of you like this, and if you can control the tempo of this race like they did for the first couple of hours, even if the Scuderia Ferrari car is a little bit quicker, that doesn't matter. If you're getting out in front and you control the race, who's to say? Maybe they don't get another opportunity to overtake you. Yes, they have to be careful, but I don't think Blyer sits back and lets this happen. I think he sees his opportunity whenever it's afforded to him.
Yeah, but you've also got to factor in that Ferrari, and I'm just going to put my driver's hat on here. If I am Dominic Blyer, I'm fully aware of the aggression that Ferrari have shown this season with their drivers. And again, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. I'm not trying to throw any shade. Driving styles, aggressive driving styles, or passive driving styles, that doesn't make any difference to me. I love just seeing people racing each other, so I'm all for it. But the amount of penalties that Ferrari have accrued so far this season because of the aggressive nature of their driving, do you want to put yourself in a position where you are fighting side by side? You know, and potentially it's the gaps are millimeters then between the cars, and a slight mistake could become a massive mistake. I don't think you put yourself in that position. So for me, I will disagree with you as you disagreed with me. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. You don't need to. You've got a 12-second advantage over the team in third. Then looking all the way back down to P6, really, you need to just be top 5. You don't need to be worried about even finishing in the top 3. Don't get yourself involved.
That time by for Andrea Capoccia, it was a 36.1, so a little bit better that time, but still below the average lap time of that team. Dominic Blyer, I needn't tell you, but I will anyway because it's my job, it was a little bit quicker that lap, and you could see Capoccia not willing to give the inside line to Blyer, went immediately down to the pit wall, signaling to Dominic Blyer behind of, hey, if you're going to pass me, you're going to have to do it around the outside. And if I am Blyer, I don't really care about having the inside for turn number 1, but I think it's more about having the message delivered, and I think it is. And I think the message has been delivered for the Mercedes-Williams Esports team right now. I think it's sort of a hybrid of our two strategies, Luke. I think they've told Blyer, look, if he makes a mistake or he runs wide, do it carefully, but go for it. But if not, just follow him. You've already caught him. You've ran him down. It was 3 seconds. It's net nothing now, the difference with first to second place. So if you get the opportunity to take it, but don't force anything because of exactly what you said. And keep in mind, this is just the reverse of what we saw in the opening hours of this race, with the reverse of this, with the 555 out front, the 51 chasing.
I will say one thing here, Dominic Blyer will be the coolest one out of the whole team. Like, because he's in the car, he can affect the outcome here. I know that Dara will be not so chilled. I know that Dennis will not be so chilled for sure. And I know Javi will be the least chilled out of all of them. So Javi will be sat there going, this is not nice, I don't like this. He's just wanting that time to trickle down. So when you said earlier on that these races are flying by, right now every second's going to feel about 5 seconds for Williams Esports as they sit behind this Ferrari. But again, they've done the hard work. The first 4 rounds of this championship was the hard work. P7, P3, P2 in a pole position at Spa, P3 at Suzuka. They lead the championship. They haven't got to be worried about going out there and beating the likes of Ferrari Esports. They've just got to get a half-decent finish, so they hold all the cards.
They certainly do hold all the cards, and they've got a 5th ace up their sleeve just in case they need it right now. So that's why they're calm and cool, and you're not seeing any move. You're seeing more from Capoccia here, defensive driving. You're not seeing Dominic Blyer show any cards to the Ferrari in front either. And Blyer now sees what we see as we ride off of the right side wing of Andrea Capoccia's car. That is lap traffic in front of them. We get near some of the marshal posts, you'll see some blue flags going on as well. But lights flashing for Capoccia, lighting up the rear of that Lamborghini. And Blyer's paying attention to this as well, because if Capoccia gets stuck, Bleyer's going to have an opportunity to overtake here. And also, if Capocci gets impatient and maybe has contact, that could be doubly difficult as well. Bleyer's got to race this real heads up for any account. There is the waved blue flags, but no attempt made to get out of the way. And there it is, the indicator on the Lamborghini, slowing up ever so slightly, allowing the leader through. That's exactly what you want to see. Both the leaders through and the battle still intact.
Yeah, TX3, they're trying to take full advantage of the clash car getting out of the way. Yeah, well, I tell you what, there's a 5-second penalty that's just been handed out to Andrea Capoccia. So there is a penalty here that's been handed out. Has that just popped up? I've missed something.
No, you're absolutely right, Luke. That has just popped up, and that has to be Stewart's. And here it is. Incident between the 555 and the 51. Your two leaders, folks, on lap 132. So about 4 or 5 laps ago. Time penalty for Scuderia Ferrari 51 for aggressive driving. That was originally a warning, but it is a second warning, which institutes a 5-second penalty.
And people can get angry with me saying don't get involved with the Ferrari Esports team because they've been driving aggressively so far this season. Within a couple of minutes, my claim was backed up, if I'm honest. So, yeah, do you need to be getting involved in that if you're Dominic Blyer? Probably not. And especially now you know that they've got an extra 5 seconds in the pit stop. Just take a step back, be a second behind them. Don't be 3/10 behind them. Maybe just stay in the draft, I guess. But just don't get involved. You don't need to. Don't undo all the hard work.
I'll tell you what, Luke, I want to know what happened on lap 132.
Yeah, same. I want to see it as well. I'm pretty sure that they've not wound down their windows and high-fived each other. I can assure you of that. Something's gone down. But yeah, maybe we'll see a replay of that.
Michael Hamlet, who is down on the pit lane and feeding us information here, has given us additional context and clarification on why the warning was given. It was given for Capoccia's weaving. We saw him do it a couple of times, and that's what it was. That was the aggressive driving for weaving down the straight. I'm assuming you're allowed to make a move, right? But weaving is not allowed. So that was deemed a foul of the rule set here, and that was the second warning that they had received, which is converted into a 5-second penalty. So now 15 seconds of penalties on the day for Scuderia Ferrari.
Well, look at this though, Olivier trying to make a move past Macri in the number 55. The gap between them is absolutely nothing. There's someone spamming emotes, by the way, on YouTube, which is cracking me up. I'm just seeing random party emotes being spammed everywhere. The TX3 car not quite going to get the job done there. Macri holds firm. But yeah, whoever's spamming the emotes on YouTube, make yourself known, say hello. It's quite funny to see them all just popping up on my screen.
Jack Olivier right on the back of Macri here, trying to make this move stick and unable to get right alongside as of yet. Not the most advantageous part of the racetrack to make a move anyway. Got a little off of the racetrack there was Macri. Last time we saw Macri have an issue, it was corner off. And I think, and I dare say, that Lamborghini still having that same handling characteristic where center off the corner, so from the apex to the exit of the corner, just not a lot of grip or maybe just not a lot of confidence in the race car, and that has allowed Jack Olivier to get back beside him. And the virtual drivers by TX3 car has made the move cleanly into turn number 1.
Yeah, I almost think that, we're about to see a replay here then. And this is for the aggressive weaving lane, so it's been given for this. So that we've seen, that's the second move across, that's the third. And now we're about to see a fourth. Yeah, so 4 movements, that's excessive. Especially when you're within a couple of tenths. I think if you're a second behind, I think you can move left and right as much as you like. When you're that close to the car behind you, then it's, that's why you would receive a penalty. Jack Olivier's got the Irish flag in his name. I almost, Virtual TX3, they're a French team. I want to think that his name's Jack Oliver, and he's changed it to Olivier to be French for the team. I'm sure that's not true, but that's what my thought process is at this point in the championship.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. Jack Oliver, Jack Olivier, please do correct us on that. But either way, able to make that pass and do it flawlessly without any sort of contact. Meanwhile, in the middle of the pack, almost exactly in the middle of the pack, in fact, battles still raging on. Manuel Pop, they get closer, racing number 7, Romagnoli in front and Murdoch in tow behind. as these two cars fight over 17th. That just brings Murdoch in the 38 Ferrari ever so closer. Get Closer Racing doing exactly that for Romagnoli in the 938.
Yeah, not quite close enough though to make a move. Romagnoli holding on as we see the battle for P1 get very spicy indeed. Dominic Blyer is going to go round that outside. The room is going to be left by the Ferrari, and they're still side by side through turn number 2. The inside line then being held by Capoccia. Capoccia will hold firm. Well, that's the first real taste of there being a move made by Williams. They still have that inside line. The slight overlap has been closed off quicker than it indeed opened up. But the Ferrari Esports team are holding firm, and that was brilliant from both teams. But now they've got TX3 in the mix as well behind them, who is a lap down. But I would imagine they'll try and unlap themselves, although that slide out of turn number 7 is not going to do them any favours at all. But that's the first time we've seen them duke it out side by side. I don't think it's going to be the last.
No, it certainly wasn't. Blyer got the run, and he was taking the outside part of the corner, just hoping that he would have enough overlap to get the pass done in turn number 2, having the inside there. Wasn't able to do that. Had a little bit of a fight back through 4 as well, but didn't get overly zealous with it and just sort of fell back as they got through 5, 6, and 7, which is exactly what you would expect to do when you're playing with the championship lead and you're unrivaled at the moment. Took a poke at him, and I will give Andrea Capoccia this. That 5-second penalty did not rattle them anymore because they raced that 555 of Williams as close as they possibly could. They didn't give it up, and they did not settle for anything less than contesting that position. And I think the two of them did a really good job of that. There was a little bit of contact on the entry to turn number 1. But we've seen Race Control not care about that all day. I don't think that's going to be anything to shout home about. Beyond that, a good battle, and I think it has all but cemented that they're going to continue doing that. Saw a car return to the pit lane just there, quite interestingly enough. I was afraid it was Arthur Kammerer. It is not Arthur Kammerer because the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car is duking it out with Veloce McLaren right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But a position gain there. Luke Whitehead's got ahead and now lost that position. This is these two are trying to get themselves up towards the battle with the number 4 car for that podium spot. And if there's any more potential penalties in this race, like Capoccia may drag that Ferrari car towards this group behind. If Blyer and Capoccia fight, because the gap between 2nd and 3rd nearly 5 laps ago was 12 seconds. So already that's come down by 4. All of a sudden you're looking at maybe at the end of this race, potentially some weather as well. It might be a 4-5 car battle for the lead of this race. And does that change the outlook of the championship? I think it very much would do if the Mercedes dropped down. And I think that's the reason now why Blyer might look to make a move, is to just try and get away from the rest of the pack, because he can see the delta coming down. And right now they're in control of their championship destiny, but the closer everyone else gets to them, the less control they have.
Yeah, it's one of those where you can elect to sit here and ride behind the leader in P number 2 and give up a little bit of time. But can you afford to do that is the question. I think for the majority of this stint, the answer has been, yeah, you can. But the gap coming down to Tobias Grunwald and the Unicorns of Love car and the rest of the group, because they had that battle for a lap or so, right? And all of a sudden now you start to get worried, well, I can't afford to get caught. If it's just a two-way battle for the lead, it doesn't matter. But you get 3 or 4 cars involved because they're all running so closely on pace, then yeah, it's a whole different thing. A little bit of alarm bells start going off in your head, and all of a sudden you get a little bit more aggressive. You look up at the clock, oh my goodness, half the race has gone by, and I have an opportunity to still lead this thing. All these things start to build up, and it's going to continue to ratchet up as we get closer to the end of this thing. Pay attention to that gap, though, like Luke said, 8.6 seconds, Blyer to Grunwald. Is that coming down? I suspect it is.
It is about half a second a lap as it stands, and that would be caught up in about half a stint if it continued to go like this. So half a stint in an 8-hour race is absolutely nothing. So right now, Tobias Grunwald in that number 4 car, who they are currently 2nd in this championship, remember. So they need to gain 18 more points than the Williams Esports team. So if they were, again, hypothetically, to catch up to this group, get into the lead of this race, they would need to then finish, well, Williams would have to finish P6. They wouldn't have to drop too far down. So right now, this is really good news for that Unicorns of Love team. So from what looked like a very easy passage through to a championship, it's starting to become a little bit more clouded for that Williams Esports team, although they are inevitably now going to end up going for the lead of this race, and you don't want to be giving yourself any penalties. No contact needed here as he makes a move, and I tell you what, there's a tag to the Ferrari. This plays into the hands of that number 4. I'm not going to call what the stewards exactly would do in this situation, but historically, we know that any kind of contact normally is rewarded with a penalty. It doesn't matter, the time's going to be lost there anyway, because Dominic Mobileye does give that back that position. Again, this plays into the hands of Tobias Grunewald, that number 4 car. The Unicorns of Love, again, with the potential of there being some weather later on in this race sprinkled in, maybe now they're playing themselves back into the championship battle. It's still a long chalk. It's going to be very tough for anybody to overturn that deficit of the Williams Esports team, but little incidents like that are not going to help their cause.
By definition, in the rule book, that was an overtake with contact by Dominic Blyer. What Dominic Blyer did, though, was in between turns 3 and 4, he slowed up, he allowed Andrea Capoccia to get back through. Historically here at SRO Esports, the race control booth looks more fondly on that situation when the positions are returned. They're still giving penalties. They've consistently still gave penalties for that, just lesser ones.
Yeah, for me, I think if you make a mistake like that and you give back position, you lose. They lost more than 5 seconds there. This is, again, I'm not a race steward, I'm a commentator. I don't ever want to be a race steward either, because you just take flack. You never make the right decision for everybody. You know, it's a tough job. It's a thankless task, actually, if we're going to be completely honest. Don't give a penalty. That's what the perfect scenario right now. They've served it themselves, really, by giving back the position. It's obviously not intentional. They were a little bit desperate in terms of making that move up towards turn number 1. But yeah, everything's kind of resolved itself. If anything, the rest of the pack now have caught up here. Even Matasia, the number 85 car, remember, their leader of the silver class, they're now all of a sudden in a mix to win the race outright. But yeah, let's not be too crazy with the penalties. And actually, right now, as it stands, Matasia would come out behind Capoccia just by a couple of tenths because of that 5-second penalty. In terms of our commentary here, Jesse, a 5-second penalty for Williams wouldn't be the worst thing, right, for us, because it brings then 4 cars within a second of each other with 4 hours to go in this race. I don't want to see someone penalised for giving up a position. I think that they should be let off, but yeah, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for us as a neutral.
Yeah, I think they're, you know, I'm not a steward today, but if I had to guess and I had to get the crystal ball out, I think there will be a penalty coming out for the Dominic Blyer and company crew, but I think it certainly will be less of a penalty than it would have been had the 555 just continued on. Let's take you back and show you exactly what we're talking about. Blyer makes a move down to the inside, overcooks it just a little bit, manages to stay on the racetrack, and has just slightly inside position on the 51 of Capoccia, but a little bit of contact as he starts walking the dog, as we call it in America, just sort of sidestepping the car, doesn't have the grip, gets into the 51, realizing what he's done, or perhaps at the behest of the team's coaching, Blyer lets off the throttle, allows the 51 of Capoccia back through, and that is where we're at right now. And the 8.5 second gap to Tobias Grunewald has shrunk now because of all of that. It has shrunk to under 4 seconds, 3.7 seconds first to third right now. Absolute chaos here near the halfway point.
Yeah, I will say one thing there that doesn't help Blyer. There was no overlap going in towards turn number 2. He didn't have any part of his car alongside. It was ultimately by braking late that made the overlap, made the contact. So for me, if it is given a penalty, they haven't really got a leg to stand on. The fact they gave back the position, you know, ultimately it's lovely, it's great, great sportsmanship, but the contact was created by braking too late. There was no overlap there, and ultimately it would just be it was cut and dry. A stone wall penalty, as I say. But yeah, again, the real winners really is Tobias Grunewald, who right now would come out just behind Capoccia, but would come out in second position if the front two were to both receive a penalty. Anyway, I hate talking about penalties. It always or you always end up talking about it for far too long. On to the board then with Luke Whitehead. After camera's got a nice little gap to work with here. Won't have to worry about any dives up the inside because the gap's around about 3/4 tenths of a second. But the number 27 car, I think we need to give them a shout out today. West Competition Racing, of course, have had a race win this season in the silver class at Bathurst, round number 1. Keeping pace right now. Essa is keeping pace with Whitehead, who's just a little bit further up the road, and Camera. And they're all battling for a top 5 overall.
Yeah, they certainly are. They could be on for something a little bit more special than that. Just a few spots off of the podium. Of course, Yonkers in the car right about now, and they are one of the few cars that find themselves in sort of a gap. They've got 3+ seconds in front of them, and nobody really out behind them really at the time. So they're fighting for their spot, and who knows what's going to happen here in the second half. But going very well. It's not going well here for Pisano, for absolute res tech by Acelith, as they get punted down into the technically this is a chicane in a weird way, but it's actually a sequence of about 4 corners, but gets punted, the position returned, and they will continue on after that. Though Herrera and Pisano, that they didn't make friends after that contact, certainly.
No, but I'm not sure who that. Oh, it was, there we go, Moreira, who's probably number 44. So yeah, it was. I think it was scrappy from both. I think Pisano ran wide anyway, and Moreira went even deeper. These things happen. Luckily, they sorted themselves out. And the second bit of sportsmanship we've seen within the space of about 4 laps, where drivers are letting each other go, which is nice. Marco Yonkers in the number 1 car, West Competition Racing BMW by Romania team, who are not having a good day really, is now got out of the car, and Victor Nicolai is in, so that's a pit stop there. Monsieur, number 114, still yet to serve that 5-second penalty. So we head a little bit further back. This is P3's behind these two. So this is Herbigno, and who is battling with Macri. So this is for P22, but they've got P3 right behind them. So right now, a lot of time then for that Team Unicorns of Love, the AMG team.
Certainly is a loss of time here, not exactly what you want to be doing. If you're a pro team, certainly you would expect to be somewhere vaguely near the top 10, and especially not behind a train of 6 or 7 silver cars. But alas, racing is a art, not a science, and it often is a science, but it's mostly an art. And they find themselves behind a whole line of silver cars, and it's just the most unfortunate thing if you are Herbigno right now, or excuse me, yeah, if you are Herbigno right now, it's just the most unfortunate thing is you find yourself in a position where the cars in front of you that you're racing, they're not going to give anything up because they don't particularly care about your plight. They're too busy racing each other, as they should be. You're nowhere near it. Look at this, just the Unicorns of Love car down the inside, and the John Lacey driver has no recourse other than just to let that happen, and that further frustrates the driver, Alexandre Herbigno. Just it's going to be one of those days where, for him, for that team, you are looking at the clock, and you're 4 hours. It can't be over quick enough.
No, certainly not. It's a poor end to the season, unfortunately. It's just not gone well for... that's what happens in a championship, isn't it? Some teams have an exceptional championship, some teams don't have a very good championship, and you kind of want to be leading with positive regardless of whether you win it. You want to be at the end of the season going, oh, you know, that ended well, something we can build on for next season. That's how I look at things anyway. Battle for the lead still happening then. Dominic Blyer 5/10 of a second back on Andrea Capoccia, and I would imagine actually the Ferrari brings the car in relatively soon. They came in at exactly the hour, didn't they, last time out? So I would imagine it's either this lap or the next one.
It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Some of the early pitters are in. We saw the one of West Competition. I see Jean Blanc in the pit lane as well. Fleischer from the 144 also in this time by. And we should expect the leaders to come in sometime quite shortly. We wouldn't expect the Mercedes Team AMG Williams car to come in with the Scuderia Ferrari car. Of course, they pitted a little bit later, and I don't think they want to get into the business of short pitting, even though they are racing this other car. The part of me believes the reason they're in this position in the first place is because they were able to pit just a little bit later in the beginning anyway. So race control, incident between cars 110 and the 114 on lap 134. 5-second time penalty for car 114 for causing a collision.
Yeah, Race Esports team there receiving a penalty, which is a bit of a shame for them. They've actually had a pretty good race, having contact with the number 110, which is Whitman Racing, who've just had not had a good day. It's kind of either been exceptional from them this season or not great. Today is unfortunately not great, and that's got to be one of the worst ways of receiving a penalty. You're not even, appending a driver or a team that are even in your race. So yeah, it's not the most perfect scenario for them.
That's what I was going back to Herbino and the situation they find themselves in. That's the same thing. If you make contact with that silver car trying to pass them, then you get a penalty, right? Everybody gets penalties for causing collisions and stuff like that. So not only are you getting a penalty, you're getting a penalty for absolutely nothing because you're not racing them anyway.
No.
So it's absolutely like being in purgatory. But going back to Whipperman Racing, feast or famine for them this year, Luke, really. They've had some poles, they've had some fantastic finishes, but I mean, that first race at Bathurst as well, I go back to that one, and who knew that that was going to set the tone for this entire season, but it certainly did. And feast or famine for them. Hopefully they were on to finish on a high note, but unfortunately at this stage, I don't think that's going to come to fruition today.
I think what sums up their championship this season is Jacob Osterman leading at Kyalami and spinning the car in the pits, and they're dropping down to like a P10 at that race, so they are comfortably doing well in the lead, qualified pole, and then one just lack of concentration and spinning in the pits cost them dearly there. I will say one thing though, Jacob Osterman, I will be very surprised if we don't see him in a huge team next season. He's been so fast and actually very consistent. I know we've just mentioned he made a mistake, but he has been a standout driver, and actually not just for that team, but a standout driver in his championship. Talking, of drivers who, for me, have stood out. I think Marco Yonkers has been very good for West competition racing this season. I think Darren McCormack, I think he speaks for himself, right? He's been absolutely exceptional. I think raw pace, Jordan Sherritt has been very fast. Of course, made a couple of errors, but in terms of raw pace, has been very quick indeed. And another driver for West competition racing, number one, albeit they've not had a good day today, is Victor Nicola. So we've seen some very good drivers from outside. I don't know if you've got any particular drivers who stood up for you, and you might expect them to be in a bigger team coming into next season.
Yeah, I think it's. I think there's a couple of drivers that you probably could pin that on. I wasn't thinking about anyone that you didn't mention about going up. Maybe the one we're watching right here, Marco Bischoff, I think for Kramer Racing. I think they've done a pretty decent job. Every time I see them in the car, I just feel like they've done particularly well. But I was actually thinking about Dyer McCormack and how good of a driver Dyer is. Where do you go from here if you are Dyer McCormack?
There's a move to the lead. Well, the
Certainly
team
has been.
Where they're going is P1, so they've made their move into the lead of this race. It was an absolute send. I think it had to be eventually. Neither of these teams have come into the pit, so they're trying to extend as long as they possibly can to give them the better options later on in this race. Of course, we've seen teams just stop for a little bit of fuel near the end. We saw Ferrari last time literally just drive through the pits to reset the pit timer or the stint timer of 65 minutes and managed to go up from P5 before the start of the second to last stint to P2 at the end of the race. So yeah, you want to give yourself as many options as you possibly can towards the end, so that's why they're trying to extend it now. But Dominic Blyer moves his way up into P1. There's a 5-second penalty for Capoccia in second spot, so they're going to lose that time. It's like Gronewold's now starting to actually catch up to that group at the front. As it stands, he can still come out in third if they all have exactly the same pit time. Dominic Blyer, I think they might be looking at a penalty for this team as well. So right now, it could be a three-way battle at the front. Matasia is only 1.1 second behind Gronewold, and then you've got Cameron Whitehead, who have been battling so ridiculously that they're actually now dropped quite significantly off that front four battle. They're actually now 10 seconds behind. But things are starting to shape up pretty nicely here for us in the commentary booth. It's going to be an interesting next hour at a minimum.
been a nice back and forth up at the front of the field. You can not ask for anything better than that. I think we're still pending litigation against the 555, though, and we'll bring that to you when and if we have that. Nicholas Hubin for Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT making the move and gets it done. No real fight from Herbino in the 127 Jean Lacey car, and the Mercedes out in 15th place now. And quite interestingly, that was a pass for position in class.
Yeah, it certainly was. Herbig, though, didn't really make too much of that, actually, and that might be an idea, just stay behind this AMG. And also, they might be off sequence in terms of pit stops, so it might be a case of they're just genuinely going to be faster at this stage with new tyres. And then when Herbig comes into the pits, then they might, well, I'll tell you what, that's not going to help. Running off into the grass there, maybe Herbig comes into the pits, gets fresh rubber on and he's quicker in the next part of this race. But yeah, very clever driving from both. No one losing a crazy amount of time. But P15 for Hubin, I think that they're going to be pretty unhappy with that. Currently 5th in the championship are Mercedes-AMG Esports Team by HRT, by UOL. Yeah, say that 3 times without losing your breath. But yeah, they're P15 right now. I think that they would have expected to be a little bit higher in this race, and they certainly wouldn't be, imagining mixing with the silver cars. But that is kind of been their championship. P6, a P9, a P3 at Spa, and a P7 at Suzuka. They've kind of just been middle of the road kind of team.
Yeah, unfortunately, P9, it'll be decent if they can hold this off for the second half and finish top 10, which they've been able to manage to do, as you just said. But P9, it's decent enough, and it's sort of indicative of where they've been running, but certainly they would love to be closer to their high water marks, if you will, P7, P5, somewhere in there. But today, though, making that pass gets them one step closer up into P9 in class right now. Unfortunate thing for them is the same thing that we talked about with Hermo earlier, is they have several silver cars in front of them. Now, we assumed Race Control would have something to say about the contact between the two leaders, and they have done. The incident between the 51 and the 555 on lap 144, a 5-second time penalty to car 555, and I think that was the most obvious answer and potentially the right one.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the correct one there for sure. And I think this puts Groenewold now P2. I think Poch is going to be a P3. I still think Blyer or whoever gets into the car after the pit stop phase then will be in the lead of this race. So yeah, very interesting stuff there. I think it is in the rules and the regulations, it's a penalty. They did give back the position. I think that just really sums up the team as a whole. They're very fair. They want to win in the fair way, and they maybe feel a little bit unlucky with still receiving that penalty, but ultimately they created contact, and there was a loss of time for the Ferrari, and actually the Ferrari just come into the pits.
Yeah, the best case scenario for that was offsetting penalties, and I think we got that, and I think that's kind of what we were expecting and sort of wanted to. What we want up here is by the by, but in this case I think it was the right call, and I think it's what keeps this race interesting, because pit stops now is going to go through again, and the penalties are going to offset, so they're going to actually, well, that put, because wasn't the 4 Unicorns of Love car, weren't they inside 5 seconds to the leaders? So
not the leaders. No.
Not the leaders, just P2.
Yeah, they were 4.1 seconds behind P2, and they were 1.1 seconds behind the leader, so they're about 6.2 behind Williams. So if Williams had a bad pit stop, then yeah, absolutely, it could put them into the lead of this race. But it has given us a 3-way battle for the lead. But we've actually now got some replays coming up to show you exactly what has happened so far in this race at the halfway point. So we started things off then with all of our cars as we headed up in towards turn number 1. And well, there was a big old crash there. And actually, you'd think that everybody would be involved in that, but no, everyone kind of got through okay, apart from the Yaz Heat car. So they ended up facing the wrong way, and that is not a great sight, is it? Looking at all of these cars come past and then rejoining the circuit. They've actually had a really nice recovery, to be fair, to get themselves back in a half-decent position. They were battling for a podium. As you see, the Odox car then, the number 121, just grabbing a bit too much curb, unfortunately then facing the wrong way. A little bit of damage to the ego more than anything else there. Now we've got a lovely overtake down in towards turn number 1. I say lovely. The BS competition car had to take avoiding action, So it was one Wesker competition racing overtaking their sister car effectively, and then it was just side-by-side action, and it did become a 2-car overtake. But Atop was having absolutely none of this, by the way. As they come then through the next part of the circuit, it was Send City. The BS competition car comes through, makes up for that, was not too pleased with the number 27 car. And then the ITB Audi also came through as well. Some nice aggressive driving there, but it was almost like a little backhand slap saying, nope, not today. The Mackerel livery, the number 71, trying to make a move there on the Balash Esports car. Some lovely side-by-side action. And what are you going to do there? You're trying to avoid a car facing the wrong way, and ultimately it was not ideal in the slightest. And well, this was the number 51 car getting involved with the sister Audi, the Audi of the they were the leaders, they were the pole sitters actually, the Williams Esports team. They've fallen down since that time, and that actually gave a 10-second penalty to the Ferrari Esports car. We're now seeing BS competition versus Veloce down towards turn number 1. And this has really been a story of the race. Lots of moves, lots of people taking chances. It's been really, really fun to watch all of this. And now we're seeing the Lamborghini Esports team then being overtaken by the Williams Esports number 66. So another overtake. And now we're seeing another one here as the ITB car takes the inside line down towards turn number 1. It's the number 66 again of the Williams Esports. There's a little bit of door banger between the two of them, but aggressive but fair driving. And you can see in the background then, there is the HRT Unicorns of Love car, the Lamborghini Esports car. They're also thinking, well, maybe we can get involved here. Williams hold it round the outside, the gap getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The ITB car squeezing for their life. And again, through turn number 4, they're still side by side. It then makes this the fastest formation lap in the history of motorsports. They run side by side, and then there's a big loss of speed, loss of traction then by the ITB Audi. And well, the Lamborghini Esports team say, thank you very much, we'll gain a position there. And the Williams Esports team were like, yeah, cheers, we'll also keep hold of that position and lead this group. Yeah, lots of action for the number 66, but this is the battle for the lead of the race then. So Williams Esports, the number 555, finally got themselves into a lead position, and then the Ferrari went, nope, we'll have that. And then it was a change of lead for what would be the 4th time, actually, the 4th different car to lead this race. The number 51 finally getting themselves involved, as we see, well, Bentley versus Lamborghini. Yeah, a little bit of a high five there. Not ideal. Penalty was received for that, but that is unfortunately the only action we've seen from the Bentley so far. Now the penalties and the pit stops have all sorted themselves out. This is how close it is for the lead of the race. Again, there's P8 and P9, Darren McCormack versus Mitchie Tauscher. It's not the first time or the last time you're going to hear that. The gap between the two of them is 0.6 of a second. Chris Hartevelt finds himself nearly 5 seconds further back. So we've got another change of the lead. Williams number 555 are back into the lead, but they are being followed very, very closely by Unicorns of Love, who are currently second in the championship. It's now a gap of absolutely nothing. Jesse, it's been an exceptional first half of this race, and I'm sure the second half is going to be just as good.
Yeah, especially considering the 51 Scuderia Ferrari car. Now they've got to make up a gap for the second time in this race. It's gave Tauscher and the entire Unicorns of Love team a shot here to take the lead overall. I know it's for about 8th place right now, but every car in front of them has yet to do their sequence of pit stops this time through. So it could be 10-ish minutes from now before those top 7 cars come in. They could come in a lap from now, they could come in 3 or 4 laps from now, but they all have to pit, every car in front of Darren McCormack, freshly installed into the Williams. And right behind them, you see Chris Harteveld for Scuderia Ferrari trying to get an absolute move on and get by Pop in the number 7. This is a battle for position. There will not be blue flags, and even though it's 2 different classes, Pop is holding their own right now. Harteveld learning, going back to school, learning what exactly is going on with that car in front. This frustrates you as a driver, racing a different class, having to make up for mistakes your teammates made. But beyond that, you got to keep your eye on the prize. You cannot get too aggressive with this silver car. You've got to take the advantage when it's shown exactly right here. And dare I say, Pop just trying to get out of the way there.
Yeah, but we've seen that if you make too many aggressive moves at the start of the stint, it hurts you so significantly at the back end of a stint. I know, obviously, you have to make the move there, right? But that will hurt him a little bit later on. But how quick, how much pace does Harteveld have now? He's right behind Tauscher and McCormack. Well, I say right behind. He is, in terms of position, right behind them. He's 4.4 seconds off the pace behind them. Dara McCormack then having to serve that penalty for his team under pressure that he probably won't be thankful for. Mitchell Tauscher just behind these two, the young guns. These are the young starlets of the sim racing scene on ACC. I think we're about to see a bit of a ding-dong here. The best thing about it is that they're both in exactly the same cars, exactly the same characteristics. So this could be a very nice thing to watch.
The best thing for McCormack to do is just sort of drive away. I think that's obvious, but will Michael Tauscher allow that to occur is the big thing. It was a little bit closer last lap coming through this section of the racetrack. It's almost up to a second now. We'll see when they cross the stripe, just about to do that. I say the stripe, it is literally a yard of bricks. Yes, so gaining a 10th in the final sector was Michael Tauscher for Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love. And that is music to the ears of that Team Unicorns of Love team. That is not what Williams wanted to hear, that they are able to keep pace. And we'll see if this continues. Of course, this is all good news if you're Chris Harteveld and Scuderia Ferrari back in 9th place right now. If these two get battling, or even if Tauscher just gets close enough to sort of menace McCormack a little bit, that does nothing but bring Harteveld back in this. 4.5 seconds, we've seen that gap erased 2 or 3 times already in this lead battle.
Yeah, and if they battle with each other side by side, that brings Matasia in. The number 85, the Team Racing Point leading the silver class. As it stands, I think they're about 1.1 second behind. They will be losing time because they're now on old tyres compared to these two that are on our screens right now. But they're giving themselves better options in terms of strategy later in this race. So keep an eye out for that number 85, because they're not really battling with anybody, so they won't try and force anything. They will be waiting for everybody else to make mistakes, and we've seen that from the front two. They've given each other a penalty, effectively, right? 5 seconds, and if they continue to do that over the course of this race, then that is going to open the door for that number 85. Into the pits then comes Niels Naujoks, also the 296 Aidan Walsingham. They're currently second in the silver class, and Statsenko in the ITB number 25. So they're into the pits. This will give Dara McCormack, it will give Tauscher, and it will give Harteveld the chance to catch up. How much is Harteveld just caught up, by the way? He's caught up 0.4 per second, so already with that clear air, that Ferrari is flying. But remember, it will hurt them later on in the stint.
Certainly will. This is the end of the pit stop sequence. As we mentioned earlier, a couple of cars still yet to come in, and we'll see where everybody stacks up. We're most interested in that Racing Point 85 currently leading the entire field. Where will they cycle out in all this? Where will they factor in to all this as well? There's such a varied pit stop sequence today. If you're just joining us, some cars are as much as 30 seconds adrift of what we would consider the standard pit stop cycle. And even for the leaders of the race, or the drivers we perceive to be the leaders of the race, we don't know. If they get caught short at the end and have to do an extra pit stop, then I suppose they, with how close everyone is, they wouldn't be the leaders of the race. But for argument's sake, they're the leaders of the race. They are pitting somewhat early, near the top of every hour, so they're not necessarily maximizing every stint. Some of the drivers and teams are, and that's why there is such a discrepancy in the pit stop cycle today. We're so different, in fact, that here we are just about 20 minutes into the hour, and we've still not completed this cycle.
Yeah, and once again, they are giving themselves a better strategy call at the end of this race. You know, they're going to be saving time in terms of how much fuel they put into the car as well. We've got to factor that in, right? You know, drivers are going to be able to jump if they can save enough fuel. Oh, there's a bit of contact there then between Miato and Ryan Woodrow. Ryan Woodrow racing for the Rocket Sim Sport car. He's one of the top drivers in North America. First time I've seen him actually in this series. I'm not sure if this is his first appearance. Maybe it's just worked out that he's not driven whilst I've been commentating, but actually it's the first time I've seen him so far this season. I'm sure Mike will be able to give me the ins and outs of that one. But yeah, a little bit of contact between the two. And right now, the driver that is really losing in this situation is Dara McCormack. He's going to be looking in front going, oh, please, guys, let's not get involved with this. Can you just let me go, please? I would really appreciate it. And one of them, I think, is going to let them go. So Miato kind of gets out of the way. And now you've got Woodrow up ahead here. So again, Darren McCormack's going to be back in his cockpit going, again, please, can you get out of the way? I don't want to really get involved in this. But Woodrow's just made, he's battling with Miato. Doesn't want to lose any time to him that he doesn't need to. So yeah, it's a really interesting scenario right now. Dara, he's thought about it, and well, Miato gets out the way then of P2, and yeah, that could have been a race ender for both of them. There could have been contact as the Rocket Simsport car actually comes into the pits and makes it very easy for Darren McCormack. Minimal time lost from the front two, but yeah, that was very hairy there for the leaders.
Certainly was. As they come through the field, they will try and work traffic as cleanly as humanly possible, but that was a bit touch and go through the S's that time. Speaking of that time by, Get Closer Racing has made their pit stop sequence stop this time. The virtual drivers by TX3 car also down the lane. We've seen the 22 make the trip down the pit lane as well, and we're getting quite close to the end of the sequence. Kramer Racing also down the pit lane this time by as well. So just about everybody completing their sequence, and I'm with you, partner. I think stopping on the top of the hour, they're trying to out strategize each other in the middle of this race, but they might end up handcuffing themselves to a strategy at the end of the race that may leave them, based on the small gaps that we see in the top 10, that might handcuff the leaders and give a little bit more freedom to some of the other drivers in the field. I'm quite curious how that's going to turn out after we're done here in the booth, but it is interesting. We don't know that's how it's going to work. We didn't know that it was going to be sunshine for the majority of this race. Had a 72% chance of rain today here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Speedway, Indiana. It has not happened. It clouded over a couple of hours ago. Nothing came of it, no dark clouds necessarily, and now the sun back out has been for the past hour and a half. So we're getting all of that 20-something% chance of a full dry race right now. And the question bell becomes, how many drivers knew, how many teams knew that there was the potential of thunderstorms today, planned for that, and are out there running on a hybrid setup instead of a full dry one now?
Yeah, 100%. That's going to be a huge factor, but I guess we're seeing it right now. The leaders are running on a dry setup, and the people who aren't leading are maybe on a hybrid setup. I think we've kind of, with, what, 4.5 hours into this race, that would have figured itself out. Again, it could change at any time. It could, change at any time again. So, the rain, once it comes in, and it will disappear as quickly as it comes in. So it still potentially could happen, and you just got to be on your toes and ready for it to happen.
Certainly do. Everybody sort of playing it by ear here, looking at the sky, trying to also strategize and outfox each other here in the last race of the season. The Mobileye Intercontinental GT Championship ending here with the 8 hours of Indianapolis. No matter where you are in the world, we thank you very much for being with us. We hope that you've enjoyed this race as much as Luke Crane and myself have enjoyed it up here in the box. It has been an absolute firecracker of a race, and we're still nearly 3 hours into our stint, partner. We're none the wiser of who's going to win this race. It's been back and forth.
100%. Just to tell you the story of this so far, if we head up towards our leaders again, Williams Esports are leading this race. They are the championship leaders. They currently had a P7, a P3, a P2, and a P3 in our 5 races thus far in the championship. But today, they are currently leading the way. They were second, but there was a penalty given to Ferrari Esports, and actually they received the penalty themselves, which has brought now Unicorns of Love into play, who are second in the championship, but ultimately it needs them to drop down a fair few positions if Williams Esports are to lose this. In terms of the Silver Championship, and if you're wondering how you can tell the difference, look in the boxes where their race number is on the timing tower. If it's a white background, that means they're the Pro Series. If it is a silver background, it is Silver Series for them. It is Team Racing Point. They are leading the way. They got 0 points at Bathurst in round number 1. They then won at Kyalami. They won at Spa, which was double points. So they had 70 points there. And at Suzuka, they got 18 points, which was a P5. But today, they are dominating as well. And actually, they're in the hunt to win this race overall, which makes no difference to their championship. But it will be some bragging rights to the rest of the ACC community if they were to go out and do that. What we're on board with right now, it is Jean Blanc, who is currently 3 tenths behind Pisano, and they are battling for 16th position.
Certainly are. Pisano in front has had their share of fights today. They find themselves in another one just after the halfway mark in the race. Jean Blanc trying to work their way around, just sort of studying Pisano in front. No move here, no defensive driving from the 938. No offensive or aggressive moves from the G League Esports driver either. That is Naumann, by the way, in the 72. They're right behind, just about a second. I suspect Pisano is a cork in the bottle here a little bit, and that has brought Naumann into the fight. And if they don't get a move on, that will, of course, also bring the Get Closer Racing number 7 into this fight as well. Potentially a 4-way battle for this spot.
Yeah, certainly will be, and that's been the nature of the race. It's just been ebbing and flowing, ebbing and flowing. As soon as you get involved with a battle with somebody, especially in sector number 1, you hemorrhage time. It means other people can get yourselves involved, and yet you're absolutely right. There aren't there just in the background with that mackerel livery. We've got Brett coming through in that Ferrari in number 38. It is a mackerel. I don't care though. I know they're team.
I saw your tweet the other week, by the way, Luke.
Yeah.
About that. I saw you talking to Ren Welton about that. You asked them what inspired the design. You rejected their answer and inserted your own.
Yeah, I rejected their team. The team that actually, the people that designed the livery, I rejected their answer because it is a mackerel. It is a fact that it's a mackerel. But I'm going to be at the expo in a couple of weeks' time, and I know that they're all going to be there, so they're going to be winding me up about that, I'm sure, for the whole weekend. But it's a mackerel. Might even bring in some mackerel to eat, just to compound the misery for them. Anyway, back to the actual race here. Jean Blanc not really closing in too much on Pisano, but they are being caught now, aren't they? So Naumann just in behind. It's suddenly going to become a 3-way battle for what would be P16.
Yep, certainly is. It's about to be a 4-way battle as well as they continue on. The pit sequence finished, and you can see McCormack in the 555 for Williams out in front of the field for the time being. But I don't think all hope is lost, and I don't think there's any panic in the Scuderia Ferrari camp for reasons I shall explain. With all the stints, including, of course, the most recent pit cycle included, the quickest car on the racetrack is still the Scuderia Ferrari 51. They are still averaging a 35.846. The only problem with that is, and the only caveat is, the Williams 555 Mercedes AMG is averaging a 35.878. That is 32/100ths of a second difference. And not to be outdone, the Mercedes Team Unicorns of Love number 4 is averaging a 35.894. That is 49/100ths slower than Scuderia Ferrari. That is less than half of a tenth of a second between those two. And it doesn't get any worse or better. Racing Point is only 88/100ths off of the overall pace. The 89, the Team BMW BS Plus competition cars, 94/100ths. You have to actually get back to the 66 Williams Audi before it goes above a tenth, and they're only just a little bit over a tenth off of the overall pace. That's not a stint, that's not a lap. That is from the drop of the green flag to right now. That is how much time has been in it on average versus the top 6 or so. Just about a tenth.
Yeah, that's what you expect from this level of grid, though. That's for sure. Right now, in terms of actual time between drivers at the front end, it's now 2.9 seconds between Harteveld and Tauscher. He's gained 1.7 seconds on second position. Tauscher just keeping the Williams car at arm's length in P2 up towards the number 1. Are we going to be talking about the nature of Ferrari Esports Championship, where if they didn't have penalties at certain races, they would have got better results? Is it going to be the same today? If they didn't have penalties, they would have won the race? Or are they going to actually go out there and win the race? Kamil Pawlowski, 2-time Project Cars world champion, cruises up to the back of Victor Nicolai. And Victor Nicolai, I think he realises we don't need to be battling side by side throughout the whole of sector number 1. You can go, I'm going to be dragged along by you. And that is clever racing, and that's why Victor Nicolai is one of my drivers of the whole championship.
Certainly can see it on display right there. Smart drivers making smart decisions wins championships. Is that going to be the case? And the storyline for today for the 555 Williams Mercedes AMG team. I think it may be, but let's not crown them just yet. It's not done and dusted. Their name's not on the check as of yet. There's still doubt with 3.5 hours left. Ren Welton hopes there's a little bit of doubt in these positions themselves as Julian Naumann has joined this fight. They're third in line, and now Arndt has joined them in the number 7 Get Closer racing car, and it is officially a 4-way battle. And I don't know what the holdup is for Pisano. Actually, no, I just see Jean Blanc is in front of Pisano now, so they have swapped around positions. Naumann is now trying to get around Pisano. Arndt, of course, is trying to do both of them at the same time with some crafty driving.
Yeah, see, just the Aston Martin just seems to be a bit sluggish at the back end of a stint, to be honest. Just seems to have had that trouble today, whereas the Ferrari seems to be absolutely rapid through the start and the middle, and then at the end just drops off a little bit. The Ferrari does seem like it's a strong car to be racing around Indianapolis today, and that's being shown by Jean Blanc, who's streaking away. Actually, a little gap to work with, hasn't had too much to worry about, but can Julian Naumann make a move on Pisano, whilst also trying to fend off Arndt in behind? It's very close between these, and you were mentioning this earlier on, weren't you, in terms of, yeah, we've had some great battles at the front of the championship, but out every single race, it is relentless. We are seeing cars side by side battling with each other. Is just been ridiculous between the mid-pack of our championship.
It certainly is. The only place you get to relax is that if you're out in front of the field. I mean, not today, obviously, with the racing that we've seen Ferrari and Williams do, but beyond that, usually when you're out in front, you get to relax just a little bit. And relax is it's a tentative word, but in the mid-pack, you don't ever have any reprieve. You are on it from the drop of the green flag. You are fighting, you are scrapping for everything. This is exactly what we're saying. The middle of the pack, look what's going on. It's a 4-car train, and there's no backing off. You back off, you're going to get past. If Naumann decides to say, I'm just going to follow Pisano for a while, Arndt's going to get by him. So you can't do that. And when this pack sort of separates, and it will separate eventually, they will sort this out amongst themselves, another one will form right around 18th place. It is just the nature of racing.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely spot on, mate. It's you battle with one person, ultimately you may gain a spot, but then you put yourself under pressure from another car behind. Julian Naumann, there's a bit of a door banging there as we come down the back straight. I think they're still going to end up side by side. And, well, they are certainly getting closer, that's for sure. Number 7 trying to make that move work, but Naumann holds firm. But like we've just mentioned, look how much time they've lost to that group in front. I reckon they might be nearly 2 seconds behind already as we head then towards this 90-degree right-hander. It's not really an overtaking spot. You lose so much time if you go for it. And, well, they did go for it. They both would have lost still even more time. The number 7 then opens up the left-hander, trying to get a better run onto the start-finish straight. I think he has marginally. It's not going to be enough. And, well, Naumann holds on, but what is the gap between them? This is exactly what we mean here. So across the line will Pisano go, and the gap's 1.5 seconds. They were touching bumpers halfway through that lap, and now all of a sudden they're 1.5 seconds behind that group in front. It is such a tough track to race side by side on and not lose time.
The big winner and all that was Pisano, who had the pressure sort of taken off of them. They're back onto the back of Jean Blanc again because they don't have to drive defensively from Naumann. And look at this, a bit of a wide maneuver here from Naumann, and Arndt's going to go up the inside. The Ren Welton car caught slightly unawares. The Get Closer car trying to make their way through, and they've done it, and they've shut the door as well. Arndt now in front of the two of them and absolutely slammed the door shut and locked the deadbolt, because the 72 of Naumann was looking for the crossover move, but none was found, and they have swapped positions. But this is a dangerous position. Arndt was able to get the position, but they compromised their exit to the corner, so they still have to drive defensively here. Naumann is not letting up.
No, he absolutely isn't. I love this as well, and why not? Why not at this stage of the championship? You haven't got anything really to fight for. You know, maybe a couple of extra quid, but in terms of the entertainment, in terms of the clips that you can take from the broadcast and show your mates, your family, and all that good stuff, like, why not absolutely go for it? I love to see it. We're on board now with George Boothby, who is battling now behind Novicius in the number 27. He'll be hoping that this is pretty comprehensive and he gets let by effectively here. I'm not sure it's going to be that easy. Nils Naujoks is a little bit further up the road as well. This is a battle for what will be 4th position, but they're not a million miles away. Let's work it out right now. They're about 10 seconds off of a potential battle for a podium, and that battle for a podium is about 5 seconds between the front three, so they're effectively 15 seconds off of the lead. A change of weather, penalty added to a couple of those cars if they get involved, you're all of a sudden in the battle for the win. So it is not beyond beyond comprehension that we see this McLaren battling at the end of this race, maybe for a 2nd race victory of the season.
Could be on for that exactly. And man, it's so hard to call a race like this, folks at home. There's a peek behind the curtain because we don't know. We have a lot of experience to kind of guess what's going to happen, but we don't know what's going to happen. George Boothby, and as strange as this might sound to some of you at home, George Boothby could, and that entire Veloce McLaren team, could just as easily win this race as anybody else.
Yeah,
That's
he's also
how chaotic it's been.
He's also the European Sprint Series champion. So
there you go.
There's the pedigree right there, ladies and gentlemen. Like this, you know, we give a lot of props to the likes of Dara McCormack and you know, the likes of Mitchy Tauscher. We've been singing their praises, but you know, this driver right here, Boothby, is as good as they come as well. You know, Luke Whitehead, we've said, has got the pedigree to be, you know, incredible. There's a couple of mistakes there in his arsenal, but in terms of absolute raw pace, is one of the very best. So give a sniff of an opportunity to a team like McLaren Veloce. They will take that snifter of an opportunity and they will run with it. So yeah, do not be surprised if we get to the end of 3 hours 20 minutes that we see this car battling it at the sharp end.
Certainly not. And of course, right behind Jutovicius right now, that doesn't pay them extra points or whatnot, but that's not important. The McLaren Veloce, George Boothby, they don't care about that. To them, up inside the sharp end of the field, passing Jutovicius is just as good as passing somebody for position in class. They need to get closer to the front. They need to pass Jutovicius to get to Nils Naujoks, to get to Pertil, to get to all of them in front. Race Control has a few incidents for us, and one of them involving the 51 Scuderia Ferrari car and the 7 Get Closer racing car on lap 155. No further action between those two. And incident between cars 27 and 127 on lap 160. There was a 5-second time penalty for car 127 for aggressive driving.
Yeah, so there was a bit of a delayed message there for all of that, but yeah, we've seen already, if you get a second warning for aggressive driving, you're going to receive yourself a time penalty, so you need to be a bit careful if you receive that warning. Back on board with the battle then, 4 tenths between the Ferrari here and the McLaren, and I know exactly what Boothby's saying to his teammates right now. He's like, we're not really even in the same championship as this car in front. Can they please remove themselves out the way? So the longer this goes on, the more desperate the McLaren driver will be. I wonder if we're going to see any kind of, we'll see it up towards turn number 1 if he's talking to his teammates and saying those exact same things here. It'll be along the straight. You'll see the frustration course through his face, but actually it looks pretty reserved there, looking around, exhaling, just having a bit of a break then along the start finish straight. But he will be, you know, hoping that the Ferrari does just go, do you know what, I'm going to get out of your way, I'm going to let you continue battling on here, because now the pressure is going to start to form, because there's Fiala. Fiala has now got ahead of the back marker behind. Fiala is now battling for position here with Boothby for a top 5 in the Pro Series, and indeed for a top 7 overall.
Certainly is. You saw him mutter a couple of things. I don't know if that was to his chat or to himself, whatever it may have been. He said something, but if I had to guess, and I'm not a really good lip reader, it's something to the effect of, I've got to get by this guy, but it's going to be easy, as Jutovicius makes a big wiggle there. I don't know if just out broke themselves or what, but ended up on the marbles and went considerably wide enough that George Boothby is able to make that position up without any sort of fuss, and that will release the McLaren Veloce driver. And was that a slight half smile by George Boothby right there, realizing he got one for free?
George doesn't smile whilst in racing, don't you? No, he'll be very, very happy with that situation. He'll also be hoping that Novicius decides to hold Fiala up for a couple of laps here. But I'm betting that he will let that Williams go through relatively quickly, considering he's let the McLaren go through. But yeah, up into P6, off to chase down Nils Naujoks, 5.4 seconds. The only gutting thing really for the McLaren is they were right behind the BS competition car of Nils Naujoks, merely the last stint. But I think gain a couple of seconds here, you're going to see the whole race in front of you when you go around that final corner. You're going to see every single car along that start-finish straight, which makes things, gives you a little bit more of an incentive to drive faster.
It certainly does. Fiala able to make the pass on Tadas Juknavicius and get right back behind George Boothby. Of course, George would have appreciated him holding him up an extra lap or so, but Tadas is not that kind of racing driver. He's not going to get in between a fight that he doesn't have a dog in the fight for, and so just sort of let him go in turn number 1. Boothby holds the position, and the real question for Veloce McLaren right now is, can he make up that time to BMW? Almost nearly off of the raceable surface there was George Boothby. Was that a lapse in concentration for a moment there, or was that just the tires going off slightly, I wonder?
All I wanted to see there from George was a little wink at the camera to say, yeah, I'm in full control of that. But yeah, that certainly would have put hairs on your chest, making a little error like that. But he's fine, he's still facing in the right direction. And actually, even though Fiala's got past the lap traffic there, he's actually made a nice little gap for himself. So Boothby will be off to chase down Nils Naujoks, although he lost 1.2 seconds in the previous lap to Nils. It was 4.4, now it's 5.6. Victor Nicolai, West Competition Racing, in behind Arnke. This is a battle for 4th position in the silver class. So the difference between 5th and 4th is 3 points, 21 points for 4th, 18 for 5th.
E1FF, they've done a pretty good job here today. We talked about their sort of championship, and it hasn't quite been as good in 23 as we would have expected it to have been, but they're in a really good position right now. The only problem is the West Competition Racing car with Victor Nicolai behind the wheel. They look to be the stronger of the two right now, and that would promote, of course, Nicolai up into P4 and Arnke down into 5th. Still, 5th place, not too terrible considering they're quite near the top 10 in general. But Arnke's going to fight for this. Nicolai's going to have to understand that it's going to be a fight. It's not necessarily a fair fight, Porsche on BMW. There will be portions of the track, of course, the Porsche is better than the West Competition BMW and vice versa. The only thing I worry about is the power down the straight, Luke, of if Nicolai does get close enough to Arnke, is there any sort of way that Team 1FF can defend against the BMW?
Well, yeah, under braking for sure. The Porsche is a lot better under braking. It's a lot more nimble through the corners as well. So the slow speed corners of BMW struggles to change direction in an efficient manner. But the Porsche will have the advantage there. But in terms of straight line speed, it's not even close enough to be worried about that. Now is Arnke. Arnke is doing a good enough job. Sector 1 really is key for that Porsche. You can see that there is a bit of a close-up then into the braking zone. But if he can keep getting through that first sector nicely, he really won't have too much to be worried about. So it's just all about managing the situation. And if you don't understand that 5 hours into the race now, then, well, it's, what have you been doing this whole race? So he'll know exactly what's going on. He's fine.
Certainly will. You got to play to the moment. You've got to understand who you're racing against. And it's one thing to know the car that you're in. I know a lot of sim racers out there, they pick a car that they like and they understand that car. But when you're a pro, you kind of also have to understand the other cars. And that's something you learn on the job. You learn racing other people. You learn their style, because everybody races slightly differently. Some are more passive. Some are definitely more aggressive. And some cars facilitate that driving style. You touched on earlier about picking a car that you're comfortable with. That is 100% correct. You got to pick a car that suits your driving style, but you also, as a driver, you have to understand and you have to appreciate what cars do well, what your car does better than somebody else's. It's almost like a game of top trumps, really.
Yeah, it certainly is. It is exactly that. They've got some cars quicker in a straight line, some cars quicker at accelerating, better under braking, better through a corner, more stable, less stable, looser. There's loads of different, even more so these days than ever, to be honest. The cars are so overdeveloped, like in my opinion, these days, that it makes it so difficult for the BOP, because they are all so different and they've all got such big strengths. And yeah, it's a minefield out there. I don't bring BOP up. We're gonna have people going, yeah, well, this car this car that. So yeah, it's a minefield.
Really is. I gotta say too, it's one of them in this race where I think the BOP is pretty darn good, and overlook the fact that there's two Mercedes out in front of the field. It has been back and forth. Just take a look at all the different manufacturers we have inside the top 10 and look how close the gaps are. That tells you that's a decent enough sample size, and even in the top 15 really, that's a good enough sample size to tell you how good the BOP is. It's been pretty much on point all season, and in the interest of all the folks that make those decisions behind the scenes here, they've had to hit a moving target this season, and I think they've absolutely nailed it. The fact that we have a championship leader in the pro category who is leading the championship and hasn't won a race, that goes to show you, or it shows me anyway, the BOP's been pretty darn good, because everywhere we go it seems like there's a new challenger.
Well, you're bringing up BAP, and that's where it's my time to leave, mate. So you crack on talking about that. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure this season working with you, Jesse. First time for me working with you, and yeah, it's been awesome, mate. But I'm going to now hand you over to DJ Clark, who's going to take over from me, and I will potentially see you next season, guys. So take care, enjoy the rest of your race, and Jesse, have fun with DJ.
Thank you so much, Luke. As I put on my headset here and get into the booth, it's always a pleasure to be joined by Jesse Lee, DJ Clark here up on comms as we work our way closer and closer towards the end of this session. The battle's certainly starting to ratchet up here, weather obviously being one of the big things to be able to talk about here today, but we keep our eyes focused on this battle for P6 at the moment. George Boothby holding off Wojciech Fiala here for Williams Esports as they continue to try to work their way around this famed road course at the world capital of racing, the most famous racetrack in the world here, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, one of the absolute best. Jesse Lee just taking a quick break away here, I think, to grab some water, so I'll be bringing you on through. But the battles, as we've been talking about, not really subsiding whatsoever. Everything has continued to be close. Everything has continued to be very, very tightly knit, as the weather has played into that for sure. As we continue to look here, Fiala just stalking on behind Boothby at the moment, just looking for that opportunity to overtake. Obviously this, the newly designed or newer designed road course here at Indianapolis, getting rid of some of the more Mickey Mouse sections on the second sector of the track, and then obviously running the cut through here, coming through what would traditionally be turn 1 on the oval, really adding to what is a fantastic roval type setting here as they work their way down through turn 12 and 13 at the moment. Jesse Lee back from his little reconnaissance. It's been a good race thus far, and certainly looking to be a little bit better as Fiala taking a little bit of a different line over George Boothby coming out of that final corner.
Sure is. This is not what George Boothby wanted to see. Boothby was hoping that they would set sail and go track down Nils Nyox for a top 5 position. That hasn't happened at all. Instead, the opposite. Wojciech Fiala for Williams Esports in that Audi, they've actually caught Boothby. It was about a second to a second and a half a few laps ago. It's, well, not right now. They are pretty much dead even. Ooh, dipped a tire, did Fiala that time. So this is going to hurt George Boothby. He was within 4.5 seconds to Nils earlier on. Had to make the pass on Jutnavicius, and then obviously lost out a little bit there. And he's not losing a ton of time as Boothby. Over the last couple of laps, he's only lost a couple of tenths. But the bigger issue, of course, is Fiala, who is certainly quicker than Boothby, Nils, and Pertil. I'm pretty sure he's quicker than all of those. Is Fiala, and now trying to make that move for 6th place.
Yeah, just trying to be able to get his way up along here, and obviously 2 cars here, mid-engine design. You were talking a little bit about balance performance before I came on, but 2 similar design concepts here with the Audi and the McLaren. That mid-engine design really helps the rotation as Fiala looking a little bit aggressive there down into turn 13, trying to maybe see if he can steal a position away. And Jesse, we know well from real-world racing that that is a corner that you can make some moves done, as indeed the 8 Hours of Indianapolis last year decided on that corner on the last lap into the nighttime. Absolutely fantastic.
One of the most replayed clips of motorsport from the previous year, I think, is you wouldn't normally assume that that was a really good passing corner, and it often comes to contact in that corner. But if you know what you're doing and if you can set them up appropriately through 12, you can make that corner work. You can make passes through there. You don't have to always rely. Everyone always thinks about turn 1, 2, 3, that complex, don't they? You don't always have to use that. If you have a good 10, 11, 12 through the S's, you can make that pass and you can set them up. Even if you don't make the pass, you can still set them up through there and make the pass down the pit straight as well. So it was funny to see that happen in real life. And as they say, life imitates art, or potentially, in this case, the other way around. Up in front of the field, Dyer McCormack enjoys a 2.2 second lead on the Unicorns of Love car with Michael Tauscher behind the wheel. This is the biggest the gap has been in a while. They came out of pit lane. They were just about 3/4 of a second apart. It has now ballooned to more than 2 seconds. It is a significant lead, one of the more significant leads we've seen in this race, but nowhere near definitive. Chris Hartveld in 3rd place in the Scuderia Ferrari number 51. They were the better part of 5 seconds off of the lead group earlier on. They are now only 2.2 behind Tauscher. They are about 4 or 5 seconds behind Dyer McCormack. They have made up time. They are just about the fastest car on the racetrack, as we reported earlier, and we expect some time for them to catch them up. They've spent this entire pit cycle catching up to Tauscher in front. They've got about halfway there.
Yeah, got about halfway there, and still plenty of time for that to play out as we check back in on that battle back for P6. Boothby and Fiala starting to look like they're running a little bit ragged.
Aggressive.
Yeah, we're seeing some dirt starting to get kicked up. We're starting to see some things start to fly here a little bit, and the aggression level, I think, is starting to ratchet up. As there you see, that's Boothby running, dipping a tire off into the grass. And you know what? I've got to give credit here to our silver class driver, Juknavicius. They're in P8, holding on close. Ooh, that was a Lamborghini on a little bit of an unsafe rejoin.
I don't know which Lamborghini that was. Was that Matei in the 55? Was that Fidelibus? I'm unsure. I don't think that was that definitely wasn't a Jean Alesi one. I don't think that was an Automobile Lamborghini one either, but certainly a scary moment. Something else you have to pay attention to, a car off in the grass trying to rejoin there. Dangerous, precarious position, because if you are George Boothby and Fiala, you're set through the S's, aren't you? You can't change direction there after you've already set your car up, and there's very limited space to do that, rather, besides, especially for Fiala, who was behind George Boothby. It's also possible he was unsighted. He wasn't able to see that in the first place.
Yeah, very, very true. There's so much lateral load going through the car at that point. As you said, Jesse, it's very difficult to change positions. As Nicholas Halbin coming down into pit lane here at the moment, that looks like it's going to be the first of our latest round of pit stops. Fire shooting out the back of the McLaren of George Boothby, though, as he makes his way through Sector 1, just working his way forward here at this point. Again, Wojciech Fiala just keeping the pressure up here, trying to see if he can find a break in the armor of George Boothby, as Boothby is going to bring that car out onto home and away once more. Picking up a little bit of dirt there. It looks like that seems to be the preferred line for Boothby. Does look like the 27's lost just about a tenth of a second in the running, call it about 2/10 of a second, so it's finally starting to fall off the back there for that silver class driver. We're going to take a look farther back down in the field. This is Maximilian Frank right now on Jean Blanc up ahead of him. This is the battle for P18 at the moment. A little bit of a lap car up in front. I believe that Aston Martin is not involved in this battle, and so that's going to be a car that is going to be a little bit off and maybe present a little bit of a chance for a pick here for Maximilian Franck.
No, you're absolutely right. There is an Aston up in front of them. It is the Renwelton 72. You can see the Renwelton 72. It's the blue from the rear end anyway. It looks blue from the front. It's orange, but the Aston directly in front of them is not for position. Currently, these two, Jean-Blanc and Frank, have been separated from the likes of Arndt and Naumann, who have separated themselves from each other as if on cue. We mentioned that earlier, that group would break up eventually, but I guarantee you in the 3 hours we have left, they'll be back together again. So is the life of running in the middle of the pack. What goes apart will come back together again. George Boothby continuing to drive this car very aggressively. I'm not seeing Fiala, up until that moment right there, drive nearly as aggressively as Boothby. Now, is that a comfort thing with George Boothby as he's driving off the racetrack? And I would say George is driving off the track because he's being aggressive, but to be fair to George, he was doing that before he was ever under pressure. He's just maximizing every single turn. But what is new is the attitude of the race car, DJ. George is pushing the car. You can see it snap. Whenever it's loaded up in the middle of the corner, he is wheeling that thing around the turn. He's tugging on the wheel. He's losing grip. He's trying everything to get every ounce of power and torque out of that race car, trying to drive away from Fiala. It isn't working. Fiala looks a lot more poised most of the time, even though you do see the Audi off of some of these corners struggle to keep up. But for my money right now, Boothby is absolutely trying to push. I don't know if it's because he's struggling or he just doesn't want Fiala to get close enough to make a move. Either way, though, Boothby seems to be on it.
Yeah, it certainly does. And to your point, Boothby's known as a little bit more of an aggressive driver, so I'm not surprised to see him really attacking the curbs here at this point. But yeah, you can really see that change through a lot of the high load corners where that McLaren is absolutely dancing. Now here's going to be the real question. We've got a Ferrari up ahead, and I believe that's a Bentley as well to be able to get up and on by. The question's going to be here for Boothby is how quickly can he dispatch him going down into turn 5 right, excuse me, into turn 6 right now. He's going to be able to get by at least one, so that's what Boothby needs to do. But look at that for Wojciech Fiala, able to make that same move. Is now it's going to be the shoe on the other foot a little bit. Fiala dipping a tire off into the grass on the exit of turn 6, just a little bit more than Boothby. And, you know, I think to your point earlier, Jesse, that what we're seeing here out of Boothby is really just him trying to make up as much speed as possible. I think he is feeling this pressure from behind from Fiala, and he knows that he has got to get a move on to try to close down on Niels Nyox up ahead of him, and that's really going to be his only chance to get forward. Tried to be very aggressive there on the Bentley coming down into turn 12. Was able to get by, but unfortunately tried to pin Fiala behind that Bentley as well, but the Bentley doing the gentlemanly thing there, doing the sportsman thing, getting out of the way for both cars.
Something, by the way, has happened to Niels Nyox. It wasn't a major moment, but it was certainly a moment nonetheless. Remember that gap was nearly 6 seconds. The gap from Niels to George is now only 3.8 seconds, and Boothby, I can guarantee you, is not making up nearly 3/4 of a second a lap under pressure from another car. That has to be a mistake from the BS Plus competition driver in front. It wasn't major, but it was something, because Nyox has lost the better part of a second and a half, and that's the bulk of what Boothby and Fiala have gained. So something going on there. That's, if I had to guess, probably lap traffic. Working some of that lap traffic, maybe caught them unawares. Could have just been dipping a tire off one way or another, unsure necessarily. But Niels doesn't, no damage on the car. The BMW M-Team BS competition car looking fine. Just one of those things that happens. You get back on it. As a racing driver, you got to have a short-term memory, don't you, DJ? You got to get back up on that wheel. Even if you did put a foot wrong, you got to forget about it. You got to focus up. But certainly nothing amiss on the car right now.
Yeah, nothing amiss here at this point, and it's something that we often say, Jesse, the traffic giveth, the traffic taketh away. Sometimes you're going to get those good maneuvers where Not really, and let's be clear here. This is no blame being cast on any of the lapped cars here at this point, where they're just able to be caught on an area of the track that is a little bit easier to get by. Oh, Fiala now starting to look like he's the one running that Audi a little bit ragged, and I've noticed that, though, coming off of turn 14 there, that Boothby likes to take a more traditional sort of swooping line around that corner, and Fiala tends to be a little bit more aggressive with it, and I was wondering if it was going to come back to bite him. It almost looked like he did, but look at this, Jesse. This is the closest we've seen Wojciech in a hot minute. He is now really all up the tailpipes here of Boothby.
It's all about risk versus reward, and he who risks it often wins it. So I think that's what Fiala is subscribing to here. He knows that the pit window is coming to an end again, and he's probably going to get out of the car. Not a whole lot of double stinting coming out of these drivers today, even in an 8-hour race. They're running an hour or so, and they're getting out of the car. Now, keep in mind, you have up to 65 minutes on your driver's stint limit. You don't have to get out of the car in those 65 minutes. You just have to come down pit lane. You don't even have to stop, but coming down pit lane is enough to trigger the stint limit reset, and you can go back out for another 65 minutes. Keep that in mind. You might be able, at the end of this race, some of these drivers that are way off sequence, you might be able to just do a drive-through penalty, if you will, not stop at the end of the race, reset your timer and gain positions. We've seen that prior to today's race. A couple of things from race control. An incident between cars 7 and 49 back on lap 172. A warning given to car 49 for aggressive driving. About the 4th or 5th time we've seen that handed out today. And an incident between cars 72, the Renwelton car, and the Get Closer number 7 car on 173. That deemed a racing incident. DJ, we were theorizing what may have happened to BS competition. I hear you have the answer.
Yeah, it sounds like there was a little bit of an incident there, and that could have been what allowed that gap to come back down in. So that's a little bit of the explanation here. So, Jesse, not exactly what we thought of, just traffic being held up, but actually a little bit of an off track there being what was sent around. So that's not exactly boding well for the drivers in front, but I've got to give some credit here. Niox has been able to get himself sort of back into the mix. It was at about 3.6 seconds on the previous lap coming through that section. Now it looks like the 89 machine has been able to grow that gap back up to about 4 seconds or so here as they run. And so Niox clearly responding here in the moment. And sometimes when you're dealing with that lap traffic, you find yourself in a little bit of an incident, you find yourself in off. It's not necessarily how you deal with it, it's how you get around it. This is what happened here. Coming up behind that Bentley that we talked about, going to dive down to the inside there of turn 12. Ooh, contact there. It's just a miscommunication, and that Bentley all out of sorts making contact with the Mercedes as well.
Certainly was, and I'm going to tell you, the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT by Unicorns of Love, they have not had any luck in today's race. They seem to arrive on the scene of a couple of incidents already, and it just for them, it's just been one of those where you don't want to be anywhere near it, and the 5 has been completely beside the point in all the incidents that I've seen. But they always seem to arrive whenever it's occurring. Unfortunate for them and unfortunate for Nils Niox, but to your credit, to your point, it hasn't really affected Nils. Just talked earlier about having a short-term memory as a racing driver, and Nils, a professional in every facet of the word, just got right back to work. Of course, now the gap growing again at 6.6 to Portil in front, but it is growing to Boothby. It's over 4.1. Of course, Boothby has more pending issues, and that's Fiala, who is hounding him. Fiala's not made a move, DJ. Fiala has not pulled out a line here, but Boothby also hasn't been racing defensively. He's been racing offensively in front of the car that he's racing, meaning that he's trying to get better runs off of corners. He's trying to maximize all of the space available on the racetrack. He's being defensive by being offensive.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a, dare I say, almost a counter strategy here to what you'd necessarily think of. But when you're talking about a racing driver, when you're talking about trying to run these kind of laps, That's exactly what you need to do. We're not seeing defensive lines here from Boothby, but we are just seeing a driver that is very confident with where they are and believes that their outright speed should be able to keep them at bay. The only time we're really seeing any sort of defensive, I would call it, move is there out of turn 14. You see Boothby move that car down to the inside of the track, down to the right side. And Jesse, I think that's less about really preventing a move from being done, more as it is of, well, frankly, something that we've talked about here at Indianapolis multiple times, which is the dragon move, trying to preemptively break the draft off of a driver from behind you, move off to the side of the circuit, not in response to them, but once again, preempting that move, just trying to lose them a little bit of an advantage, and it looks like it's playing out well here for Boothby.
Yeah, the pit straight long enough here that you do get a massive tow, and it's better in some cars than others, of course. Horsepower also king on that straight as well, and that also sort of limits that in certain ways. But between the two of them, it's a smart strategy. McLaren versus an Audi there. As you can see, the Audi just sort of held station, even with the draft, was unable to make the move. Fiala has followed George enough and George knows this, that, oh, he's not going to be able to get a run unless I get a bad exit. So just setting myself up to have a good exit off of the final turn and down the pit straight is more advantageous than making some other move. By the way, the Scuderia Ferrari 51 car has caught up to P3, P2, somewhere. They have caught the car that they were chasing down. It was 2.2 seconds a gap the last time we checked in. It is nose to tail just about right about now. So the fastest car on the racetrack, only just by less than half of a tenth of a second. Actually, I'm selling them short. It's actually less than that, but you take my meaning. The fastest car by 32 1/100ths of a second it is, has caught up to the next nearest car. So that fight for the win is still well and truly on.
Yes, it is. We look a little farther back in the field here on board with, well, the Acura Honda, depending on whatever part of the world you are in, as Josh Stafford pilots that car around. Some more incidents here coming out from race control, as it looks like here we've got a penalty being issued to the number 426 machine. That's the TSE Racing machine. That's going to be a time penalty for causing a collision. Also a time penalty being issued to the number 89 machine. That's that BS Plus competition car that there are going to be served a time penalty as well. So some folks here falling afoul of the stewards. So here is this battle between Ferraris. No difference there on balance and performance. This is going to be all down to car performance.
I mean, how you get out of that corner, and that's just a straight swap of position right there. Not willing to risk it was Max Wajda, and just gets out of the way there a little bit. If they were all that easy, right?
Oh, if only. That would make things far, far easier. And let's be clear here, that number 89 machine, I believe that was the contact we saw with the Bentley coming down into turn 12. Now, let's be very clear about this. This is the 5th place car. That's Niels Nyox that has received a 10-second penalty. That should promote that battle with George Boothby and Wojciech Fiala that we've been watching. That should promote that back up to a battle for the top 5.
It very well could do. This is the battle I was talking about, though. Chris Hartefeld, driving the Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51, has caught P2 Michael Tauscher in the Mercedes Team Unicorns of Love number 4. That gap non-existent now, though Dyer McCormack for Mercedes Williams enjoys a 4.3 second gap on this fight. My worry, if I was Williams, if I had any worries, they're leading the championship, DJ. They're leading the race. You've got to know with a little under 3 hours to go, and based on the pace that Chris Hartefeld and Scuderia Ferrari was able to catch back up to Tauscher after the penalties and all of that, you've got to know that probably right near the end of this race, you're going to have a battle. And if I were them, I would start to make my strategy a little bit. If I were them, I'd say, well, if they get here, how hard do we race them? Because we have more to lose. I'm curious where you stand on that. All 3 of the top 3 involved in this championship fight, all 3 have an opportunity to win it today, barring some bad luck to their competitors, of course. What would you do if you were the 555 Williams Mercedes team and you were racing Scuderia Ferrari for the win of the race and potentially the championship the way it is now?
Well, right now, with Dara McCormick behind the wheel of the car, I would tell that driver to go like stink, to absolutely push here at this moment, try to build a little bit of a gap, while Tauscher has got Harteveld behind him, and he's got to be looking in that rear view mirror, and likewise, while Harteveld's being held up here a little bit, arguably, by that number 4 Mercedes. So that's what I would be telling McCormick here to do, is I think this is the time to try to extend that gap as much as possible, and push as much as you can, try to build that gap, see if I can get it over 5 seconds, over 7 seconds, to just give myself a little bit of breathing room when I've got to switch off the car. We know in that 555 machine that Dara McCormick is one of the world-class drivers here for Williams Esports, and really indeed pretty much all of that team, absolutely world-class. Whether you're looking at Blyer or Schoninger there as well in the car. But I think for Dara right now, this has just got to be the moment where you push. Don't necessarily think too much about tire wear. You just go for it here at this moment. But here we've got a taker down into pit lane. This could change things up a little bit. That's Tauscher in the number 4.
I think that's an offensive pit stop. Some would call that defensive. I think that's an offensive pit stop. Realizing that Chris Harteveld might have had you dead to rights right there, come in. Maybe this was their scheduled stop anyway. It's quite close, in fact, so it may have been. But rather besides, that does release Chris Harteveld and the number 51 Scuderia Ferrari team. But in a way, you had to think maybe you were going to lose that position anyway. So I think that's an offensive stop, the undercut, trying to get back out there and maybe to make up the time, because I don't know how willing the 51 is going to be to get off sequence now. But what I do know is it's near enough 5 seconds the gap between first and second place. The 51 over the course of the race has been the slightly quicker car, and I need slightly quicker car as the pit sequence begins in full. Pfeffer into the pit lane in the Unicorns of Love number 4, and that might ring the bell for many other drivers. DJ, how do you feel about getting off strategy late into this race, responding to what everyone else is doing on pit lane? Is your strategy set now, or are you willing to change it based on what everyone else does?
I think you've got to be willing to roll with the changes here a little bit. You cannot be afford to be caught out right now as we look right now a little bit farther back down in the field, taking a look at Nicholas Hauben for that Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT and working their way through the field. But I think you've got to be flexible. You've got to be willing to change things around a little bit. You've got to be willing to work on the fly. How many times have we seen teams put down through the order because they've got a game plan at the beginning of the race and they stick to it? Now, obviously, because we don't have full course yellows here, that's going to change things around a little bit. It's a nice little spicy battle here with Mark Toll for West Competition Racing, looking pretty aggressive on the back here of Arndt. This is the battle for 11th place overall, and I believe the final step in the podium in the silver category. But back to that point, Jesse, if you're not willing to change, if you're not willing to cover off, I do worry sometimes that it may throw you out a little bit and just put you behind the 8 ball.
West Competition nearly getting themselves into a spot of trouble with Arndt in the number 7 for Get Closer Racing, and realizing what was going to happen. Mark Toll for West Competition absolutely jams on the brakes to avoid contact with the Get Closer car. And I'm going to tell you, folks, they couldn't have got any closer, but they have done. They have done in turn 13, and it's led to a spin. After all of that, still contact between Get Closer and the 27 team of West Competition. I didn't see that coming.
No, I didn't either. I mean, we saw a little bit of aggression there from before, but my goodness gracious, everything kind of going to naught there down into turn 12. That is not what any of these drivers want to see, and I'm sure that that is not going to be the last we hear of that here, Jesse, as there's probably going to be a little bit of a review
man.
by race control as that is Marco Yonkers there in a very fierce battle with Lang as the Porsche tries to get up and on by. Now, I don't believe that is a car for position. That's lap traffic up ahead, and Yonkers says, thank you very much. I'm going to pin you down up to what will be the outside going down into turn 1. That's about as heads up of a move as you can make.
That is exactly, you see that in stock car racing. You use the other car as a pick, the one that's not for position, and you're able to use them to your advantage to set the screenplay, if you will, and that's exactly what's happened, and that will absolutely frustrate Lang, who was boxed out into the, so he wouldn't put into the wall, but they were boxed out to the wall in a position where all they could do was forfeit the spot. Marco Yonkers doing an excellent job, heads up. Like, that is 1 million IQ racing right there. Completely situational by the West Competition #1 car and well executed.
Absolutely brilliantly executed there, and exactly what we were talking about, just having that racing IQ to recognize you're going to be able to pin that car down to the inside and make that move around. Now, I've got to imagine here that Lang and the team behind the scenes there for Team 1FF in that number 144 Porsche are probably going to be on the horn to race control. Not exactly
they're not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, they're going to be
as much angry. As we like the move, they didn't like the move.
No, they didn't, and they were going to feel like that slower lap car held them up here at this point and put them behind the 8 ball. But I've got to say there, looks like here, if you're Marco Yonkers, that's exactly what you need. And now, you know, you were talking a little bit before I came on about some of the advantages and disadvantages of these cars. Well, I've got to think now that Yonkers here is going to be in prime position because that BMW devilishly quick in a straight line. Oh, a little bit of contact there.
Oh, it is, but you got to watch out for that. The braking into the corner and turning. We've seen some BMWs, and I don't know if it's a handling characteristic of the car in general, maybe just because it's a little bit longer wheelbase car as well, but one reason or another, we've seen a lot of BMWs go down the inside like that and sort of wash out into the car on the outside. It could just be a characteristic of turn #1. How many times have we seen that in other racing around here, haven't we? So could just be that, but it always seems to be a BMW when that happens. It happens right there, but no further harm or foul, just a little bit of contact for that position. And it's been an interesting couple of laps for the West Competition cars.
Yeah, it really kind of has. They've been getting it out there as we give a little bit of love here to Dominic Blyer working his way through the field of the 555 Mercedes-Williams Esports entry, currently in P7 at the moment, trying to work their way by, I believe that's actually Josh Stafford up ahead of them in the HPD Yas Pro machine, trying to see what they are able to get. So Stafford looks like they're going to go a lap down here, but Blyer does have to worry about Tobias Pfeffer there in the number 4 coming up behind him. He needs to try to dispatch this Honda as quickly as possible so that Pfeffer's not going to be able to get a good enough run behind him. But again, this is going to be a little bit hard for Pfeffer because we're dealing with Mercedes on Mercedes action here. When that happens, Jesse, it's not like you're able to actually harness the advantage of the car. We talked about that BMW being quick in a straight line. Also, you know, looking at the other side of that, the Audi being known as pretty good through the twisty bits. You're racing the same car, so your advantages are going to be in the same place, and really the only difference in between those two models is going to be the fleshy part behind the wheel.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, DJ. That is the difference in a situation like this. But you also have an advantage. If you are a Mercedes driver and you drive this all year and it's your main car like it is for all of these drivers here, you also have the advantage of knowing the car. You know what their car is going to do, and you can sort of set your tone and strategy based on that. So if you know that they're going to be particularly good or weak in a certain set of corners, you don't have to worry about making up time necessarily. You don't have to worry about overdriving the car. And also, too, the fleshy bit that you mentioned, the driver behind the wheel, these setups could be completely different. Different teams could enjoy or be running completely different setups. Of course, keep in mind we had a high rain probability chance today. We have yet to see that. There is the possibility many of these teams are on a mixed setup, which could compromise the handling a little bit. You have the advantage, if you drive a Mercedes, watching another Mercedes, being able to understand where their handling is different than yours and basing your strategy and your decision making into and off of these corners based on that.
Yeah, exactly. And that really comes with experience, being able to learn the other drivers around you. And that's when you've also got to be able to lean a little bit on your team around you to say, hey, this is who you're coming up against. This are some of their characteristics. That's where it really, really helps to have that full backing like we see here from Mercedes-Williams Esports, one of the most storied names in esports and ACC here, to be able to give them all of that information and really be able to hold on to and process while they're driving. So that's going to be a help here to Blyer to be able to know exactly what's going on. And the same can be true here for Pfeffer. They're going to be giving information back to both of them saying, hey, this is where we think those passes are going to be made, etc., etc. Marco Yonkers finally taking a little bit of a move there as he's going to move down to the inside of Garcia, the number 127 Lamborghini. That's going to be a pretty cut and dry move coming down through Holman Way. Check back in on Racing Point, your leaders of the race in the number 85 Aston Martin, holding on to it here, although things have been shuffled around a little bit as courtesy of pit stops.
Yeah, pit stop cycle not yet complete. The top 6 cars, back to Pavlovsky, they've still got to complete this cycle of pit stops. We've seen this over the past 5 hours or so. This is not abnormal. This is just the strategy that they've elected to do today based on how the racing has gone down. We know that Pertil in the 85 for Racing Point, they're inside the top 5. So Niels Diox was also inside the top 5, but I suspect they might fall out of it here with that additional 10-second penalty that they have to take on their upcoming pit stop. We expect that any time now for the top 6. This driver, Dominic Blyer, in relief of Dyer McCormack on that sequence of pit stops. That was close for Tobias Pfeffer getting past that lap car for Team Unicorns of Love, but they just about get it done. Blyer in and out of the pit lane for Mercedes-Williams. Tobias Pfeffer for the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love car. They came out just about within a second, so they made up a ton of time. Chris Harteveld, who did respond to Tobias Pfeffer coming in, by the way. The 51 came in 1 lap later, DJ, so you're right on the money with that. The Scuderia Ferrari car did not have a particularly great stop, though, in comparison to Blyer and Pfeffer. They have lost time, has Chris Harteveld, who stayed in that car, now double stinting. Incident between cars 51 and 55 on lap 193. No further action. An incident between cars 51 and 55 1 lap prior to that. Also, no further action.
All right, so there it is. And as we said, the number 27 getting that penalty here at this moment, it looks like. So that is going to be going to that West Competition Racing car. Not exactly a surprise there as they go. But right now, giving a look here to Niels Diox down into pit lane. BS Plus competition coming on in. That's going to change things up. And remember, they've got to serve that 10-second penalty here at this point. So that's going to put them down the order, and that's really going to change things up here for a lot of them. So that's going to put them back out where they should be pretty much at this point, and we're going to have to see the fight back here at this point.
Certainly are. Everybody's going to have to sort of respond now. We're in the end game part of this race now. 2.5 hours left. You still got people changing strategies and working different angles of this race simply because they've not been able to pull a gap on each other on the racetrack, or because they've put themselves behind the proverbial 8-ball, of course, with penalties and such. They've not been able to outfox each other just on sheer pace alone. So they're still pulling strategy plays here. We saw the 51 do that. They slightly came in just a little bit early. It didn't do them any favors, to be fair, but even still, you're seeing cars do that. The 89 in that time, the 25 as well, with the 296 Jardier, Jaroslav Hanzik behind the wheel of the 296 now. And I just saw David Pertil in the Racing Point 85 come down, and that has also signaled the end of the stint for the Veloce McLaren. And George Boothby, the 66 Williams Audi of Fiala, down the pit lane as well. That will conclude this sequence of pit stops that will promote Dominic Blyer back into P1 with Tobias Pfeffer right behind them just behind 1 second. Chris Harteveld is 3.3 seconds behind that group. So despite the slow stop for the 51 DJ, it's still closed up quite nicely, just about 4.5 seconds first to third.
Yeah, it's not too bad there as they run. It certainly is letting into a pretty interesting battle here for sure. It's Pfeffer trying to close down on Dominic Blyer right now. It does look like Blyer being able to set the fastest lap of the race. That's certainly going to help him out just a little bit here as that gap is going to start expanding ever so slightly. It's going to be 1.2 seconds as they cross over the line. And there you can see those little white P's over to the left of that timing tower. That indicates that those drivers are down into pit lane. So we should see everything shuffle back around here, get us a better idea of exactly where they're going to be and how they're going to be. But Jesse, we've got some information coming here from Michael Hamlet, hashtag Hamstats, coming across the difference on these pit stops, on these stints. Absolutely remarkable. It is insanely close with one another.
It is impossibly close is what it is. It's been close all season long. If you've been with us since we hit the Mountain Mount panorama at the start of the season, you've known it's been close all season. But today, these drivers, these teams, don't tell them that it's the end of the season and there's only a few points on offer, because they are going for it. And some of these gaps are absolutely insane. The 51 Ferrari is still the quickest overall. They average over the course of the entire race a 35.832. Their next nearest rival, of course, is the Williams Mercedes, the 555, who lead this race. Their average lap time is a 35.855. That is 22/100ths of a second difference. Behind them, Mercedes Team Unicorns of Love, 53/100ths off of the overall pace. The BS competition car, 9/100ths off of the pace. The 85 for Racing Point, 97/100ths off the pace. The 66 Williams Audi is the first car outside of a 10 for the entire race. That is so many cars under a blanket. And oh, by the way, the Veloce McLaren car, just about 1.5 tenths off of the overall pace. Yeah, the 25 Audi is the next nearest. They are a quarter of a second through average lap time throughout the entire race. They are only a quarter of a second slower than our quickest two cars. Just absolutely remarkable. That shows you the robot-like consistency required to compete at this level.
I couldn't have said it better myself there, Jesse. Robot-like consistency. You have to be so on it. As Vladislav Kolosov here took a little bit of a look down to the inside there of Murdoch. This is the battle for 23rd position right now, is Kolosov trying to be able to get his way up on forward. A little bit of Ferrari on Ferrari action. Murdoch trying to deal with a little bit of lap traffic at the moment and trying to be able to get on by here as they run. To see if he's able to do that here at this point. See what they can go. But yeah, to your point, that is going to be absolutely insane there. The hand stats coming in at the top of the board. Just remarkable that everyone is running so very closely here at this point. It really shows you just how good these drivers are. Is Kolosov going to take a look down into turn 12? Backed out of it there on Murdoch. He certainly thought about it, but didn't want to go for the full attack.
Yeah, he knows what happens when it goes wrong, doesn't he? He doesn't want to be the driver. No driver in racing, and this is a misconception, I think, that people have. No driver wants to be the driver that goes in deep into a corner and makes contact with another driver. There are drivers that are more aggressive than others, and there's more casual, conservative drivers, certainly. Nobody wants to go into a corner assuming there's going to be contact. That is not racing. That is not fun for anybody. Kolosov there realized, yeah, I could bomb it in there and potentially run Murdoch off the racetrack, or I could back out, have another go at it. I'm quicker than him anyway. Cooler and calmer heads prevail. No incident. You re-rack, you try it again, and he's going to have another shot by the end of this lap.
Yeah, he is. I think, and if he gets this run here off the turn 6, it doesn't quite look like he's got the overall speed to make it play. Probably not going to be able to get the move done down home and way here at the moment. He's going to keep pushing at it to try to see if he's able to get the move. Now, unfortunately, he's not going to have the added benefit of, I'm not sure if those are lap cars or lapping cars up ahead of him. My gut would say that those are lapping cars getting on by him, but a little bit of dust kicked up there from Murdoch as they come around the corner. Different lines coming out of turn 10. That's going to be huge as here comes Kolosov. Definitely has the run coming down into turn 12. He's going to have to look a long way around here as they go. A little bit of a squiggle under braking. Almost contact there between them and the 38. There definitely was contact as it looks like Kolosov's going to be able to get off the better out of that, but definitely not the way he wanted to get that move done.
Well, Kolosov was just hoping that Murdoch would pay him the same respect back, and I don't know if that happened. Murdoch was the car on the inside that time. Kolosov bombed it around the outside. He was going to be able to stay around the outside, and just incredibly close racing there. Murdoch got him completely sideways. I think Murdoch actually paid the ultimate price for that, to be completely fair. Kolosov was able to regain control and keep going, and not a whole lot of reaction there from Kolosov. A few words, back to business.
Yeah, just right back in on it here and not really taking too much of anything to play. So good match there for him. Good way to get on by at the moment, at least. So you got to give him credit there for that, to be able to make that move to play. But as we keep a look here, we're going to give some love to Jaid Hutchinson, the Lamborghini Esports team, running around in 27th right now. Has a little bit of gap on either side of him here at this moment, so we're going to be able to run some clean air, and that's probably going to be a welcome change up for him.
Yeah, if you don't know Jaid Hutchinson, you want to talk about an individual that just loves to race. I can assume, I don't know this for certain, but I reckon he is racing at a pro-level racing event every night of the week. And I'm not saying that most drivers aren't. I'm just saying that Jaid Hutchinson, they do it a lot, and they might do multiple leagues, I mean, a day of high-level racing. The Canadian driver loves to drive. He'll drive at anything. I've seen him driving all sorts of different categories here in ACC. Mad respect. I get to call races with Hutchinson in them quite a lot these days, and just his workload, his racing, his racecraft and all that, absolutely top drawer. And obviously we've got to interview him before, DJ, you and I think, whenever he won a race quite recently.
Yeah, we certainly did. A very, very heads-up driver with a good head on his shoulders there to keep everything together. But it looks like here that we're going to keep our eyes on Amadeo Castorino right now for Racing Point. Remember, these drivers were up in the lead of the race not too long ago, courtesy of that pit stop cycle. But they've got some great news here, because the number 27, that's the West Competition Racing Ferrari behind them, they've been given that 10-second penalty. So what looked like it could have been a little bit of a race here starting to shape out for the silver class category. Castorino's got some breathing room now that Toll has got that 10-second penalty. It's about will be all said and told about a 13-second gap in between the two. So I've got to think here, if you're Castorino with 2.5 hours left in this race, you're going to be sitting pretty good and you're going to be feeling pretty all right. Another driver that's feeling pretty all right now, that's Jaroslav Hanzik for the Yas Heat SRO team in the number 296 Ferrari. They run in third place in the silver category, able to hold on to a pretty good advantage over the drivers behind them. That's Stanistenko in the number 25 Audi, and they've got about 9-10 seconds in between them. Hanzik has about 8 seconds up the road to Halbin, so this is pretty much a Saturday afternoon drive here for Jaroslav.
Yeah, you want to talk about happy drivers and folks that just love to compete and to race. You need to look no further than Jaroslav Hanzik. Just a lovely individual. Very rarely do you see him not smiling, happy about what he's doing. I've had to interview him on a couple of occasions, and my questions are always the same. I always open with, you enjoy racing more than most people, surely. And he goes on this ramble about explaining about how he loves doing it, so it's just a thrill to be in the competition, and explains that it's the competition that drives him, and it's just what he loves to do. Very rarely will you find somebody happier than Jaroslav Hanzik. And quite interesting, though, on the camera there, do you see what happened he had a little bit of a break on the straight. He has a bottle with him, you know, to hydrate, as I suspect most drivers do. But just taking that time, no panic, realized he had time to get a drink, set it back down, and back to business as well. And he's got his little resource monitor there on the right as well. He can take a look at what chat's doing, what everything else is doing in the race. He's not only managing the race he's in for Yas Heat, he's managing his stream. What a guy.
I mean, that's a pretty impressive run to be able to do that, to be able to monitor everything. I don't know about you, Jesse, but when I'm behind the wheel of the car, which is exceedingly rare, let's be real here, and there's a reason for that, I certainly don't have the skill or the tenacity to be out on the track such as these drivers. But when I am behind the wheel of a sim, it's not exactly like I've got a whole lot of free time to be checking everything. I've got to focus in.
Look at him.
Totally. He's pumping his fist. What is he doing? How is he able to concentrate?
He's the happiest guy in sim racing. We've been over this. He loves it. He loves the competition. He loves to be out here. He's loving it inside the top 10, P3 in class. And yeah, when you're good, it's like time invents itself around you almost. And that's the thing about Jardier. He's able to do all these things. Of course, he's a big time streamer, and he knows when he has time, when he doesn't have time. George Boothby, I've seen him over the years. I've seen him learn the hard way, reading chat at the wrong times. You don't see Jardier do that too much. You don't see Boothby do that too much anymore. Race Esport Team, the 114. Now, just because they're not at the front of the field doesn't mean that there's not racing to be had, and they have been ran down by Lee in the 996 car. But Littau trying their very best to stay in front. Now, you don't see too many rigs like this, DJ, do you, with the full head restraint?
No, but I kind of like it. It gives you a little bit of sense of, I think, dare I say, deliberate claustrophobia. To really,
sure.
You know, kind of give you that sense of you're not able to have that much of a peripheral to look around, and you've got to just focus in on exactly what's ahead of you. So I really kind of like that idea there for that. I know almost having those blinders off to the side can be very, very beneficial for some drivers to keep you really focused and to keep you really locked in on exactly what you need to be doing and what you need to be focusing on doing there. So it may seem a little bit unorthodox, but like I said, Jesse, I kind of like that there. I kind of like that mentality of just being able to keep focused ahead.
Yeah, most sim racing seats don't have the head bolsters in them, obviously, because you don't really need them. But, you know, in a way, it is beneficial because it blocks your periphery, and that's something. I remember when big bolsters were coming in, or head restraints were coming in race cars back in the day. It was a big deal because drivers' number one complaint was, well, I can't see around me. So everything has to be in front of me, and they had to remount mirrors. It was a whole thing back before, rear view cameras were even a thing is when this happened. But in a sim rig, there is an advantage to that. You're not distracted by anything, and also you're held in there. So if you have a direct drive wheel like most of the competitors will do at this level, and you know, just like that, for instance, you're not moving around in that sim rig. I can see the advantage.
Yeah, I certainly can too. It's certainly a nice thing, and obviously, as we always talk about in the world of sim racing, kind of raises the realism and the immersion a little bit. So that's going to be really good. But right now, I'll tell you what, Mateo might need to look out of his rear view camera here a little bit more, because Lee is right behind him here at this point. The McLaren putting pressure back at the Audi, fading a little bit, coming down home and away, looking to the inside there into turn 7 to just see if there's going to be able to be a move to be done. Not necessarily there yet, but I like that kind of pressure from Lee. I don't like that little run over the grass there. That tells me Lee's pushing a little bit, maybe too hard.
Lee's just trying to be wherever Littau is what's going on in this fight, and Lee's absolutely driving the wheels off that McLaren, trying to gain every advantage. A little bit of an advantage gained right there, coming down into the hard braking zone by Lee. Was able to close up just a little bit. If you are the Drive Just Boys racing team, and you are Lee, what you're trying to do is you're trying to fill the mirrors. You're trying to not drive into the corner directly behind them, simply because if they make a mistake, if Littau were to make a mistake for Race Esport, what you don't want to do is be right behind them and have nowhere to go. So you might offset a little bit, you might run a little bit wide in some corners. Any sort of advantage that you think, and also too, you're probing for weakness. And if you're the car in front like Latau is, you're doing the opposite. You're running a little bit wide, you're trying to maximize some of these corners, and you're trying to figure out where you can gain an advantage. Turn 2 and 3 was not an advantage for Latau there, went too wide, nearly got into the grass, had to get out of it momentarily, now Lee firmly on the back of him.
Yeah, firmly on the back here at this point, and I like that sort of description that you gave there, just sort of poking and prodding, trying to find that area of weakness, because there's so much that goes into that driver's mental notebook over the course of a race about your other competitors. It's certainly at this stage in the race, you know who you're racing against, you know who your fiercest competitors are going to be, and so you're starting to build out that notebook. This is where they're weak, this is where they're strong, this is where I can get a run, because most of these moves that you're going to see, especially in an endurance race such as this, Jesse, they're really set up 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 laps in advance, just slowly but surely pressing ahead, making sure that these drivers know exactly how to do it and setting up that run to be able to get the best possible chance to overtake, because you may only get 1 or 2 chances. You may not get all of the different opportunities that you think you would in a traditional sprint style race.
Each lap that passes is one less opportunity you have, and especially with the sand in the hourglass ticking away, not only in the race but the season and the championship, that pressure starts to mount. So you have to be very deliberate with what you do behind the wheel of the race car. Now, Latau has been able to gain quite a bit of time here in this the last sector and the beginning of this sector. I don't know if maybe it was a little bit of a mistake from Lee there, but big mistake here. Maybe that was the setup to try and V off the corner from Latau, but it hasn't worked. That entire gap that he had spent the better part of half of a lap gaining has evaporated into thin air again, and Lee right back on the back of Latau.
Yeah, he's right back into position here at this point. Now, that's black Lamborghini from behind him. Don't have to worry about that. That is certainly going to be a...
I don't know. They might have to worry about that.
They might have to worry about it, but it is a lapped car here at this point.
True.
So he's not going to necessarily have to worry about that. But Cheng Li here, we ride on board with the Drive Just Boys Z SRO machine as they come in down into turn 12. It looks more and more like, Jesse, that's the area to overtake, because that's the surprise area. Oh, as they're right to point, that Lamborghini going to work their way on by.
Yeah, they were blue flagged. That's Fidelibus in the number 60. So these cars would have been blue flagged anyway. So I think that was a little bit of an attempt for Lee to get them out from behind them. They're going to have more cars like that. You get late into a race like this, you've got cars on multiple different laps, and you see Cheng Li just getting out of the way there, allowing them to flow through. You like to see that, and what you're hoping for now if you're Cheng Li is to see Latau get held up, because you did the smart thing and you let them go at the most advantageous point, the pit straight. So you lose minimum time just going wide slightly. You get a good run down the straight, you don't lose a ton of time. But now, if these cars pass Latau, what's going to happen is this is a very difficult part of the racetrack. You're going to lose seconds. We saw the top 2 DJ earlier racing each other for half a lap. They lost 2 seconds to the rest of the top 5.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't time that area right, you can find it in a whole world of trouble, as it looks like that's exactly what's happening up ahead. As there you see Latau letting those drivers on by, and Lee tried to absolutely pick the pocket there of the Audi driver, trying to go down into about turn 8 and 9. Not normally a traditional passing zone, but Lee just saw the opportunity and went for it. I absolutely love that sort of intensity there from him, but he's going to have to hold on back again, as it looks like we've got another car coming on through that's going to change things up here a little bit for the complexion of this battle for P27 in the field. But Jesse, to your previous point, I want to give some credit there to Cheng Li. Not only was that, you know, heads up in terms of the way of letting those drivers by and helping their own position, but very courteous. Letting them by when they did, letting them not get held up all that much. It was really just a great heads-up thing to do, being courteous of those blue flags, and being involved in a battle on your own. It's going to make you less willing to give up those positions, and the fact that they were willing to just jump out of the way, very, very indicative of the kind of driver here that Cheng Li is.
Yeah, one of the hardest things in racing in general, not just sim racing, is spatial awareness and also picking your moments. And it's hard to do. If it's a straight up fight, car versus car, that's quite simple. Anybody can process that. What's difficult is you get late into an endurance race, everybody's on different laps, you're fighting somebody, but you're being blue flagged. You're never quite sure, well, what lap are they on? How much quicker are they? What is the rule set? How soon do I have to give way? When you're presented with an opportunity like Cheng Li was just then, I can give up both of these spots in a very nice place where I don't lose much time at all. You've got to have the presence of mind to say, I'm going to give up a little here now to save a lot later. And that's a very difficult skill. It's one that almost everybody, when you start racing in general, you sort of lack. It's one of those things you learn with time. Cheng Li clearly has learned that because he was at the right point of the racetrack to let those cars by. He did, and what happened? Because he did the right thing, he did the smart thing, he had the presence of mind to let them go when he did, he had a shot on the car in front. It didn't work out, but he still manufactured that passing opportunity.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we're talking about. But look at this here at this point. Mark Toll in that number 27 Ferrari. Now remember, this West Competition racing machine does have to serve a penalty here, but Caracas behind them in the McLaren. There was a whole sort of kerfluffle there behind with everybody trying to get on by. As now it looks like there's an Aston Martin almost trying to go down to the inside there at Caracas. I don't believe that's Castorino. I'm not sure who that is. That's a lapped car, I would have to postulate, as they work their way on by. Not going to actually make the move there in the run, but I've got to imagine if I'm Caracas, I'm not exactly happy about that.
Yeah, probably not, but you got to know everybody's running their own race. They're on different strategies, and they are trying to get the best finish they possibly can. Hearing potentially that was Pop in the number 7 for Get Closer Racing that made that position change or attempted to make that position change as well.
Well, Jesse, it sounds like your time in the booth may be coming to an end, partner. It is always a delight, though, to be able to call a race with you. Always an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you on the flip side.
We certainly will, and we're going to have David Christie back in. He's going to take you all the way through to the end, but right before I go, I just want to thank you, everybody here at SRO Esports, for everything that they've done this season. It's been an absolute pleasure, my 3rd year here with all of you. I hope all of you at home have enjoyed the broadcast and will enjoy the final 2 hours of the race. And on that note, we'll see you next time.
All right, so that is going to be Jesse Lee stepping on out of the booth. And as you said, we are welcome and happy to be joined by the Scotsman himself, David Christie. David, good to be working with you again.
I don't know about that. I'm devastated to break up the bromance. I was absolutely loving that with yourself and Jesse there, DJ. Awesome little stint there. Looks like, I mean, so much drama has been happening in the past, 4 hours since I've been on commentary.
Yeah, it's been a little bit all over the place, a little bit back and forth. Everybody's still looking for positions up for grabs, and I can pretty definitively state here, David, that we don't know how this one is going to end out. I can tell you right now, Dominic Blyer does control the field by about 4 seconds over Tobias Pfeffer, and Pfeffer certainly trying to make a challenge here as much as possible to get his way forward. Don't count out the number 51 of Chris Hartveld either. That car certainly could be in position to be able to go, but good battles up and down through the field after 6 hours into this race. I got to tell you here, yeah, it's here we come around right now for a lap on board.
Yeah, down into the first couple of corners here. A beautiful section here at Indy where you go through that sweeping right-hander, left-hander. A great ability for cars to make a lot of positions if they fancy being brave onto the brakes. Then it's through the double right-hander, and then you're onto the actual infield section here, where you've got a really, really long straightaway where you can actually just let rip out onto the back straight here. What I was noticing as well here as we're on board with our race leader Dominic Blauer for Williams Esports Mercedes AMG Racing here is the fact that both the championship leaders here right now, DJ, doing exactly what they need to do and in terms of keeping a stranglehold on this championship. Both Williams Esports in the 555 machine and that number 85 of Castellino, who was in the car ironically when I was on the comms as well for Team Racing Point. Both of them out in front, in charge, and literally just taking this championship by the throat.
Yeah, doing exactly what they need to do. Could not agree with you more. Avoiding incidents and just driving these cars to absolute perfection. It's a very, very good run for both drivers as Blyer now works his way out of turn 14 back onto this famous 5/8 of a mile straightaway. Takes a little bit of a scratch of the nose there. That's one of the advantages around Indianapolis, is you do get that moment to breathe. But yeah, and you know, it may seem like a little bit of a non-starter, you know, you're saying, well, yeah, these drivers are up in the lead of the championship, they should be winning this race. But when the pressure is on, David, you know just how hard it is to absolutely not crack under that pressure, not make a mistake. And it's really a testament here to Team Racing Point and to AMG, Team Williams Esports, to be able to keep the pace here that we've seen from both our pro and silver class drivers.
Yeah, but the only reason I know about that is because under that sort of pressure, DJ, I crumple like a cheap suit. It's I just don't deal with that pressure very, very well at all. And yet, every single one of these drivers in these teams, they cannot afford to be like that. The amount of races that they do, the amount of championships that they take part in every single week, it builds up a tolerance, it builds up an ability to just, you know, almost like a Teflon suit. It just, everything that could go wrong just slides off them. Let's look at the Yaz Heat team, the 296 Ferrari, for example. They were in an incident with the number 7 Aston Martin right on the first lap in the first corner, and yet somehow they've still managed to dust themselves down and, you know, build that recovery drive in and get themselves back into it. Whereas myself, I would just be getting so stressed, so worked up, and not able to concentrate. Yet these drivers, DJ, they're like machines.
Yeah, they're absolutely like machines, and really and truly, I have to agree with you wholesale. If I have an incident in the early parts of a race, it flusters me to the umpteenth degree. I don't know how to handle it. I overdrive the car a little bit trying to get back in, but you know as well as I do, David, and I'm sure so many of our viewers know as well, that if you get into that position, if you go back and you try to fight and dig a little bit more when you're in a position where you're on the back foot, it's absolutely going to throw you off, and you're not going to be driving quite the complete race that you need to. And so to be able to fight back like this, really a testament to these drivers' ability and their mental fortitude. It's absolutely insane to see.
It totally is, and again, it comes back to something that myself and, that Paul Jeffrey was talking about earlier on, is the wealth of people involved behind the scenes, not just the drivers behind the car, but coaches, performance coaches, you know, all these sort of strategists that are there to offer that sanity check, to sit with you on voice chat and go, well, look, big picture, this doesn't matter, so what? And they're able to talk you down from that mental ledge that you put yourself on. We all know what it's like, because we've all been there when, you know, you're stressed and you don't think properly, you maybe see something a completely different way from the way it actually is in the heat of the moment, whereas, you know, they'll be able to tell you how it actually is here, as we're seeing Matteo Castellino trying to slip up the inside of another lap car there. That is the number 44 getting made a move on there. And again, now that we're into the, just on a different topic completely here, DJ, now that we're firmly into this lap traffic here, this adds a completely different dynamic to this race, because I heard you saying to DJ there, you know, some of the cars will be very wary of that and just move to the side, but some of them not so much. And you really, over the course of the season and over the course of different championships, you learn to know which cars you can look out for and which cars that you know will just move out the way.
Yeah, you start to build that knowledge. You really start to sort of have an idea of who's going to be the drivers that are going to be respectful to you. And once again, that goes back on to that team conversation as well, where the teams are going to have that information and pass it along. Looks like we've got a time penalty here being issued to the number 996 machine. Now that's going to be the Drive Just Boys Racing team with Cheng Li that we were following a little bit earlier. That was for collision with car number 114, excuse me. That's going to be the Race Esports team. So unfortunately, they're going to pick up an incident from one of the drivers that we were following. But as we keep our eyes focused on the battle right now, this is another interesting position to be in here, David, because as we follow Grancis Caracas here from Veloce Esports in the number 912 McLaren, he's coming up against Toll in the number 27. Now, not only are these two cars that are in different classes, Toll in the number 27 being a silver class car, Caracas being a pro class car, but also Toll has that 10-second time penalty. And so that's going to factor into the mind of Caracas and Toll. And I wonder if it's going to make Grancis maybe a little bit less eager to try to send a big move on him, just kind of knowing that he's going to get that position back no matter what.
Well, you'd think that, and then you look to the timing tower and realise that Igor Rodriguez is just 1.5 seconds behind him, so I'm pretty sure that that's going to snap him back to reality and you know, avoid just letting that go there, because he's going to have to keep that car behind him. However, I believe is that the number 7 that's just behind them again, so he is trying to get past Hall, but Caracas now, it doesn't matter because Caracas has now got a 10-second penalty, so I guess that answers your question there, TJ.
Yeah, that's going to completely negate everything that I had brought up there at that point. So that is certainly going to change things around a little bit. Caracas getting a 10-second time penalty as well. Oh, but still takes a look down to the inside there as they go in contact between the two. Now, to be clear, that penalty is being issued for contact with the 977. It looks like that's the Kramer Racing Esports machine. So that is where that penalty is being issued from. And now, I think if you're Igor Rodriguez in that number 66 Audi, you are licking your lips. This is a prime opportunity to gain a couple of positions.
Absolutely is. I'm not sure what Mark Toll was doing in the Ferrari there. He was trying to, or rather, Grancis Caracas trying to sneak up the inside, and I think the Ferrari was always taking a wider line in, which meant it was going to be a sharper turn in for the apex there. So a little bit of predictable contact there for these two. If anything now, Igor Rodriguez is the one who doesn't have to actually do anything right now. He's got a nice little toe from that Aston in front. I just get the feeling from watching the driving style of Caracas and Toll here, it seems that they're maybe a little bit overly keen to try and hold on to that position from Toll's point of view, and for Caracas to get that position. Now obviously Veloce Esports driver is going to want to try and get past there, but again you're just seeing some mistakes slipping in from both the Ferrari and the McLaren driver right now. For me, if I'm Rodriguez, I do want to get past him, but I'm also very wary. If, like I said, if I'm right, yeah, it is. It's the number 7 of Pop just in front now. We know from earlier experience that 7 isn't afraid to get its nose in really where it doesn't belong. So I'd maybe just kind of back off a little bit and see what happens as we see Nick Hoban in the pit lane for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, so that's going to be, I believe, the first kickoff here in the most recent round of pit stops there with Hope coming down into pit lane. But I've got to agree with you there on that, David. I think that's a pretty good strategy to be able to play out, just kind of letting to see how everything is going to shake out here at this point. And if you are Rodriguez, not necessarily wanting to throw everything away here at this point, just let the race play out. We still have 2 hours left to go, and not sure exactly what Rodriguez's stint length will be. Not sure if it's going to be him that sees this out, or if we're potentially going to see another driver swapping back into the car. But right now, does look a little bit like we've got a bit of a train starting to form behind Toll, as not only Caracas, but Rodriguez and that Aston Martin as well, all starting to build their way up and around. So everybody really starting to see how that's all going to filter in here at the moment. As we take a look, no movement coming down the front straightaway here at the moment. Everyone keeping relatively clean and in line.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of this is going to be strategy here, DJ, with the fact that we're coming up to our next bout of pit stops, as you were mentioning there. A lot of this will be, certainly not from the Ferrari and the McLaren in front, but I think, you know, Rodriguez will be happy to sit behind that number 7, get a little bit of a toe. The 7's obviously got a little bit of a pace, it's just not had the rub of the green here today. So again, maybe looking to try and save the tyres a little bit. And also, we're now getting down to that stage here where, you know, unless you've got a car that is within maybe 2 seconds, 3 seconds of you, you start to think, okay, well, look, what is realistically within my grasp within this final stretch of the race? We're into 2 hours left to go here, and you're not going to be making any mad, crazy charges through the field. So again, it's just a case of you know, kind of looking and seeing what you can get out of this. Now, one thing that I have just realised here, this is going to be absolutely huge. Mark Toll in that number 27 West Competition racing machine in that Ferrari, he's going to be down fighting. I think when the pit stops come in and he takes that 10-second penalty, I think he's going to come out maybe 4 or 5 seconds ahead of Jardier in that 296 Yaz Heat Ferrari as well. So that battle for silver is going to be very, very impressive, I think.
No, I think it is too. It's going to really and truly start to heat up here at this point. So for Toll, he may want to try to put a little bit of a move on here to prevent that happening as much as possible and really try to get himself into good position if he can. Remember, he's the one kind of leading this pack here at this point, so the pace is dictated by himself, and he may very well be pushing to his absolute utmost here as he tries to go. We take a look at Igor Rodriguez, again, the 4th car here in this line. This really all the battle for P5 overall at the moment. A lot of drivers kicking up some dust there on the exit of Holman Way as they work their way out and along right now. A little bit of a look up to the inside there for Caracas, maybe starting to get a little bit impatient. Rodriguez, though, stays right in line, looking very, very content to just keep on keeping on.
And that's it. It's that point in the race, as I said, where drivers are now starting to rethink their strategy, starting to think about what exactly they need to do and what they want to do. For instance, if you look at Castorino in the 85, in the lead of the silver class right now, 13 seconds ahead of Mark Toll. It's going to be 23 seconds, given that that car is going to get a 10-second penalty, so it doesn't need to do anything. Same with Dominic Blyer in the lead of the Pro Championship right now, 6.5 seconds ahead of Tobias Pfeffer, currently doing everything they need to do right now, given that their nearest title rival is, you know, a little way off of the timing just now. And again, we'll look from that McLaren up the inside here. Again, we just have to wait and see how this is all going to pan out here, but I think for most of the drivers in the top 10, I think they will now just be rounding off these laps here and maybe hopeful to try and get any positions that they can take, but I don't think they're going to fight too hard for it as Igor Rodriguez decide to work for his money for these final 2 hours, DJ. That was a completely unnecessary moment there.
Yeah, it really was there from Rodriguez. Not entirely sure what he was thinking there at that moment, but he clearly knows better than we do because he's the one in the car at this point. As we do see Lang coming down into pit lane, taking a look back at Mark Toll here. Caracas looking closer than he's been here in a hot moment. Maybe the number 912 McLaren fancies a little bit of a run here coming down into turn 12. Doesn't look like he's got the full launch off of the line that he would have liked to, but now he's going to get a little bit of helping in the draft. And as Jesse and I were talking about a little bit earlier, this turn 12 certainly a opportunistic place to overtake. Not going to send it there, though. That was the site of the victory in last year's 8 hours of Indy. As there, Mark Toll's going to come down into pit lane, get service on the car, as well as serve that 10-second time penalty. So any of that battle is now negated.
Yeah, so into the pit lane and ruthlessly murdering one of the pit lane bollards. Did nothing to Mark Toll there, but joking aside, he'll be in for his pit stop. I'm trying to do some mathematics here, and everybody that knows me knows that this is one of those clip-worthy moments when it goes all horribly wrong. But I'm looking at silver class, and I am seeing that Jardier is up into second place in class just now. If we just we'll imagine that's how it's going to be for the for just now. I think if they finish in P2 or P3, and we look at the 71, which is currently currently in second place in the Silver Championship, the Renville Esports Red, they are 17 points between them. I think that if they were to get second or third place, Yaz Heat would jump them into that second place in the Silver Championship. So again, I'll double check that, and I'll go and make sure all my T's are crossed, my I's are dotted, but that's what I'm seeing just now, because at the moment the gap is 17 points, and I think they get 18 points for if they were to be in third position, and the 71 stays in 10th just now, so we'll wait and see. But yeah, that could be monumental for the Silver Championship, because remember, it's not just about the championship winner, there's a lot of prizes all the way through.
Yeah, prizes all the way up and down through the field here at this point, so it's not like they are just merely fighting for little things here as they go. As right now, we're going to take another look here. This is Lars Kisser in trying to work his way through a little bit of lap traffic, I believe, as that's the number 44 Ferrari up ahead of him here as they run right now. Kisser again with that great onboard shot that we get. A little bit of a strange steering angle there. Am I crazy there, David, or does that wheel seem very far away from him?
It does, and again, the only reason I know that is if you look at his left arm when he's turning, it's almost like fully locked. That's never again. It's up to him how he wants to have his wheel set up and how he feels comfortable. But for me, when I lock my arm, it feels very uncomfortable, and I cannot get the same sort of grip and purchase as if it's bent very slightly. Might just be the camera angle. Certainly, it would suggest that from his right arm as well. Actually, it probably is. He's probably just got it tilted side up, so we can't see it. So. But it's always great seeing other people's angles, because you get to judge them and see how it's going. But Lars Kisser, can we just say that looked almost flawless there until he went straight off into the grass. It was looking great, DJ, until it wasn't.
Exactly. We got to come in there with a little bit of a Murrayism. We wouldn't be good commentators if we didn't have one of those moments here over the course of our run. Kisser just trying to keep up here as much as possible. He's got about 2 seconds and change behind Junior Vicious here, just trying to keep up behind them, going to be getting that nice benefit of the draft off of that Ferrari up in front of him. And doesn't really have all that much pressure from behind. The number 72 of Fox there is about 1.7 seconds. That's going to be that second car in line that you see flirting out of your shot, but he'll be able to keep on nice and forward, although I've got to think here that Lars is going to want to hopefully get past this Ferrari and try to be able to get a little bit more of a run here if he is able to get anything. And there's the movement, and that is going to allow that Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT number 5 out and on by. That'll give them some free air to try to run down the number 27 Ferrari.
Yeah, that was a great move there, and very well done. Kisser obviously just tried to fire up the inside on that last lap there, and just wasn't able to do anything with it. And with an hour and 50 minutes left to go, it's little bits like that. We saw that a couple of laps ago from the 66 as well, where of Igor Rodriguez bouncing over the curbs, and you're like, it shows you that these drivers aren't just cruising about. They're not just on autopilot driving these cars, right? They're still pushing it within every inch of their allotted ability here at Indy. The other thing that I noticed as well is we had our fantastic team behind the scenes, Ryan Gill and Michael Hamlet, giving us all the stats we could possibly want here. DJ, the average pit stop was 131.6 for that number 4 AMG, but even more impressive for me was the lap times, the average stints on the race. 135.8 was the average for the Ferrari. 135.7 was for our race-leading AMG Williams Esports machine. I mean, the difference on that average is like 1.1 second. That's through an entire race that we've had so far. So all 226 laps, and the average is separated by a second.
It's just remarkable. It's absolutely remarkable. The precision, the speed, the everything that these drivers are absolutely putting this on the line for. It is absolutely nothing to shake a stick at. It is absolutely remarkable to see. Just as I said, the precision with which these drivers are able to be driving, and the way that they are able to keep those lap times so stacked on top of one another. It is nothing short of impressive. And this is, granted, coming from a guy who could barely manage to put 1 or 2 laps together, let alone a full race distance. So I'm very much not one to talk, but it is still a very, very impressive feat, and one that we have to take into consideration here for these drivers.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a stellar effort. And again, we've been very privileged, as Jesse Lee said, you know, for us to be able to see this through the entire season and watch these drivers develop, watch these teams develop, and the performances and the storyline kind of evolve over the past 6 months. It's just been incredible. I often compare it to like a soap opera or a storyline on a sitcom or something like that, with all these different characters coming out. It's like a pantomime. You've got, you know, pantomime villains, pantomime heroes throughout the course of the season. It has everything you could possibly want. And I mean, the great thing about it that I really enjoy is the fact that all of our fans get to be so involved through our YouTube channel and through our Twitch as well. And they can also take part as well. They can also just jump behind the wheel and literally come and have a go if they think they're fast enough, DJ.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. It's, you know, we talk about rain being the great equalizer in terms of motorsports out on the track, but it really and truly, sim racing is the great equalizer in terms of bringing all of these talent levels out onto the track, letting everybody see what they're able to do. It's really pretty spectacular to be able to see everybody come together. And truly, if you are a fan watching this kind of racing for the first time, get yourself onto Assetto Corsa Competizione. Massive thank you to Kunos for providing this software for us. But get yourself on ACC, try out some of these tracks, try out some of these cars. It's as simple as that.
It really is. I mean, you couldn't have a lower barrier of entry. Well, I'll temper that. You do need to have a fairly strong system to be able to run ACC quite well. But, you know, in general with sim racing, you've got software that can run on potato PCs all the way up to incredible powerhouses of PCs. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough of a powerhouse of a PC to be able to run this game in VR the way that I wanted to, but when you are playing it, it is just something else. The level of immersion you get here in ACC is just absolutely fantastic. As I'm watching, is that Victor Nicolai onto the back of Jaroslav Honzik and causing a little bit of a nuisance of himself there? That BMW has been a very strange asset all through the day here today, DJ. It's been fast when it comes out of pit lane for 15 minutes, and that's up the inside. And oh man, I guarantee, right, if you go to, and I'm not saying you should do this because obviously we want you to stay here on the official stream, but if you were to go into Jantier's stream right now, you are gonna, if we saw his live reaction, yeah, you're gonna see a little bit of hand holding there and waving. I'm sorry, I don't normally be opinionated. That's such a lie, isn't it? Victor Nicolai, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're a lap down. Just settle yourself. You don't need to be involved in this. This is not your fight. Back off. Leave him alone. It doesn't matter if you think you're faster. You quite clearly can't get past that car in front of you just now. So you're, stuff like that just really winds you up, DJ. I don't know why.
No, I have to agree with you. It's a little bit of that awareness of where you are on the circuit and what is able to take place there. I'm never a big fan of lap cars making a big effort out of trying to unlap themselves. It always just seems a little bit disingenuous. It seems a little bit like you're not fully aware of what it is. Now, let's be also very clear about that. That may be our commentator's perspective here at this point, David, but they're allowed to do that. That BMW is allowed to make that move if they so choose. If they think they've got the speed to be able to get on by, then they are allowed to unlap themselves. Where I would put umbrage against it is something like that. 2 times in a row, clearly don't have the outright speed to be able to get that lap back. This is the point when I would say, you may want to back off here a little bit and let just kind of ride along behind.
Absolutely, and I think that we all know where that clear line is. If the car is absolutely monstrously faster, absolutely get yourself away. But this just seems scrappy. It seems like Victor Nicolai has got the blinkers on. He's focused on getting that position back, and you know, it's just a shame to see. The problem now he's got is that Louis Fleischer, because of that mistake, is now about 1.5 seconds just behind him, so he'll be putting him under pressure here, and Jaroslav Honzik, I think, will be able to escape a little bit here and head off to the distance. But you know, realistically, that was a little bit of door-to-door contact. That was a little bit of incident that didn't need to happen between those two. And while, as you said, absolutely within the rulebook that cars can try and unlap themselves, I think when you start forcing issues with cars that are a lap in front of you and start causing contact, you run the risk of race control and the stewards going absolutely crazy at you and throwing the boot.
Yeah, very much so. That is going to be the moment when race control is very, very unhappy. And the last thing you want is for race control to be unhappy, as now it looks like here the Nicolai has backed off a significant amount, allowing for Yardier to be able to get on by. Let's give a little love here up to the front of the field. Chris Harteveld continuing to work on his charge up through the field. This number 51 Ferrari for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, definitely one that we've looked at here today as potentially the giant killer to be able to come down in. Well, let's be clear, it's a little bit strange to be calling Ferrari a giant killer. They are a giant. But you know what I mean, that to be able to take the fight here to that top-placed Williams Esports car, as Dominic Blyer's going to bring that Williams Esports Mercedes AMG down into pit lane, giving control of the race over to Chris Harteveld. But Harteveld and this number 51 team, they've had the speed here today, and this is going to be one of the battles that I keep an eye on here in the final hour and 42 minutes.
What we've got to remember as well is this Ferrari has been a massive unknown this year, the brand new Ferrari 296 GT3, you know, brand new to Assetto Corsa Competizione for this season, as you said, Dominic Blyer into pit lane here. So again, it's been a voyage of discovery, I think, for that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. They've done really, really well with what they've had, and I think you've seen with how popular that new 296 is, with what must be at least 10 to 15 cars in the field being represented by the Ferrari. It's done well, and it's been consistent as well, I think.
Yeah, it's done well, and it's been consistent, and it's been a good car. Let's not get around that. But as you said, you know, this is the new model coming in this year, replacing the old 488 that we had seen for so many years in GT competition. And the fact that it is able to be back into a position here where it looks like it is not only a preferred car, but it is a car that a lot can really get behind and really start to extract the maximum from. It's a real testament here to the Ferrari team to be able to put this together and to be able to make this play in this way that it is. But I've got to, you know, give credit. It's also one of the best looking cars in the field. I've been able to see this up close and personal a couple of times here on my travels across the states, and it is by far an absolutely gorgeous car to take a look at.
It's not bad to look at, is it? I mean, I've still not actually seen one this year, still not seen one in the flesh. For me, I mean, looks-wise, before this, I was always a big fan of the Lamborghini and the Mercedes as well, just because the Mercedes looks so different, I think, to a lot of the sports cars out there. It just looks like an absolute rocket ship with its, you know, that really sleek front end design and kind of loaded towards the back. But yeah, they definitely win a lot of awards, I think, for the styles on this one. And Hartveld's into the pit lane. I think that it's quite a significant departure from the old 488, as we're seeing a penalty here, 15-second time penalty to the 144 for causing a collision with the 678. So the 144 there getting 15 seconds, and yeah, I think it's safe to say that Team 1FF are not very popular now with race control.
No, not at all, and that's never a group that you want to be unpopular with. 15 seconds, one of the more egregious penalties that can be levied out here at this moment. So that is a big time penalty being handed down. This has given control of the race back over to Amadeo Castorino here at this point in the number 85 Racing Point machine. Your leader up in the silver class category, this Aston Martin, has done a great job of separating themselves from Hanzik here at this point in that 296 Ferrari, number 296 as well as the model, the 296, as they've got a nice healthy gap between themselves. And at this point, I think with under 2 hours left to go in this race, this is really a situation where you're just, now I don't want to say damage control, David, but you just want to mitigate errors. You want to keep everything nice and classy, keep it together, not make a mistake, and you'll be able to bring this on home. Here's Lewis Fleischer, though, that Team 1FF, the 144, given that 15-second time penalty. This is really going to hurt this Porsche's chances.
It absolutely is, but it's right behind Victor Nicolai. I think this is going to be an excellent little fight here, but again, that 15-second penalty, it does kind of just end things. And who is that? That's Jardier again, getting attacked by the BMW. Is it going to happen this time round, though? The pair of them side by side. Again, contact here. Where is the line going to be drawn here? I get a horrible feeling about this Yazid Ferrari on the outside there. Has to succumb to the BMW, but fires it back through the inside here. Awesome fight that's not actually a fight at all. The Porsche gets the run here, DJ. This, you get the feeling, is going to end in tears before bedtime. And there we go.
As Fleischer tries to dive it up the inside there, I've got to wonder if Race Control is going to have another look at that yet again, considering Fleischer's already on the naughty step. But maybe that's going to be going to the BMW there, as we've already talked about. That team is not making friends out here today whatsoever, and I have to agree with you. I think Race Control has got to set the line down here at some point. This is starting to get to the point where this is dangerous for competitors around them here at this point, and I think Race Control has got to throw the book.
Yeah, I mean, especially because we're a lap down, right? But also, it's a little bit petty when you consider that West Competition Racing BMW Romania, the number one team who we're watching here, they're fourth in the championship. The car in front of them is third in the championship. So that car in front of them is fighting for second. And if they were I'm not going to say anything specifically, but you get what I'm trying to intimate here. It's not a position that I would like to see them in. Fine, if they're going to take the position, but just make sure you do it cleanly, because I think there'll be hell to pay if anything happens to that 296 with that number one behind them.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there on that. There is going to be absolute hell to pay if this comes to even more blows. Race Control is not going to look lightly on that, and they are not going to be pleased whatsoever with any sort of incident that's going to take place as we work our way down into turn 5 here at this moment. And it looks like right now that they're going to be able to keep everything together. No real incidents here, but now look at that Porsche coming up behind here. Fleischer, remember, with the 15-second time penalty, not necessarily like he needs to send this move in, as he will lose this position through the pit stops. But maybe here for Fleischer, just wants a little bit of bragging rights before they go into pit lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here, DJ. It's a difficult one as well, because Fleischer really wants to get that position. That contact that was there, for me, that was absolutely on that BMW there, because it was trying to recover, and be it the Porsche wanted to try and send it up the inside here, but oh man, this is just, you just have this gut feeling that something is going to go very wrong indeed. And make no mistake, in no way whatsoever am I saying that West Competition Racing or Victor Nicolai aren't in any way entitled to fight for this position. But what I am saying is that it puts them in a very difficult position to defend. And I mean, you know, if something was to happen, if there was contact with the car behind them or the car in front of them, it puts them in a very difficult position to defend themselves, to say, you really had no business going for that. What's the net gain of getting past that Ferrari in front? Right, they get past that car. What do they gain out? It's not like they unlap themselves completely. They've unlapped themselves for one car. And what's the risk? Well, they potentially could end up wiping out second place in the championship, because as it stands, Jaroslav Honzik, I believe, is in the lead. Is he in the? I'm not too sure in the pit stops just now. I think he's still in second place. But as it stands, I believe he is still ahead of that number 71 in terms of points on the championship, just with the fact I think they get 17 points here. So, you know, what is the point in this? And this is where we're seeing the Porsche now starting to get really, really antsy here, DJ. One of these cars, I have the horrible feeling is going to end up in the wall.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Antsy is, it's an apropos term, but it's never one that you want to hear out on the racetrack, as there we see our leader down into pit lane here at this moment, checking back in on the battle. This is for 14th overall, remember. Fleischer coming off of turn 14. Blue flags waving there for one of the Ferraris up in front, I believe. It's a little bit of a defensive line from Nicolai, maybe moving this way, maybe moving that way down into turn 1. We're not going to see anything fire off here, but really and truly outside of the battle with Nicolai, we haven't seen turn 1 be the flashpoint. It's much been more through 4, 5, and 6.
It absolutely has, as the pit stops start to circulate their way through. The BMW, as I was alluding to earlier, it's a very strange case, because the BMW seems to struggle on this infield section, but it's on the straightaways that BMW seems to roar into life. Now, I might be wrong on that, but it's especially with the way that it's catching up on the Ferrari, but that seems to be where the Porsche is making all of its gains. The BMW now comes into its life here on this back stretch here before it gets into the second part of the infield section. The Porsche has always been, you know, a very, very finely poised machine, as we see Francesco Fidelibus for VS Racing by Ballas Esports into the pit lane here for that number 60. Of course, they're racing for Christian this weekend, DJ, in memory of one of their good teammates and good friends and, you know, partners in that team who was cruelly taken away from us this week, Christian Colagrosso, who they are racing in memory. You can see there on the side, racing for Christian. We did do a brief silence at the start of this broadcast, and again, just another example of how important it is to kind of take as much joy from these hobbies, these little bits of fun that we do at the weekends, and make the most of it.
Yeah, exactly, and always our hearts go out to the family and friends there, as they do. We hate to see that kind of thing work its way here, but always, as is the case, you definitely want to honor them in the best way possible, and being able to put some good stuff here out on the track, certainly a way to do that. Grantis Caracas here for Veloce Esports will inherit the lead of the race. Igor Rodriguez with the number 66, about 1.6 seconds behind him here, make it 1.7 seconds. But Caracas does have to serve that drive-through, or that stop and hold penalty here of 10 seconds. So that will bump him down the order, no doubt, here at this point. We'll have to see exactly how this will take place here right now. Here they're going to come down through turn 13. They're going to stay out for at least another lap here as we tick closer and closer to that 90-minute mark. A whole lot of time here left to go.
Both Dario Lamullo in the number 60 Ballas Esports car that we were just looking at stopped both 30-second penalty, and I can only presume that is for speeding in pit lane. That is a very, very rough penalty. It's the 912 of Grantis Caracas, almost, very nearly, and I say this in the calmest voice possible, had a little bit of a coming together with Pop in that number 7 Aston Martin. that Aston Martin has found itself almost at the centre of every single controversy you can imagine today, and well, it's certainly not letting us down there with just an hour and a half left to go in this race here, DJ.
No, it certainly isn't here at this point, but with an hour and a half left to go, David, I have some bad news, and that is unfortunately that I am going to have to step away here from the microphone. But I am going to be watching on with the rest of the world here, because these battles have no indication of slipping by the wayside here by any stretch of the imagination. And David, I leave you in the very, very capable hands of the one and only Paul Jeffrey.
Mr. DJ Clark, thank you very much, sir, and to Jessie Lee as well. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a great race. Good afternoon, David. Good afternoon, everybody on YouTube. Fill me in. What have I missed?
Well, everything, to be honest with you. It's all been kicking off. We've still got our two championship leaders in the lead overall once the pit stops do cycle through. We're seeing Grantas Caracas coming into pit lane here. So, as we said, Darren Cormack currently setting absolutely blistering lap times right now. Was purple up until a couple of laps ago in that 555 Mercedes AMG for Williams Esports. Then it is our silver class leader who has just been doing the absolute business. Team Racing Point's 85 car in the lead. It's currently Luca Mattea behind the wheel of that one just now. Also, what you have just missed is Jardier in the 296. Ferrari in silver class as well is in a fight with Victor Nicolai, who is a lap down. Thankfully has managed to avoid all of that going on now, and Nicolai actually come into contact several times with the Ferrari, which caused much disapproval and much head shaking from myself. But other than that, I think now we're starting to get things into a lull here.
And I think the biggest takeaway, David, is the promised rain that we were faithfully promised is heavily expected to land has completely and utterly been absent all race long. An hour and 28 minutes left to go. Might be quite nice to see a bit of the wet stuff. It's looking overcast on the screen for the first time so far in this 8-hour race, so maybe all hope is not lost. But it's very, very interesting to see from my point of view, having been away and then come back in again. The usual suspects are all at the sharp end of the grid. The 555 machine still looking very nice indeed. The silver class massively impressed by the 85 to still be up there in the conversation for the top positions is just, and in an Aston Martin as well, which is a car that I absolutely adore. I'm a big Aston Martin fan, but it'd be fair to say it's not one of the go-to cars in 2023 if you want to be really, really competitive. So all the more impressive as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's been a reasonable drive from them. I mean, the Aston Martin has been, let's face it, a bit of a wardrobe on wheels this season in terms of performance. They've done a fantastic thing, dragging that car kicking and screaming ahead of that Ferrari 296. The Ferrari 296 definitely been the most popular choice, I think, in the championship this season, whether that's a mixture of it's new, whether the drivers think that it is obviously the car to choose this season. But again, Team Racing Point did a grand job of showing exactly that there's still life in that what you can say is old Aston Martin as of yet. The other thing that I've noticed as well, Paul, that's changed from the last time that we spoke is if you look at the sky now. It was a beautiful blue sky day, a couple of little bits of cloud, wispy clouds every now and again. And it's properly overcast now. It's 6:41 p.m. in sim time here, and I do wonder about the weather.
Oh, collectively, people at home, keep your fingers crossed. A bit of wet stuff for the last race of the season in the dying embers of this 8-hour race would be very nice indeed. Thank you very much. Some great shots that we're getting of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Grand Prix course, the big barrier going over the oval just to make sure that no one has a cheeky little cut and misses out that horseshoe type hairpin and the chicane that follows on. We said, cast our minds back many hours, Mr. David Christie, at the top of the show, at how good of a racetrack Indianapolis is for GT3 cars. How it's technical, but you can still race, you can still get your elbows out and go side by side. And I think it's fair to say, with 1 hour, 25 minutes and change left on the clock, It really has produced a great spectacle in this final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye.
It absolutely has. I think it's allowed the drivers to shine, it's allowed the teams to shine. We've had some fantastic close racing. We've had drama, we've had contact and incidents and all that usual stuff as well. But for me, I think the emphasis today has been more about strategy, more about driving ability, and that's always what you want with these GT3 cars. They're point and shoot machines. They've got so many driver aids and things to help you out. And this is one of the tracks that really allows you to get the absolute most from the cars here. And a lot of these drivers are just loving it. They're really, really pushing as far as they possibly can with this. The other thing I was going to point out now, pit stops are still cycling through here, Paul, but the Silver Championship is on a knife edge just now. I believe Louis Fleischer still has to, Peachman still has to jump into the pits. We're a little bit off cycle just now, but if that 296 and that 71 go back to being separated by about 7 places, which they were about 15 minutes ago, I believe Yas Heat would jump over into second place and take that second place from Renville and Esports Red. However, that involves mathematics, and Paul, you know that is not really my forte there.
You and I both on that one, but I will say, regardless of how the permutations of the current championship are, the 296 is doing an incredibly strong job. It was Valentin Barrier at the beginning of the race that got himself into some strife. We kept half an eye as the race progressed on that recovery drive. Walshingham now is behind the wheel. They're running 10th overall and 3rd in class. And correct me if I'm wrong here, David, but I'm sure the last time I saw the 296, it was a different driver behind the wheel. So have they made their stop? So potentially they may still have a few cheap passes to be able to make when other people come down pit road.
Yeah, so it was Jardier that was behind the wheel of that when they were being brutally assaulted by the lap car of Victor Nicolai in that number 1 BMW West Competition Racing Romania team car that was a lap down on them. So they certainly have swapped over their driver, and as I said, I think Peachman still has to jump into the pits, although he might have done it nice and early. Either way, I think that they still have to go a little bit backwards, but it's been a stellar drive for that 296. Let's cast our mind back, actually, Paul. We started this race together doing the commentary, and they were in that lap 1 collision with that number 7 car. They were facing round the back the wrong way. They were down to about P36, I believe, at the start of this race. They've got themselves back up onto a podium, and Jardier's stream graphic literally says we need to get a podium today, and well, they can't really have done any more, I don't think.
No, it's a very, very strong drive, and they're not a million miles away from the cars in front, so there's plenty of opportunity for things to unfold over the course of the next hour and 20 minutes or so. Another car that's done a sterling recovery drive is this 51 Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, currently piloted by Jordan Sherritt, who's got himself back behind the wheel again to close out this race. That was another one that had incidents earlier in the race, a time penalty as well, if we cast our mind back, that they pulled a masterstroke, coming in a little bit early, buying themselves some clean air and then pushing as hard as they possibly could. At the time, that brought them back out in second position. That's obviously become 3rd over the passage of time. Jordan Sherritt and Tobias Gromvold, 2nd and 3rd and 2nd respectively. And look at that on our screen, David Christie, separated by nothing more than a daredevil overtake.
Yeah, that's 0.5 of a second, and that daredevil overtake is something that we've seen from many, many cars here today, and I've got no doubt we may see another 1 or 2 just now. My eye is on that battle for 12th and 13th position just now between Victor Nicolai and Louis Fleischer. Those two have been inseparable for the past half an hour as well, but Jordan Sherritt will be trying to get himself up into that second place ahead of that Unicorns of Love, the insanely popular Unicorns of Love, and you can understand just why they are so popular. Second place in the championship. They needed to get a race win, and for Williams Esports to have a terrible day at the races, as it were. But as it stands just now here, Paul, 1, 2 and 3 are 1, 2 and 3 in the championship, and I think they will be, I think they'll be fairly happy with that.
Yeah, that's a superbly poetic way to round out a season. But we're all getting a little bit misty-eyed and excited. And there's still an hour and 20 minutes. There's still more than a European Sprint Series race distance to go for these drivers. So we do not adjust your sets or walk away from the television, the laptop, the mobile device, however it is that you're watching this race at home, because we have got plenty of drama still to come in this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye final round of the season here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Most of that drama is focused on this man, Jordan Sherratt, who is looking ever more enthusiastic about the opportunity to find a way past that AMG Mercedes ahead. Two very different cars, two cars that deliver their pace very different, and Jordan Sherratt sees a gap and decides, I'm going to have a piece of this one straight away. A little bit of run wide, the Gronvold hits the grass but doesn't compromise his momentum for the run down to the hairpin. The Mercedes doesn't have the grunt off the corner, and Jordan Sherratt, David, saw half an opportunity, and before I even had time to recognise it, he pounced and took the pass. That is very, very nice indeed by the 51.
Fantastic opportunistic drive there from the Scuderia Ferrari Esports driver. And Paul, this was something you commented on right at the start of this race here. That Ferrari looked twitchy, it looked angry, it looked aggressive, and it looked very, very fighty indeed. And that's exactly what has just happened there. Saw the opportunity, took it. And listen, if Jordan Sherratt and that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team are going to have anything to say about jumping up a position in this championship, that's exactly what they need to do. They've done the first part of things. They're currently 12 points behind your second place team there, that Unicorns of Love car. So that if they were to finish second, then Unicorns of Love would need to finish, I believe, down in P5. But again, it's a question of whether that would be enough, and it wouldn't be enough, because then you would go back to race wins, and Unicorns of Love, of course, have won round 3 of this championship this year. Ironically, actually, that brings up a great point here, Paul. Our championship leaders and potential championship winners, with around 18 minutes left to go here, haven't won a race all season. This would be their first win.
And that says all you need to know about the absolute critical need for consistency. As we're seeing now, Artie Camera making his way past the 27 Ferrari. So I left it with Artie Camera at the opening stint, really elbows out, making moves, making progress up through the field, and we've come back again and exactly as you were again. A great overtake by Camera. But I just want to go back to that pass for Jordan Sherratt. I often, because I've done this for a long time and I like my motor racing a great deal, etc., etc., you see overtakes developing way before it becomes a side-by-side incident. And as a commentator, you can normally anticipate this one, prepare for it, and away you go. But that was one where it's like, ooh, my mind in a split second went, ooh, there's an opportunity. Ooh, we should go for that one. Ooh, I need to talk about it. And before all those thoughts had processed, he's done it and got the pass. That really, really was an impressive piece of overtaking from Jordan Sherratt. I will raise my virtual cap to you, sir, and a small round of applause above my head. That was some really nice, clean, unflustered, opportunistic even driving. So very, very nice. I've not seen a pass as higher quality of that one in quite a while. Not dramatic, but just efficient.
I think the thing that it brings up as well, Paul, is the fact that that is just pure instinct at that point. Yeah. When you go for a move before you've even realised that you've gone for a move. And what I would actually draw back to your attention was back during the first, I think it was during the first 2 hours, where we saw that Ferrari that was about 3 car lengths back absolutely send it into turn 1 and got almost 2 positions out of it. Thankfully, both the other cars saw the car coming and just avoided it. But again, it's that instinct to go, oh, right, okay, well, let's just go for it and see what happens.
Yeah, and I think you said it perfectly there. He made the move before he even decided he was going to make a move. And that's exactly it. It's just instinct. It's to protect. You fall down and you put your hands out, don't you, to stop yourself. You don't realise you're doing it. It's just natural reaction and instinct. And that was the motor racing equivalent from Jordan Sherratt there. And I know I'm going on about it a little bit for an overtake that's perhaps not the most dramatic looking, but that really, really did impress me there. And Dario Yamulo, another driver that's always impressive. He recently won the Lamborghini, the real race, Super Trofeo Esports, won Make Championship, and now obviously he's representing his team in the most difficult of circumstances. So good to see Dario and everybody involved in that team gamely continuing their charge through this race and doing the best they possibly can for themselves, the team, and of course for Christian as well, which is obviously there's nothing we can do in this industry that is truly worthy of paying homage and respect to Christian, but doing exactly what the young lad loved to do, and that's going racing and putting on a show. And good on Dario, Yamulo and team for continuing to fly the flag for his name and for the team and for themselves.
Yeah, it's honestly in situations like this. I've been in a similar situation a couple of years ago where you lose a close friend, and it's that helplessness. It's that whole thing of that you're connected to somebody, but you're not actually connected, directly in real life or whatever. You're far away, and it helps you. It helps everyone involved around you get through that process, get through what is a very difficult time for everyone involved. And again, we wax on lyrical, Paul, all the time about how much we love sim racing. It's another side that we don't talk an awful lot about, the social aspect of it, the fact that it all brings us together as dear Lord Lars Kisser absolutely hanging the tail end of that Mercedes around that corner there. But the social side is such a wonderful aspect of it, whether you're all hanging out in a Discord server together or you're watching somebody's streams or talking to other people. Yeah. It's a wonderful, wonderful social activity, usually for the good thing when you're not flaming each other at the end of a race.
And it's absolutely right, you make friends of people that you've never seen before, but Luke Whitehead's making absolutely no friends of Lars Kisser there as he throws the McLaren down the inside, the Veloci Esports 912 machine, another one of those instant reaction style overtakes, and Luke Whitehead, very nicely done indeed. Credit to Lars Kisser as well for giving him the racing room where it was necessary, but that McLaren is absolutely on a march, and I think if I was Lars Kisser, I'll be spending the next few quarters thinking, where did he come from and how has that just happened? So Luke Whitehead, bit very firmly between the teeth, moves himself up into position number 8. Next man up the list is the Ferrari 27 that you can see on Junkervicius in the silver category, number 2 in silver.
And that just comes back directly to what we were saying about 10 minutes ago about that an instinctive move from young Luke Whitehead there for Veloci Esports. Just knew what he wanted to do before it even registered. The car had already made the move and piloted that one absolutely beautifully. The McLaren, again, you can see just how hard he is pushing that car just now. Tail end snaps out, gets a little bit of extra traction there, and he's already onto the back end there of Tada in that number 27 Ferrari. Junkervicius doing as well a job as he can here, but he's really not going to be any match, I think, for that McLaren behind. And he doesn't need to be, because again, different class. It's now just for positions out there on track.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're the likes of Junkervicius ahead, you're not going to be particularly keen on being too aggressive in defending this position. They're 6th in the silver category. This is a big payday. 2nd position in class in silver for that car, well inside top 10 of the overall rankings. There's no value whatsoever to fighting that McLaren. If he's got the awareness that I'm sure he has behind the wheel, he'll see how quickly Luke Whitehead has closed on to the back of his car. He'll recognise the name as somebody that's always very much at the forefront of these kind of grids, and he'll probably be doing the calculations. If I fight this, an hour and 12 minutes is a long time. I'm not going to be able to keep him back for the full duration of the race, more than likely. I'm just hemorrhaging lap time against somebody that is not in the same class as me. Wise move, wise play, let the 912 go at a mutually beneficial place where you don't give up any time yourself and just concentrate on your own fight, concentrate on your own race, and don't get into fisticuffs, because there's still plenty of racing to go. And that's exactly what Luke Whitehead will be banking on, I'm sure, although in this form I don't think it really matters. He'll find a way past anyway. He'll magic a place with pure enthusiasm.
Or we get the exact opposite and the two of them end up knocking door panels, which we've seen several times, not necessarily with these two, but there you go. Yeah, that's exactly what happened there. Beautiful, beautiful awareness from that number 27. Whitehead gets past with minimal time lost, and I think more importantly, the 27 doesn't lose any time letting that car pass here. So now Whitehead on the charge now is going to be charging down for Arctic Camera. I think that's going to be a bit of an ask, given that it's about 6 seconds up the road, but you know, stranger things have happened, and we've still got an hour and 10 minutes left to go in this race.
And throw into the mix as well, we've got another pit cycle to complete before this race is completely done and done. So it's still very much all to fight for. Here is the Jean Alesi Esports team Lamborghini number 127 that we're looking at down in 24th position. That is rotors ahead in the Audi. So that's a squabble for position, 23rd and 24th overall. A little bit higher, of course, in the pro class when you take out the silver category runners. So that's something to bear in mind for the folks at home to consider. We talk a lot about overall classification, and often when we're speaking about the silver drivers, we'll talk about where they are in class, but actually the silver cars are invisible for the pro classification. So this may be a fight for 24th overall, but in fact it's much, much higher when you look at just the pro drivers, although it's a little bit too high for me to do that mental arithmetic to tell you exactly where it is.
Well, very roughly, I think this is for the final positions in the top 10 in the pro class right now, with Herbigno and Rotors. And also you've then got Luca Lozio behind them, with Dario Lamulo just behind that as well. So a proper little fight going on here, and really the odd person out there is Tobias Grunwald's caught in the middle of all of this in Unicorns of Love number 4 Mercedes just now, because he will want to get past this, but the two cars in front are fighting.
And it's so horrible, isn't it, when you're in that position and you've come across a battle amongst drivers on a different lap to you. Those drivers inevitably are concentrating on the car in which they're racing for position. You're never quite sure if they're aware that you're around them, you're a leader, you're looking to find a way past it. Often in these situations, you'll put the car to the inside, you know that it takes 2 to tango and that they'll give you the racing room, but you can never be 100% sure if they recognise the situation, and somebody the likes of Tobias Grunwald, as he gets the deal done on the inside into the hairpin, you can quickly go from a hero running on the podium to an absolute zero if you're involved in lap traffic contact, regardless of if your fault or not. So well navigated by Tobias. And it's important as well when you're going through traffic, David, in multi-class racing and in single class but long distance like this, if you're sharp through the traffic, you can net gain so much time on your rivals that in a perfect ideal scenario would be almost impossible to gain in terms of lap speed. So there's an opportunity as well, and there's an incentive to be pretty aggressive and poking through this traffic to try and close that gap down or protect the lead.
Absolutely, there's cases in either way, and I think Herbigno just danced that line very, very well there with Tobias Grunwald there, let him past. And if you're smart and you're one of these cars being lapped, you're going to sit behind that car and let that drag you around, because then it's going to be putting the car in front under pressure and compromising their line, plus you get the slipstream of that car anyway. So it's a double win. If you can let that car pass at a favourable point for yourself, then you're really not going to be losing out all that much, as Alexander Herbigno gets a 5-second penalty. I get the feeling we're going to get word of what that is for very, very shortly indeed. But I just look into that battle behind as well. Luca Lozio still under huge pressure from Dario Lamulo there, the VS Racing by Ballas Esports car. And this is the question, because we watch this, and if we see Dario making a move to the other side or playing mind games or anything, we know that is that's a genuine battle. But if we just see that car just sitting behind it and happy to let it go, then we know that maybe it's going to wait for the final roll of the dice, and that's going to be coming very soon, Paul. With just over an hour left to go, we're going to have the final pit stops of the race coming through.
Well, if you're Dario Lamulo, you're going to be well aware that that is the works Lamborghini car in front of you. So A, a little bit of trepidation that you don't want to get involved in any kind of dramas, but B, you want to send a message to your future employers that, hey, I'm not a driver to be trifled with. I've passed one of your works drivers, ergo I'm a better driver than he is. So Dario Lamulo, this is, yes, the 25th, 26th position, which is not particularly in the sparkly end of the grid, but this is all a very, very important opportunity for Lamulo as we see contact Further up the run in order, that's Riley Murdoch, Alex Tarato trying to get the car back on the track, doing a bit of a Pedro Lamy there as well, and spinning it on the rejoin. But Tarato, well played there to quickly get off the racing line and back on his way again, as Yamulo still trying to paint himself to the back of that works car.
Yeah, just getting back to Dario Lamulo here. I'm not sure getting sacked from your new job before it's even started is a great start to your potential career here at Lamborghini, but he'll certainly have that in mind. You know, when making these moves. And look, this is another weird thing that we have to talk about here in sim racing, because the idea of having a career might sound really, really strange for people that are just tuning in or maybe don't watch too much of it. But, you know, with having factory drivers and works teams and stuff like that, there are still politics at play. There are still things that you do not want to do. For instance, you're not going to really want to take out Luca Lotto in that car in front, given what he's just done to, you know, winning that Lamborghini real race competition and what that means for him as well, and the opportunities that gives him as well. So it's a very nuanced thing that adds to what is a wonderful, wonderful hobby that we have, as we see Tobias Grunwald getting past another one of those lap cars, and my intuition might actually be coming true here.
Oh, look at that one around the outside, but he's going to run out of racetrack to get that one finished off. Yamulo still stays on the racetrack, is better on the accelerator, he's round the outside again, rubs fenders with the works Lamborghini of Luca Lozio, but gets the deal done. So Dario Yamulo very much made the pass on track, but also sending a message to Lamborghini that he is very much a rising star full of confidence, and that is a good overtake by the number 60. Only moves him up into 25th position. The car ahead of Hervio has a 5-second time penalty though, so that will be another slam dunk overtake when the pit stop cycle runs through its process in the course of the next 5-10 minutes. But that was yes, that was taking an element of chance into your hands for Dario Yamulo, but he got the deal done in the end, and altogether an impressive overtake. What's this one? Incident between cars 678 and 144 on lap 228, a 15-second time penalty for car number 144 for causing a collision. So that's the Team 1 FF machine of Louis Fleischer that we saw there, continuing their mission to go collect them all. When it comes to time penalties in this race.
Oh man, they are just, yeah, that's not what you want to see. And of course we kind of saw that one coming there. That was earlier on with that 110, and yeah, it's not the 144. It's not the best thing. You're also seeing a warning to the 678 for causing a collision there. That's Manisha in the Ferrari down there in 20th position. Again, when you get to this point, and again we touched on this earlier on, if you get a penalty now, it has much more of a profound effect than it does if you were to get it in the first 2 hours of the race, for example, as we're seeing Jordan Sherritt here, just 7.5 seconds behind your race leader. It's part of the wonder of endurance racing here. You know, the race goes on for the entirety of the 8 hours, which means that you're open to tripping yourself up or tripping over other people for the entirety of that 8 hours, which means you're open to getting penalised for all of that 8 hours as well. Swings and roundabouts, I think.
Yep, absolutely. So let's have a quick look at lap times at the sharp end of the grid. Darren McCormack, last time around, a 1 minute 35.622. That's a reasonably slow lap in comparison to the front-running cars. Jordan Sherritt behind, a 35.480. Just behind him, Tobias Grunwald in third place, a 35.852. Then a 35.7 for Lucas Mattea in fourth position. So at this moment in time, Darren McCormack slightly slower than the cars immediately behind him. Of course, doesn't need to be too concerned at this juncture, but what it does mean is the likes of Jordan Sherritt in second position, slowly but surely, is inching closer to that race leading Mercedes. Yes, it's 7.2 seconds at this moment in time, but if you can keep applying that pressure, David, if you can keep Darren McCormack looking to the bottom left-hand corner of his screen at the timing delta gap and seeing it slowly reducing, you're just giving another thing for the 555 to be thinking about and concerned about, and potentially putting them under just that little bit more pressure and increasing your chances of an opportunity unfolding.
It certainly is, and it's not what you want to have happening in any way whatsoever. Just noticing here, Paul, 912, that's Luke Whitehead in the McLaren Veloce car, incident between the 49 and the 912. 10-second time penalty to the 912 for causing a collision. So that is a huge penalty for Luke Whitehead in the what is 6th position in that pro class just now on that 49 G League Esports car. That's going to be Fabien Piffet and Fabien Jean-Blanc that were caught up in that one as well.
Right. Call me an idiot, which a lot of people do on a very regular basis. But why is that not showing on the timing tower, the 912? Is there a disconnect between when we've seen the message and has Luke already gone down and served that one, or have we got a bit of a glitch or something going on there? But that's a curious thing I've not noticed before.
Maybe they've appealed the penalty. Oh, there you go. That's it. It's starting to be applied now.
Stewards are faster than the game.
Receive. That's literally, they were waiting for you to command it into happening. But Paul, if you can believe it, we've now just stretched the line over into our final hour of this final race of 2023.
Absolutely ridiculous how fast it has gone, and how impressive once again these drivers out on this field. 37 cars taking part, 100 plus drivers, 10 different models of GT3 machine, and of course one of the most famous racetracks in the world, and they have put on a fantastic show. Jade Hutchinson putting on a fantastic show as well, running just a little bit wide onto the grass but keeping the Lamborghini Esports team number 63 machine on the straight and narrow. Jade Hutchinson, another driver that has been very, very impressive over the course of the real race Super Trofeo Esports Series, and again doing good work, although I'm sure they will be a little bit disappointed to be running almost outside of the top 30 in this last 60 minutes of racing.
Yeah, well, they definitely will be outside the top 30 in the last 60 minutes of racing, but that stop-go 30 that they've got right next to them, that is a brutal hit. Onto that car, comes in to serve that one there. Christopher as well getting a 15-second penalty. This is just getting out of hand with all these penalties that are coming in. With the final hour to go here, we've got our pit stops, and I just don't know how this is all gonna unfold here. What I do know though is if there's anything I want, or anybody I want to be behind the wheel of my car for the final 2 hours of my race, is this man here, Darragh McCormack. Just an insanely talented young guy, so good behind the wheel, and proving exactly that. Met him late last year in Barcelona, a lot smaller than I thought he would be, but just wickedly funny, and just such a nice guy, and demon behind the wheel.
And it's really strange we often refer to Darragh McCormack as the young Darragh McCormack, because he is indeed a very young man, but he's been around for such a long time. You often forget just how young he is in years, if not showing that one on the racetrack. He's a very mature driver for his age, and gathering a healthy amount of experience in GT3 and SRO competition. And as you say, and I'm very scared to say this in case we apply the commentator's curse, but he is a very, very safe pair of hands behind the wheel, as well as an incredibly quick driver, and doing great work for the Mercedes-AMG Williams eSport team in that 555. And it'll be a great way, should they be able to bring this car over the line in first place, it's a great way to secure the championship by taking the overall race victory as well, isn't it, David? If it'll do that, it'll
make it all the sweeter to cross the checkered flag and take that victory here to secure the championship. It's a fairy tale ending, I think, to the season for them. And listen, going back to the age thing, compared to, I think we use the relative term, compared to me, everybody is out there on that grid there. I might be massively immature at heart, but yeah, certainly age-wise, they've all got a number on myself. And the point being, listen, Darragh just has a wisdom and maturity well beyond his years. Insanely talented driver. But the problem is that might be all very good and great, but the difference of skill level that he's got is only marginal compared to everybody else that we've got out there on track. Such is the level of performance, of skill, of ability out there in this championship. It is second to none out there.
It really is, and I think a big shout out has to be given to the teams as well. Williams Esports, of course, put a great team together. All of the drivers in that 555 are incredibly talented drivers, but it's the men and women behind the scenes as well that help set the cars up, that help do the engineering, the spotting, the planning of getting them to these events, and the time management of the drivers so they can concentrate on the task in hand, which is getting out there and racing in whatever competition it is that they're taking part in. All these little things, just like a real world racing team, all add up to help you maximise the potential. As Dario Yamulo now to the inside, now to the front as well. That's a nice little pass on the 127 Jean-Alesi Esports car. Yamulo gets the deal done, moves up into 21st position. Hermigno is the man that he overtook, although the Lamborghini will not be particularly keen of allowing that car to stretch its legs down this back straight. We're just going back to Williams again for a moment. They're just a super organised team. I see them in the Sim Pro Series on site with the real world endurance, GT World Challenge Endurance paddock, and they're all liveried up in the Williams Esports livery. Their team managers there, their engineers there, the guys out there with the laptops as well. It's just a super serious but fun-loving professional team, and all those little things allow the likes of Darren McCormack, allow the likes of Dominic Blyer, Dennis Schoninger, etc. to deliver such incredibly strong performances that we see week in, week out. And I don't want to be praising them too greatly yet, because there's still 54 minutes left to go, but that's the kind of thing, David Christie, that wins you championships.
It absolutely is, and again, that partnership goes both ways, because you know, having seen them last year at Barcelona, I think it was the AMG, the Acodis ASP team, that the real life GT3 team that they were partnered with, and that they were helping out. They were champions in real life, and they were helping them doing the sim racing setups and the sim racing side of things as well. So an incredible wealth of experience across the entire team, and again it just comes back into something that we were talking about earlier on, and that's the wealth of personnel involved behind these teams. It's never just the drivers now. It's not just a case of a couple of friends rocking up to a random race on a Saturday afternoon now. This is proper professional outings with testing and, you know, setups and engineers and all that sort of stuff now.
Yeah, it really is. It's incredible to see it. We spoke about that a little bit earlier on in the day, where you and I, of course, have been round sim racing and esports before even esports was a term that everybody used, and it's so impressive to see the level and the spirit and the cooperation and the community and the professionalism of these drivers, these championships, and how things have grown to a level that I would have had absolutely no expectation we would reach this kind of level 10, 15, 20 years ago. And I distinctly remember back at the very beginning of SRO Esports, the very first season we did in 2018, we did it on site with 5 racers alongside the GT World Challenge, or the Black Pan GT Series as it was then. And the reaction from the real world teams, drivers, even broadcasters and everything was all a little bit like, what's this? This is strange. This is not something that really, it's, I don't want to say they were disingenuous about it, but they were a little bit like, I'm not sure what this is and I don't think I like it, it's not real stuff. And then just a couple, like literally 12 months later, everybody is heavily invested in it, bought into it, engaging with it, and it's become a genuine, real strand of the real world GT World Challenge now. And that's just so incredible to see that once our sport is exposed to people, they see it and they start to understand it, they share the passion and the love that we have had for so many years for it, and that's incredibly rewarding to see that one, David.
It really is, and a huge amount of credit has to go for SRO for having the vision to do that, because let's not forget the strategy that they took was absolutely off the wall. Like, it was just bonkers at the time with the current landscape. They went right into esports at a time when brands and different championships were maybe toying with the idea. We were in the middle of the pandemic and it was something fun to do, but SRO actually took it and made it an integral part of the real life championship and offering real life points for it, and then going even further with that. I mean, that was a level of integration that no other championship had even dared think of. And you're right, I mean, you look right at the start and there was like eyebrows being raised, and a lot of the old school drivers were like, no, we're not doing this. This is not, we're not taking part in video games. Yeah, that lasted all of about 12 months. That lasted all of about one season, at which point they quickly realised, you better shape up, you better get on board this train, otherwise you're going to be just throwing away points here. And suddenly everybody started to take it that little bit more seriously. And then you look at this season, Paul, it's beyond all recognition.
Yeah, it's incredible, and even outside of the world of esports, I've had various roles in the world of sim racing over the years, and not that long ago, if I knocked on the door of a brand or a personality or somebody of importance in the world of motor racing, well, A, it would be nigh on impossible to get to the door to knock on, because you'd have been gatekeepered away a long time before you need to talk to the people. But even if you did manage to have those conversations, there's little to no interest, a little bit dismissive, or just completely perplexed as to what it was that you were talking about. Now, I have to bat these people away. They're coming to me rather than me going to them in the different roles that I've held in my past career. And it really is ridiculous to see. It's been a full 180-degree pivot from lack of interest or knowledge or engagement to people climbing on top of each other to become a part of it. But what's really gratifying, they give me the impression, in both the way they behave and their actions, they're not wanting to be a part of it for fear of missing out. They want to be a part of it because they genuinely see how good esport racing is and how important and how outstanding, how far and wide it can reach and engage with people. And that's really incredible. They're not doing it as a business decision. Yes, there's an element of business in there with a lot of them. They're doing it because they genuinely see that this is just sheer awesomeness, like we've been preaching to no one for years.
And listen to those voices now. If you told anyone that you could get 70 to 80% of the thrill of real-life motorsport without having to sacrifice tens to hundreds of thousands of pounds, nobody would believe you. And yet here we are now, and that's exactly what it is. Although, you know, you might have to spend that much on some of the subscription services, but you know, joking aside, that's the great thing about this, is that, you know, a lot of people in the early days complain about, oh, this isn't real racing, this isn't going to replace. It's not meant to replace real racing. It's meant to be an addition. You know, we're absolute nutcases. We would be racing at circuits, we would be watching racing cars 24/7 if we could. And we've proven that, all of us, whether we're commentating, whether we're watching it, we're watching streams of other people playing esports, or we're watching real life racing. This is who we are. And I think sim racing just allows us to push that even further and indulge ourselves all that more. But I think we probably should get back to the race, because it looks like, Paul, the final round, the pit stops are starting to happen here with 45 minutes left to go.
Yeah, so this is a big opportunity for a lot of these drivers now, David. We've seen it so many times. If you are cute on your pit stop strategy, if you can execute as well your pit stop slightly more efficiently than those around you, some of these drivers will be putting new boots on, some of these will be carrying tyres over for a double stint. This is where the balance of the race of this field is very likely to change amongst a few of these drivers. Some will be more comfortable in these conditions of the car. Some will have got their pit stop out of the way at the right time, come out in clean air, allowing themselves their opportunity to stretch their legs and maximise the lap times in these cars. Jordan Sherratt, 5 seconds, almost flat, 5 seconds away from Darren McCormack at the front of the field. He's got an opportunity to do something different in the Ferrari, close down that gap, apply that pressure. Lucas Botella, third position, leading the silver category. He can throw it away but he can't really win much during this pit window. It's going to be nervy times for the 85. Fiala in the 66 jumps behind the wheel of that Audi. Will they have an opportunity to get themselves in the conversation at the front of the field, David? There's a lot of people that can win or lose very big indeed in these next few minutes.
There really is so much on offer from this final part of the race here. I think for me the key point is that Sherritt in that Ferrari, still in second place just now. They're going to be trying to jump over that number 4, and I think they might be able to do it because 12 points is the difference, and this is where I get the slide rule and my calculator and all of my fingers and toes out just now. But at the moment, Jordan Sherritt up there in P2, and then it is in second place in the championship is going to be that number 4 of Tobias Pfeffer. Now granted, we do have pit stops and all that sort of stuff going on just now, but if they are down in what looks like 7th position, that's a difference of, I believe, 19 points, 17 points. So I think that would put the Ferrari up into that second place. But again, it just shows how delicately poised everything is here with just 45 minutes left to go in this final round of this incredible IGTC Endurance Series powered by Mobileye.
Well, this is interesting for Tobias Pfeffer. So they're on their outlap from the pit stop, but he's come out into traffic, has the number 4 machine. That's going to hurt the Mercedes. Traffic, you've got to make your way past, has already cleared the Audi behind. There's a Porsche just a little bit further up the road. We're not quite in contention with the Porsche yet, so that may clear itself. But Tobias Pfeffer, he knows he's got a race on his hands. Now you can see him kicking up the dirt and the grass. He's using absolutely all of the racetrack to extract as much lap time out of this car, out of this brand new set of tyres as he possibly can. But while he's doing that, Jordan Sherritt is in clean air at the front of the grid. 35.720. He's closed down another 0.4 of a second to Darren McCormack at the front of the field. So Sherritt going long in this final stint, trying to use this clear air, trying to use this opportunity to do the undercut of the cars around him, the overcut, of the cars around him. And I think Jordan Sherritt is in a very good position. And make no mistake, somebody from Ferrari, if Sherritt comes down pit lane now, will be drawing attention to the track position of the rivals around him and how much strife or not they're finding themselves in.
Yeah, and this is where that strategy that we've been banging the drum about all the way through the race comes into play now. Jordan Sherritt, as you said, going down into pit lane, coming across the line, and he will be stopping for the final time this afternoon as Luca Mackea jumps into provisional second place just now. And kind of ironic that your 2 championship leaders, 1 and 2, on the scoreboard just now. That won't last, that'll change obviously as the pit stops come through here, but again, it's quite a nice little thing to see as we come into the final hour. You know, that it all has boiled down to this race. It literally all could have changed on a dime here today. It hasn't so far, but again, 45 minutes left to go, it still potentially could.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not over until it is over. Check out the live timing. There's a QR code on your screen. If you've not got live timing up, get that QR code taken a picture of, click the link, and that will take you through and give you an overview of what's happening where in this race. David and I will try our very best to unpick the stories as they're unfolding, but it's a frantic period of the race now, David, with these final stops. We can see quite a few of the drivers with a P next to their name. They're down pit lane. There's some driver changes taking place as well, but the big one is, where is Sherritt in comparison to those around him? It's a 10-second time penalty for Luke Whitehead in the 912. It still needs to be served as well, so that's going to compromise Whitehead's overall race position. Kamil Pawlowski, who we're looking at now as well, under big pressure from the Ferrari behind. So Pawlowski's got traffic to work his way around as well. This is not a slam dunk for the ITB Santralot racing car at this stage.
It certainly isn't. A lot of pressure being applied to that car right now, and that pressure isn't going to go anywhere soon, as you've got Marco Jonkers in the mix. Anytime that BMW is involved, Paul, it's never going to be an easy time at the races there. So Pawlowski, as you said, in that ITB Santralot racing machine, just under some immense pressure right now. and 40 minutes left to go here. This is just... I mean, this race is literally, and I say this almost every time that we get involved here at SRO, but I mean, this race has just had everything. And I cast my mind back to maybe 2 years ago, where it was like, it felt like honestly we couldn't do a lap without somebody getting punted off into the scenery. And yet this, we've went like about 8 hours and barely anything has happened contact-wise. And when it has, it's been, compared to then, relatively minor.
Yeah, it's been impressive to see the uplifting performance. Pawlowski, by the way, uplifts into third position, courtesy of the pit stops that are happening around him. Remember, Pawlowski, the car that he's got behind him, is not a car that he's racing for position. This is another thing that we've not really looked at too much, David, but when you're in a pit window like this, it's very easy to have a car on newer tyres that's faster than you, but isn't even on the same lap. And you've got to balance that danger as well as a driver, haven't you? You don't want to fight too hard. You certainly don't want to be defending. You don't want to get wrapped up in somebody else's drama. But a fresh set of boots can often be a significant time advantage over somebody on older tyres that have not made their stop yet.
God, here comes the BMW. Marco Junkers just in the background, Paul. I'm getting very nervous every time I've seen this car today. It has been getting involved in battles that aren't really its battles. However, it's one saving grace in this right now is Kamil Pawlowski is under pressure from Leon Bern and Marco Junkers. These two fighting for position right now. Look at the pace on that BMW. Is he going to send it round on the inside? No, he thinks better of it as well. Oh my good lord, this is the nail-biting stuff is probably the most appropriate set of sentences that I could use for this point in time. And yeah, I get the feeling that Kamil Pawlowski would rather be anywhere in the world right now than in the middle of that little fight for 13th and 14th position. As have a look to the outside comes Marco Junkers.
Yep, Junkers has the inside line. Does he have the braking capacity in the BMW? Yes, he does. Leon Burnt loses that position, so Junkers up one in the silver classification. That is going to be a good manoeuvre for the BMW, but he's still got that pro classification ITB Santalot car of Kamil Pawlowski at the front of this little train. And Pawlowski, as you say, David Christie, will definitely not like his position on the racetrack at the moment, will not like his relative pace to those cars around him, a 36.1 last time around, so the pace is lacking in that Audi as he's squirrely getting the power down for the run into the hairpin. Will Junkers look to the inside? Remember, these cars are not in the same class nor the same lap. Marco Junkers decides discretion is the better part of valour on this occasion and just slips back behind the Audi, but this one's got the air of something about to kick off.
It really does. I've seen a carbon copy of this from that number 1 BMW time and time again here. Mark my words, that is only for back corner here as the number 1 BMW, the West Competition Racing BMW, absolutely has the number on that Audi. The tyres are shot on that thing. I believe that Pawlowski is going to have to go into the pits very, very soon if I'm not mistaken. Certainly strategy-wise, you can see how much that Audi's struggling as it's being pushed within an inch of its life, and this is going to be game, set, match, I think, here for Marco Junkers. Gets the run on that Audi, he's going to make a move, but is he going to be able to get past cleanly? As you said, not for position, not even in the same class, and the Audi rightly thinks better of it, but this has just got nastiness written all over, and somebody's going to be crying before bedtime, I think, and I get the feeling it's going to be that Santa Lock Audi.
Yeah, if you're Kamil Pawlowski, the only sensible thing to do, regardless of what the strategy spreadsheet says, is bail. Get some new boots on that car. He's hemorrhaging time to everybody around him, but more importantly, as well as the time loss, because of the traffic around him and the faster cars trying to make their way through, he's just putting himself under unnecessary pressure, putting himself in dangerous positions he does not need to be in. If that car has to stop again before the end of the race, there is zero value, David, from stringing it out as long as possible, because the car is going backwards. Last time around, Kamil Pawlowski was a 36.2, which is not too bad, but in comparison to those around him, it is glacial pace in that Audi. Get down pit lane, get the car serviced, and then just go like stink to the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would be doing at this pace, but on strategy, it could all be having a case of having to wait You think with this final 35 minutes left to go here, Dominic Blyer just straight into to pit lane there. Dominic Blyer though and Jordan Sherritt now together on the racetrack. This is the fight for the leads of this race here. I believe Sherritt's been in the pits and so is Blyer, so this is now a straight up dogfight, Paul.
And remember, this is the last race of the season, not the last race in the Intercontinental GT Challenge, the last race in the SRO Esports world in 2023. That's a long off season to go in as the eventual victor or second place man. It is a big thing for both of these drivers. They will want to take away the trophy. They will want to take away the honour of being the last winner of the year and carry that momentum all the way through the winter, regardless of championship permutations, regardless of any big picture stuff. You don't want to spend the whole winter going, if I'd have just been a couple of tenths quicker or just a little bit more aggressive, I'd have got past it. So this is going to be every single bit of skill, speed, experience and guile Jordan Sherritt will be applying. It will be lathering it on very heavily for these next 35 minutes. I do not want to be Dominic Blyer in this situation, especially with the spectre of an impending championship looming over his head.
I think one of the other benefits for Jordan Sherritt right now is that he's coming in of a car that he knows is hot. He was just behind the wheel of it, whereas Dominic Blyer has just got back in behind the wheel of that. So he's going to take about 10-15 minutes to get back to speed, back to racing pace in that thing, and he's being harassed every single lap now by Jordan Sherritt as well, as we see Luke Whitehead into the pits for that Veloci McLaren 912 machine. So yeah, the sky's starting to turn really dark here. What a cracking finish to this season. We could not have asked for anything better right now. This has just been an absolute barnstormer.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff from the entirety of the field. As you say, Luke Whitehead goes in, makes his stop, serves that penalty as well, so he's going to be clear and free to the checkered flag now. Is Whitehead in the 912, still down pit lane, 5th position at this moment in time. But this is, as you say, David, this is the net overall race lead that we're looking at here between Dominic Blyer, 2nd position, Jordan Sherritt in 3rd place. They will cycle up to the front of the field when Lucas Mattea makes his stop in a few moments' time. There's a bit of traffic in front. The Lamborghini stays well out of the way. Good driving there from the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team driver to get out of the road. But Dominic Blyer needs to pull out an absolute blinder in these next few minutes to consolidate that advantage that he's got over Jordan Sherritt, because as you say, and really, this can't be emphasised enough, I don't think, for the folks at home. Sherritt is still in the car, so he's got all the experience, he's got the feeling, he's in the rhythm, but it's so difficult, David, isn't it, to come in cold, get in the car and then immediately match the level of those around you from probably sat on his sofa having a drink watching the race on YouTube before jumping in behind the wheel.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do, but again, these drivers are a different breed. Really, their ability to just jump in and get themselves up to race pace very quickly. This is what they do, as we see Casarino jumping back behind the wheel of the 85 leading silver class car. He'll be jumping out of pit lane very shortly indeed. Now, this is the other crucial factor here for Dominic Blyer, is the fact that he's coming up to that Renville in esports car as well, that is a lap down. And again, he's going to want to get past that car very quickly indeed. 72 and 49, this was an incident back on lap 266. Paul, that is a 10-second time penalty for Fabien Perfetti in the 49 car for causing a collision.
Yeah, that's a real pain for Fabien Perfetti as well, because if he's not got another stop to make, that will be 10 seconds applied to his race time after the checkered flag. That's how it works in SRO Esports. You are welcome to serve any penalties that you're given during your pit stop. So in effect, the car sits there for an extra 10 seconds before the service is undertaken. But if you've got no more stops to make, the only option we've got is to apply it at the end of the race to your overall race time. So Fabien Perfetti will have to be doing some mental maths behind the wheel to work out what he needs to do to mitigate the damage of that time penalty as it gets a little bit darker indeed at Indianapolis. And we're going to finish this one under lights, David.
Yeah, it's almost like a switch has been flipped, the lights come on and the mood changes completely here at the circuit. Half a second separating these top two just now as they come across the line to start lap 275, which in an 8-hour race, that is just an awesome achievement for these drivers just now. Give a quick update on the silver class just now. Valentin Barry behind the wheel of the 296 with Leon Byrne in that 6th position in that 71. I don't think that is enough for the 296 Yaz Heat car to overtake them in silver class, so I think that the number 71 of Leon Byrne is just going to hold on to that 2nd place.
I will say, though, in that silver classification, irrelevant of where the championship ends, that has been such an impressive drive from the 296 team, from all of their drivers, to recover, to keep their head, and to get their head down collectively as a team, to try and recover a result, to be 3rd in class, 9th overall in that Ferrari. As we see, there is the Yassi car. That is tremendously impressive from all concerned. A really deserving drive of some success, and no matter what happens now in the last 30 minutes and 46 seconds, everybody at the 296 team will go away from this one justifiably and rightly proud of their performance. I'm very impressed with how they've recovered from that opening skirmish.
For me, if there was an award for spirit of the race, I think that would have to absolutely go to that 296 Ferrari. As you said, that recovery drive has been something else. To come back from the back of the grids, get themselves onto a podium. I mean, I was joking with DJ earlier on that is literally the title graphic of Jardier's stream today is, we must get a podium today. Well, they've certainly done that, and I think safely secured their 3rd place in the championship.
Yeah, very impressive. Still plenty of racing to do, though. Exactly 30 minutes on the clock. As I said, that the last half an hour of the 2023 season is about to unfold on your very television screens. Valentin Barry currently in 9th position. That is Lars Kisser ahead of us, so we're still fighting for 8th position overall. They'll have no effect on their respective class positions, but what it will do is move Valentin Barry up to Esser in 2nd in the silver category. So it's quite important for this Ferrari to clear the Mercedes, to allow him to have some kind of opportunity to close down and challenge Zahir Esser ahead. Big ask. You can see him at the back of the shot, almost the full straight distance between the two cars. But if you've got that kind of number 72 just hanging the nose at the inside, then that could be very quickly eradicated. That gap should drama befall this West competition racing Ferrari machine ahead.
Absolutely is, and what a brilliant race we've had today. What a brilliant championship. We said it earlier on, but it's just it's been so respectful, it's been so hard fought, it's had everything we've wanted here. And for now, I think that barring the fights that are going on with, say, Lars Kisser and Valentin Barry, 8th and 9th position respectively, and with our leader in 2nd place here, I think a lot of these battles have now been decided, and it's a case of just bringing these cars home for the final 30 minutes of the race. And you said it before, through the entirety of this championship, but especially here today, every single one of these drivers can have their heads held high.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It is top level sim racing, esports, virtual motorsports, whatever you want to call it. Top level drivers, top level teams, cars, simulation and competition as well, put together by AK Esports and SRO. And they have just delivered the goods time in and time out. I don't remember, I've been here since the beginning, I can't remember a duff race. They're always absolutely incredible, and every one of these drivers needs to be very rightly proud of themselves, as we're seeing now. This is Zahir Esser once again under pressure from the Aston Martin, was behind, now alongside, now in front. So that's another risk factor that has been cleared away for Zahir Esser. He'll be quite confident and comfortable that that's happened, because that takes away another risk factor and allows him to concentrate on the job in hand, and that job is maintaining the gap to Lars Kisser and, more importantly, Valentin Barry behind.
Yeah, that's pretty much in a nutshell what exactly we've got going on here, and the lights start to diminish even further here at Indianapolis. And I wonder just how exhausted these drivers must be at this point. Yes, compared to some of the other races, it's a little bit shorter at being an 8-hour race, but I'd imagine the level of stress, the level of effort, Paul, they've had to put in with this, just as high, if not more so, with it being the final race of the season.
Yeah, and that's what tires you out as a sports person. It's not the physical act of driving the car. This is the same in real life as well. Most sports people, real or virtual, are relatively fit, relatively healthy people. So the physical act of piloting the machine is massively secondary to the physical and emotional stress of being in competition, of knowing that you cannot leave anything on the table, not only for yourself but also you're part of a team, and there will be a monumental amount of collective work that has gone into getting this point. You absolutely don't want to be the one who drops the ball and puts the car in the barrier, or makes the mistake, or loses the position and lets down the squad. And that is such an incredibly weighty pressure that sits on people's shoulders, and that's why you become emotionally and physically tired at the end of these races, because you're carrying that with you for a full 8 hours, even when you're not driving. I've done many endurance races. You don't switch off when you're away from the car. It's impossible. As Jordan Sherratt is far from switching off, he's still hounding down Dominic Blyer at the front of his field.
Well, Paul, is the person that's usually the person responsible for putting the car into the barrier with just hours left to go in the race. I feel personally attacked by that comment there, but no, listen,
I've been there.
I know all too well what that pressure is like, and it's horrible. I really struggle in the dark for what it's worth, so this little bit here is the bit that I really wouldn't want to be going through. But you're absolutely spot on. There is no worse feeling in sim racing, being part of a team race and having had something bad or something happen to you or the car, because there is no worse sound in sim racing than having your team Discord go quiet, go silent. You go, because you know they're watching, you know they've seen what's happened, and there's just deathly silence all over the place, and you're like, oh no, nobody's talking to me. You know how bad it is by how long they stay quiet. I've had it occasionally where they're like, oh, don't worry about it, just get the car back to the pits, it's absolutely fine. But then other times you just hear and nobody speaks to you for the rest of the stint, and you're like, right, okay, this hasn't gone well, has it?
I've had the unfortunate situation of dropping the car at the final chicane at the Nürburgring and then getting hooked on the barrier. So basically DNFing the car. And it is a horrible feeling, but it's always in the back of your mind as a driver that there's an element of, I cannot make a mistake for my own self. If I make a mistake for myself, que sera, there's only me paying the price. If I make a mistake in a team competition, especially if you're looking at the guys like these two, Dominic Blyer and Jordan Sherratt, not only have they got the individuals that they're working with, and often physically working in the same location, we've also got the might of Williams and Ferrari, respectively, overlooking them. Having worked at Ferrari for a number of years, it's not a badging exercise. They genuinely have really senior Ferrari people with vested interest in what's happening. For the likes of us and for the likes of the majority of people watching at home, it's borderline impossible to comprehend that amount of responsibility that is on your shoulders while driving these things like a rocket ship within an inch of their lives, millimeters apart, for lap after lap, trying to outfox somebody who's just as good as you are on the racetrack. It's a sight to behold, and I hold these up as very much legends, each and every one of them, because they're doing something that I think if you were just channel hopping and you found this and you watched it for a bit, and I mean this in the greatest respect in the world to those people, it's probably you overlook that aspect a little bit, and it's so super impressive, David, to see this lap after lap, session after session, race after race, year after year, delivering at this level.
Well, we're talking about consistency, and I think, if anything, that last lap there from Dominic Blyer and Jordan Sherratt just in a nutshell goes to prove everything that you are saying there. Absolutely, case in point. 1:34.935 by both drivers. Exactly the same lap time by both drivers on what is the final 20 minutes of the race here. I mean, that is absolutely spectacular from the pair of them there. The Ferrari just dropping back a little bit here. And forgive me for panicking, but I did just see Marco Jonkers in that BMW, that West Competition Racing BMW in the background. However, they are blocking that car quite considerably, so they can panic over on that one.
Actually, Yonkers doing a good job in the silver category. That number 1 machine is 4th overall in class, so Yonkers has found a way past Burnton, the traffic that they were involved in a little bit earlier on. So they've got some clean racetrack, but they've also got the high ground of 4th in the silver category, which will be a solid way to round out what has been a relatively dramatic season for the West Competition Racing BMW Romania team. 4th coming into this championship in the silver classification. Not quite sure where that's going to shake them out when it's all said and done, but a very, very respectable overall performance at the end of the day, despite the drama.
Yeah, no, they've done really, really well on that one. And I think, I mean, obviously I'm joking about some of the moves that they were getting themselves into earlier on. They were fighting with the 296 Yaz heat car that was, you know, they were fighting with the championship, but the 296 was a lap ahead anyway. So yeah, it's been a spirited performance, I think, is the easiest way to comment on that one. And listen, at the end of the day, you know, it's that old meme, isn't it? It's that old, you know, meme catchphrase, if you no longer go for the gaps there, you're no longer a racing driver. Not always the case, but yeah, for the most part, it usually holds true.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go, 20 minutes, 24 seconds left on the clock. Dominic Blyer is your race leader in the 555 Williams Esports Mercedes AMG. He has been hounded lap after lap by Jordan Sherratt, the number 51 Scuderia Ferrari Esports driver. Is separated by just 0.6 of a second. Tobias Pfeffer in car number 4, the Team Unicorns of Love Mercedes, is 3rd on the racetrack, bottom step of the Pro Class podium. 13 seconds in arrears is Castorino, car number 85, and the leader of our silver category, car number 85, Team Racing Point, came into this as a championship leader. They're doing what they need to do to bring home that championship. Igor Rodriguez is 5th position, 4th in the Pro classification, number 66 Williams, but this time in the venerable Audi LMS Evo. Nils Naujoks back behind the wheel, 6th position overall, 5th in the Pro category for the BMW team Competition Plus, number 89. Machines here, Esser, 2nd in silver, 7th overall, is just 5.3 seconds ahead of Valentin Barrier as he's trying to recover in the 296 Yaz heat car. Lars Kisser is in 9th position in the number 5 AMG Mercedes, and Grantes Caracas, despite serving a recent penalty, is in 10th overall, and the lead of the McLaren cars, the 912, holding on to the top 10 positions. And Callum Pavlovsky, David, that we saw in a little bit of strife, it's fair to be said, earlier on, is holding on to 11th place, the number 25, 11th overall, and 10th, 8th in the Pro classification.
Yeah, as we come down to the dying embers of this race here, that's exactly what it's all about now. 8 seconds behind Grantes Caracas and miles ahead of the next Pro car of Yeke Boosterman. So nothing really for them to worry about just now, just a case of bringing the car home. Same with Jordan Sherratt here just now. I get the distinct impression with that car being 0.4 of a second behind Dominic Blyer, it's either going to wait for the last sort of 5 minutes to make a move here, or it's just going to be happy to bring the car home in 2nd place here. Fuel might be a little bit close with these cars, but I think they'll have pretty much everything in hand. But as we said, I mean, championship-wise, it's looking all very rosy so far with 20 minutes left to go for Mercedes Williams Esport.
So, you're Dominic Blyer, you know that you've got the championship. Basically, all you had to do was rock up and have a reasonably competent drive, and you'd take the championship. You lead in, you've got a hungry Jordan Sherratt behind you, and there's 17 minutes and change on the clock. What do you do, David? Do you keep pushing, do you try and defend, or you just bail from that situation and bring home the points and the trophy?
I think that you are likely going to hold on to that win, if I'm honest with you, because you want to have the championship anyway, but realistically there's a certain level of trust. You know that car in 2nd place isn't going to wipe you out, certainly not deliberately. It's certainly not, they're not likely to put themselves in any real danger anyway. The other fact is that I think Williams Esports car would have to finish outside the top 30 points-wise for them to lose this championship as it stands, given how the point system works out and given how the points that they have just now. So I think they're in a very good position. I would certainly be more tempted to hold on for the win. But ultimately, if that second place is really fighting for it tooth and nail, they may take the call just to let that position go. As I've just realised, God, how big is that rim that just lose? It's like a dinner plate he's racing on.
I've just been waiting for you to finish that little monologue, and I was going to say, that is like, for anybody in England, nobody outside of England will recognise this reference. It's like the Playdays bus. It's gargantuan. I know some of that is the camera angle. That looks like the BMW Fanatec rim that is got on there, but that is probably ideal for him.
Does a little bit of Euro Truck Simulator.
I was just going to say, yeah, that's perfect for after this race, wind down and go and deliver some load, because that is one. That's going to be tiring.
CB radio to the right hand side.
That's going to be tiring though, winding that thing on and off, hasn't it? That's going to be. You'll be able to catch some slides, that one's for sure, because you've got plenty of hardware to wrap your hands around to get the car back under control. But good lord, that's
it's almost bigger than his head and torso combined. It's obviously the camera angle is very, very. Well, it's certainly got the steering angle set up on it as well.
Yeah, that's spicy for Cardinal Lou. This is a nice little fight actually, but he's decided they saw some faster cars behind and decided to bail. But yeah, that's more than a little bit spicy as Dario Yamulo. Once again, the car's almost stealthy in these dark conditions. A black car in the night, no lights are blazing. Well, there are lights ablaze, but not overly bright. And Dario Yamulo, once again, gets himself in some drama, gets a little bit of door handle to door handle racing with the Audi. Both drivers giving each other the racing room. Yamulo has the inside line. Yamulo has the high line to the inside and gets that one done, but the Audi's not giving up yet as he stays just about on the rear quarter. But Dario Yamulo with quite the opposite size of steering wheel that you can see there. He's a big lad, is Dario, and a big strong lad, and that's a good strong move on the racetrack as well.
15 minutes to go, Paul, and we're still absolutely sending it into corners here. This is what you live for as a sim racing driver. It sends so much adrenaline through your body watching this fight here. And I'm sorry, but I cannot get over the comical difference in sizes of that the steering wheel from Cardin Lou to Dario Yamulo. It looks like he's got a mobile phone bolted to that rig just now. That's how small it looks. But again, it's the camera angle and how far back that camera is. Grand job of keeping that position there from Jacob Oosterman. In fact, no, that's a position change. I'm sorry, getting that position from Jacob Oosterman, because Oosterman was the next pro class from the cars that we were looking at just now. But 14 minutes left to go. Obviously, not hearing that whole point that was making about just sitting with whatever position you can take.
And this, folks at home, let this be a lesson to any budding sim racers that Dario Yamulo is teaching you at this moment in time. Never, ever give up. Push to the very end. Never drop back. Never leave anything on the table. When you get out of a race, whatever race you've been doing, wherever you finished, look yourself in the mirror, look into your eyes, and ask yourself the question, did you give everything you've got for every second you were on the track? If the answer is yes, irrespective of where you finished, you've done the job you needed to do. And Dario Yamulo, with nearly 8 hours of racing in the clock, with 13 minutes left on the clock, has just shown why you must push to the very end. But a very, very nice overtake on Jacob Oosterman. Yes, it's 23rd and 24th position, but another position gained and another positive message sent by this number 60 team to the watching world. They are a very strong, very capable unit, and Dario Yamulo knows how to find his way past a rival.
It may be 23rd and 24th on the track, but let's not forget as well, Paul, that's still, I believe, for P9 and P10 in the pro class. So again, take that into context, that's a huge battle that's actually going on track there. So great for Dario to do it. And look at the gap he's already opened up over car of Jacob Oosterman just now, and I wonder what that gap is between our race leaders. 0.2 of a second between Dominic Plyer and Jordan Sherritt. 12 minutes left to go. I get the feeling we're going to get some fireworks with this race in the lead.
Absolutely, and for anybody who's wondering what the difference in points is between 9th and 10th position in the pro class, the 10th place you are paid 7 points, the 9th you are paid 9 points, so that's a well worth taking the chance and making that move stick for Dario Yamulo for an additional 3 points towards his championship charge and the VS Racing by Ballas Esports Teams championship charge as they look to round out this season in a positive light in the overall standings, because again, last race of the season, you take that with you into the winter, and good result if you end on a high note on the track. That just puts everybody's a spring in everybody's step a little bit more, doesn't it, over the off-season. Makes it a bit easier to train, a bit easier to test, solidifies your own position within the squad as well, and hopefully gives them a better platform in which to push on in 2024 and beyond.
I think not only that, it gives you a little bit more confidence in your own ability, and a little bit more understanding that you've got the capability of achieving what you can possibly do. Because I know that sounds really airy-fairy and quite sort of ambiguous, but we've seen it before where drivers who we know are fast go to teams and they just can't do anything right. They just cannot get anything sorted out. I remember David Tanitza a couple of seasons ago. He just really wasn't gelling with the squad that he was in. I'm pretty sure it was a factory drive that he had, and just really wasn't getting any results at all. And then he switched over, and now suddenly he's back to his former self, doing absolutely grand things. And again, just a case in point of you giving yourself the confidence, believing in yourself, and showing exactly what you can do.
Your biggest rival as a racing driver, your biggest competition, the thing that can take away results and performance the most out of anything, is yourself. A highly confident driver on the top of their game, everything falls their way. If you're under pressure, if you're overdriving, if you're doubting yourself as an individual, that's when those little chinks in the armour, that's what will undermine your entire performance, and then things tend to snowball and it gets worse and worse and worse. It takes a lot to get out of that rut, and that's the same in any walk of life, not just racing, real or virtual. So it's always important for these little wins, these little reminders, as you say, David, to yourself that, hey, you know what, I've got the stuff, I've got the right stuff, I would back myself in a fight. And that's exactly what these little moves are for, and these little wins, wherever you can chalk them up, go a long way to the psyche of the individual to help them deliver their best performance.
Paul, quick question, completely unrelated. How on earth are we into the final 10 minutes of the season? How did that happen?
Every single time, every single year, every single race, every single stint, I always think, right, gear up now, sunshine, it's going to be a long one. Hang on a second, I'll have a quick sip of water. Oh, look, it's gone. That's exactly what's happened here again, and it has been a fantastic season. But what's great, David, come on, let's just take stock a moment. 8 minutes, 27 seconds left to go. It's the year of a 5-round championship, 12-hour races, 24-hour races, 8-hour races, and we've got a ding-dong fight for the race win with 8 minutes left on the clock.
We certainly do, and again, if anything, this sums up how the championship is. This sums up how the racing is at this level. We've done what, 2.5? Well, it might be a complete exaggeration. I don't know. I'm picking a number at the top of my head. 2,500 laps, say, right? We've done nearly 300 at the end of this race. Let's say 2,000 laps, and still you have the leaders separated by 0.4 of a second in the final race, or the final round of the championship. That is just how insanely tight the quality of drivers is on this grid here. We laugh at it every time. Look at qualifying. Qualifying's like 1 second separates 35 drivers on this. It is just incredible stuff. They take sim racing to a level that you just wouldn't think existed right now. And as it stands at the moment, both the leaders in the classes are going to be your championship winners.
Yeah, fabulous performance from all concerned in what has been a fabulous season, which continues to cement the reputation of SRO Esports as the de facto #1 esports organisation series in the world. It has grown from 2018 to a singular championship on site. We've now got on-site championships for professional drivers, on-site championships for real-world GT drivers. We're racing Asia, the Americas, we're racing Europe. We've got the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Mobileye that you're looking at now for the long-distance endurance races. If you like GT3 racing, if you like top-level esports, and if you like seeing the best of the best racing on track, then SRO Esports is where you get your fix. And at this moment in time, the most prestigious of them all is led by this man, Dominic Blyer, on behalf of the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports team, leading the race, leading the championship with 6 minutes and 11 seconds left to go. It's very much in the hands of this team to celebrate the biggest prize of the year.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it's been an amazing season for Dominic Blyer, Darren McCormack and Dennis Schoeninger in that 555 Mercedes-Williams Esports machine. Just sensational team, sensational performance. This would be their first win of the season. An unbelievable fact, but again, just showing how well they've done in terms of points, in terms of consistency. But again, 5.5 minutes left to go. I'm going to call it right now. I don't think Jordan Sherritt is going to make a move here. I think that 51 car looks to be quite comfortable in second place for the Scuderia Ferrari team. They are more than happy to take second place for the final race. It doesn't make all that much difference in terms of the championship. But again, it's just been a very, very good performance, I think, from both these teams right now. And they've certainly shown each other what for.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you're right there, David. I think it will be formation flying to the checkered flag. I've said that one before, and it ended very quickly in a shunt between the cars. I said we're formation flying, but there is still there's only 5 minutes left on the clock. And it's been a workmanlike performance from the 51 car. They had some dramas earlier in the race, a little bit of contact that was firmly adjudged to be the fault of the number 51 machine, so a 10-second time penalty. They went off strategy. They unleashed phenomenal pace in that Ferrari 296 GT3, and currently they're trending towards second position come checkered flag, which will be a remarkable recovery in a field that we've waxed lyrical all day long about how tight and close it is. Cardin Lou that we're looking at in the number 93. Great to see the Honda NSX. That's the HPD Jazz Pro entry, 27th at this moment in time. The Honda very much not the car to have this weekend at Indianapolis, but still good to see them continuing to charge through the field. Fabien Piffet that we're looking at, car number 49, track position number 19. He's got Marco Bishkoff ahead, and they're squabbling for 18th and 19th overall. And for the top placers in the silver category, then Tobias Pfeffer, bottom step of the podium at this moment in time in the AMG Mercedes team. Unicorn of Love machine, bottom step of the podium, but that will be enough, I think, to hold on to second in the pro classification standings. And the car ahead of them, Jordan Sherritt. But all plaudits, all applause and all attention must go to the 555 car, David Christie, that they are leading the race and are on course for a historic first win and championship success.
Yeah, moments away from greatness here as Dominic Blyer for that 555 car. They are on the poise, they are on the verge of just a fantastic achievement. We also then have to give a big shout out to the number 85 team as well in that silver class, because they are in the same position. They are just moments away from greatness. Team Racing Point through the season have been absolutely exemplary. 2 wins already in round 2 and round 3, with did not finish a non-finish in that first round of the season, and it has just been absolutely fantastic. Matteo Casadino, Lucas Mattea and David Cartier behind the wheel of that one. And again, as we were saying with DJ there, proving that there is life in the old horse of that Aston Martin racing machine still yet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, sorry, David, I lost you for a second there, but welcome back. But you're absolutely right. The Aston Martin doing great stuff, and I think the Racing Point squad can be almost as excited about being 4th overall as winning their class, because they have been always in the sharp end.
They absolutely have, and that's both a blessing and a curse there, Paul, because you know, when you're always at the front end and you get thrown, say, back into the mid-pack, then sometimes you don't know how to deal with being in that mid-pack. But it's been very, very fortuitous for them that they've not really had to muck their way through. I think certainly when I look at the Williams team, I think the worst that they've had to deal with this season has been, I think, was a 5th or a 6th place earlier on. The best one that they've had has been a 3rd. It was 7th actually, was their worst finish so far this season. But 3rd and 2nd, outside of that, I mean, you can't really argue with that. 3 podiums out of 5 races so far, and then this is going to be their 4th podium and their 1st win. That kind of sets the cat amongst the pigeons with the quality.
Yeah, and it shows the level of this championship. It is no mean feat to win a race in SRO Esports competition, certainly in the long distance races that we enjoy in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye, to show that our potential championship victors come the next 46 seconds time will be taking their first win, highlights that point very, very well indeed. Dominic Blyer last time around a 35.4, a 35.3 for Jordan Sherritt, but that challenge has been broken now, David, and I think this is going to be it to the checkered flag. And Dominic Blyer, is that almost a smile I see on that young man's face?
I think it is. I think it's starting to sink in here as the 2 leaders of this battle here going into the final lap here. And the thing is that it will be reassuring for Dominic Blyer to know that Jordan Sherritt hasn't been making any crazy moves here, as it's going to be touch and go. Oh, yeah, they do just get across the line for this next lap here. Again, it's going to be very, very reassuring for Dominic to know that Jordan hasn't been making any crazy moves, that he can, you know, kind of trust that car behind him. They've done the race, they're just taking it home. This is almost a parade lap for the pair of them, and you know what, they've absolutely earned it. They have, through the rest of the team as well, but these two absolutely knocked their pan in just to make sure we get a good race here today. And yeah, they can absolutely be proud of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's sensible from Jordan Sherritt there that he's given it absolutely everything. The team have given it everything they can to take home this victory, but then he's not pushing the chance any further than he needs to, because you don't want to end the race and the season with a little bit of contact. So respectful driving from Jordan Sherritt as once again Dominic Blyer circles his way around on what is, I believe, David, the final lap of the race.
His white flag is out now. If Castorino is on the final lap of the race, I believe there's a couple of cars that are already a lap down. I think that means that Castorino is almost certainly guaranteed the championship, but we'll wait till the final flag, the checkered flag comes out to confirm that there. But certainly, again, another amazing performance there for Team Racing Point. But all eyes right now on our race leader, our championship leader, Dominic Blyer. Absolutely delighted here, Paul.
Yep, he crosses the line. Do the Williams Esports Mercedes AMG team to take their first victory of the season. The flash of the lights. Jordan Sherritt behind as the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team follow up on the second step of the podium. But there is a wipe of a brow, a smile of Dominic Blyer's face. He knows that he and the team have done everything they need to do in order to take home that championship. Castorino in the silver class has an incredible drive to take silver class victory and take with it the championship in silver as well. David Christie, we have had an barnstorming race from everybody, and barring any appeals or dramas after the fact, 2 very deserving champions.
Absolutely, you can see the fireworks going off in the background. I want you to take a second as well at home to just think about what you just saw in those webcam shots there as well, the emotion that pours out of these drivers as they come across the line, as Valentin Barrier comes across in the 296. I don't believe doing enough to take second place, but I believe that car able to secure the third place in the championship for sure, and they will be very, very happy with that one nonetheless. Again, Paul, let's talk about this. This has been a very long season. The drivers really, let's pretend we didn't see Fabian Piffet just keeping it absolutely nailed towards the end there. It's been a long season. The drivers really, really have been giving it everything that they've got there, and there you go. You can see your championship, or at least one of your championship winners this year.
Yep, a superb performance indeed. Thankfully, because the 555 ran pretty much at the sharp end of the grid all the way through, no need to worry too much about any penalties. And here is our image of the day from Zinamic, the official imaging partner of the SRO Esports Championship. A beautiful shot of 37 cars charging their way down to T1. There is the number 51 Ferrari that provided as well so much entertainment over the course of the race. And your winners and new champions in the 555 machine. Zinamic make some incredible photographs, not only artistically impressive, but also captures the essence and the heart of the racing competition. And David Christie, that looks like a real picture to me.
It does. Well, for me, it is a real picture. I mean, Gary Paravani just does such an outrageously good job, and you know, it's almost criminal. We do sometimes not have the time to fit in those pictures of the day. We always try and get them in where possible, but I mean, I saw a glimpse of those in the production chat here in Discord earlier on, and it's wonderful because he just so perfectly manages to capture the spirit, the emotion, the feeling of the race. And if I was anyone taking part in this championship this year, I want to get the raw copy from Gary and try and get them printed out. I would love to have that on my wall, because that's a trophy in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant shots, as always, from Gary Paravani and the Zinamic, who are the official imaging partners, as we say, of SRO Esports. Beautiful shots of the cars in action. Beautiful drama on track as well. In a few moments, we're going to talk to our new winners and champions. But before we do, David, I'm going to ask you, what has been your moment of the race, please, sir?
Oh, that's a very, very difficult one. I think the stunning performance for me for Williams, crossing the line, taking their first win of the season, and arguably the most important race of the season for them, did absolutely everything, because it wasn't guaranteed for them. They had some early pressure early on. I think overall, though, the moment of the race has to be the 296 Yas Heat Ferrari. That sensational comeback drive after being involved in an early tangle on that lap one, being sent all the way to the back of the grid to take third place in their class. I mean, that is just an outrageous performance by that team, and they can be very, very proud of themselves.
Yeah, that's a really good shout, actually. There's been so many stories, so many tales of bravery, of performance, of delivering excellence over the last 8 hours, all the way through the field. It's borderline impossible to pick out some standout winners. But of course, we do have new champions in Pro and Silver classification, so I'm very much looking forward to speaking to them. In fact, there's a ping going on in the background, which indicates to me that we've got some people to talk to. So, it is 2023. It's the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye, and the 555 Williams car is the champion. Gentlemen, congratulations. First win of the year and the championship. How are we feeling?
I'm happy. I'm just going to come in. I can't believe it. I just want to say thank you so much to my team and my teammates, Dom and Dennis. Absolute beasts. I didn't have any time at all to practice for this race, and I put in so much work, and this is the outcome. We win as a team, and that's just how we do it.
Fantastic stuff there, Dara. And about yourself, Dominic, how are you feeling after bringing it over the line for the win?
Yeah, I have no words. The last hour was very tough, keeping Jordan behind, but yeah, we made it, and yeah, I am very happy. Thanks to my team, thanks for thanks to my teammates also, and yeah, I hope we do it again next year. Yeah.
Incredible stuff. And Dennis, I can see that you're in Discord, but I don't see your camera. Are you there for a quick word? How are you feeling?
I'm here. My camera is on a Zoom, as far as I know. But yeah, it's amazing. Just, I don't know. The guys put in so much work. Dom with the final stint, amazing stuff. He just put it all together, and yeah, crazy.
So I'm going to fire this question to Dominic because he's the guy that crossed the line in the end. What does it mean to you guys to win the championship by taking the race victory as well in? I think David said it in the live, arguably the most important race of the season, and you've come away at the front of the field.
Like I said, I have no words, and yeah, I am very happy with it, and it was a lot of pressure, but yeah, we made it. So.
And Dara, from your side, we waxed lyrical about you still being a relatively young man in the world of sim racing, but you had so much pressure, and from what we could see on screen, did not make a single mistake on track. How hard is it to be at the front of the field in a championship like this?
It's so difficult. You know, this is the second year in a row where I've really experienced what the front of the field is like, and I can't describe it. It's so tough to be constantly on it, always on pace, and trying to be the best on the grid is just it's indescribable how tough it is. But yeah, I think I'm lost for words. 3 years now, and finally we're champions. It means so much to me. I'm borderline in tears here. I can't believe it.
Absolutely brilliant. Dennis, final question to yourself. Of course, you're representing the Mercedes AMG teams, Williams Esports. The three of you have been on track today to take the win, but what does this mean to the wider team, and how many people are involved in this kind of operation to deliver the success that the three of you have so brilliantly done today?
I honestly just missed half of the question because right now just happened what I was scared of the whole day. My game just crashed. So if you could repeat it, would be nice. If not, it's fine as well. But the game crash just completely put me out of it.
Well, it's a great time for it to crash because it's over. So that's the most important thing. But no, the question was, obviously you three have been on track and delivered the goods. But what does this mean to the wider Mercedes AMG team, Williams Esports, and how many people are involved in helping you guys deliver the performance on track?
I mean, there's a lot of going on in the background. You have to thank all the engineers, especially Dan in the background, who are doing a lot of stuff, lots of calculations to help us. Also, we get a lot of feedback just in general, what to do. We get some analysis, what we can do better, and it's just a lot of going on with the whole team. The whole team is involved, and without them it wouldn't be possible. So also the support from AMG, of course, and it's just a whole team effort, everyone around.
Brilliant stuff. Well, gentlemen, you are the champions, which is an incredible thing to say. And remember, this is a family-friendly show, but one question, last question, throwing it to all three. How are you celebrating tonight? Remember, you're on camera.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll just relax. Yeah, I need to get back to work pretty much immediately because I have another championship to do. So yeah, it's gonna be straight back to driving for me. But the other guys, I'm not too sure.
I think it's gonna be the same here. We have a next championship coming up next week, so we're just gonna continue.
Yeah, back to work.
And that's how you win championships. Guys, massive congratulations. Be very proud of yourselves. That was a phenomenal championship and an outstanding way to end the year. Very, very well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff, David Christie, our pro champions. And that's a pro mentality, isn't it? What are you going to do to celebrate? I'm going to crack on. We've got another championship to win.
Yeah, we've said this on other broadcasts as well, is that, for a lot of us doing the commentary, you're like, you struggle to understand how they can't be more excited or more over the moon, but this is their job. They do this week in, week out, and one championship merges into another. Now, obviously, it's going to mean much more with this being, the jewel in the crown, as you said, the SRO Championship. But it goes on. Championships just roll in, and the wheel goes on. But it looks like we've got our silver champions, Paul, to have a chat with.
Yeah, we do indeed. The 2023 IGTC champions of the silver class, Team Racing Point. Gentlemen, congratulations on a fantastic race and a fantastic championship success. How are you feeling?
Thanks a lot. Yeah, good. Finally, it's over. So, yeah, we just work very, very good all together. So we just now is finished finally. Yeah, we enjoy.
Brilliant. Lucas, from your point of view as well, how has the race unfolded? How did you enjoy that performance in the venerable Aston right at the very sharp end?
Yeah, this last race was not easy, but we knew that if we get the podium in silver class, we are safe. So after the first hour, we relaxed a little bit because we knew we are in second or first position in our silver class. And then we just kept going, kept it consistent, And yeah, I think we really enjoyed this last race.
It was a great stuff. Now, Mado, you started and finished the race, and we saw some really strong racecraft and ability to withstand the pressure. Just how hard was it out there on track?
Yeah, quali was going quite good. So on start I was careful because we are in a good position compared to our opponents. So I stay very careful, and I also know the other guy of Pro Class near to me are all fighting for their championship. So it was I try to be also respectfully for them. It was good racing fight, all fair for me.
David, question to you, if I can. Obviously, you came into this as championship leaders. As a team, did you feel the pressure and the expectation coming into this race, or was it just business as usual?
Yeah, it was just on our goal to just try to win the championship. We know that we are a strong team with very strong drivers, and we just aim to reach this goal. So nothing more, just to be sure that on every track, every race, we did the max our performance for try to do best result as possible.
Fantastic. And Lucas, obviously you've got an incredibly strong team and teammates around you this season. Just how impressive of those two guys that you've been racing with today, just how impressive have they been, and how much have they helped you as a collective get this performance? No pressure on this answer.
Yeah, very impressive. They really helped me, and I think we pushed each other to the maximum limits, because when we were practicing for races, one of us did, 500 laps, the other do more laps, so we always compete with each other, and we are pretty close on our performance. So yeah, I still have to learn a lot from these guys, and yeah, I can't thank them enough for taking me in their team, and I thank them for this opportunity, because yeah, they are very good.
Well, I don't think you've got much to learn, mate, because that was an incredibly impressive season and performance and racing it today. And finally, to Amado, the last question. And remember that you are live on the television. What are you going to do tonight to celebrate your championship success? Keep it family friendly.
I probably didn't do nothing crazy, but I'm enjoying the moment. Then we have time for organize something with my teammates for enjoy all between us. For today, we can stay careful.
Well, gentlemen, honestly, that performance was incredible. To get the silver classification Aston into 4th overall, to win the race and to win the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. Massive, massive congratulations. You should all be very, very proud. Well done on a superb performance.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
Brilliant. Well done, gentlemen. That is our new silver class champions. And David Christie, I said, and I don't want to kind of labour the point too much, but that really was an incredible drive with the pressure of the championship to then be all the way at the pointy end of the field, all the way through the race. They didn't look into that. That was pure performance.
It absolutely was. They didn't really show any of the pressure at all that was on them throughout the entirety of the race in terms of the silver class. They were certainly dealt a few fortuitous hands here. This was one of the big moments here when you saw Unicorns of Love fighting with that the BMW. I believe it was Gregor Schill that was behind the wheel of it at that time. And again, saner heads prevailed. They just left themselves out of that fight and just did their own thing. So yeah, that's exactly what it was all about, and what a season we've had.
Yep, it has been emotional, exciting, incredible, dramatic and impressive, all wrapped up in 5 races. Massive thanks to Mobileye, Fanatec, AWS, to Pirelli, to AK Esports, SimGrid, SRO, Kunos Simulazione for ACC, to everybody watching at home, to everybody behind the scenes, from the broadcast team, to the stewards, to the commentators, to Dynamic, our imaging partner, everybody who makes this possible. You are all legends. From myself, Paul Jeffrey, and from the biggest legend of them all, David Christie alongside me, thank you for watching. Thank you, 2023. And we'll see you all very soon indeed.